ceased, nothing changed, period, then you would have stopped time in your case. Like,
but we wouldn't know it.
Yeah, well, exactly. He caught himself a little bit, I think.
No, hypothetically, if you're able to stop everything, absolutely everything, then sure, you've stopped time, right?
Right,
because
but you can't do
the
that.
movement, which time is. But
but even if nobody's seen that percentage, even if nobody noticed it, why would we still not be able to say we stopped? Oh God, this categorization.
What do you mean if no one noticed it? If you're alive, your time is, things are moving. If you weren't, if you're alive and everything stopped, it doesn't add up, because your heart wouldn't be beating.
If we all die,
there would be we'd all be dead.
Right, but that's what I mean, is that you still would know, quote unquote, or not. You would know, but if, like, I guess you could have outside observers still, but the status of the universe would be no time. But like, there wouldn't be any sentience recognizing that. So that, but yet that concept still exists, even though there's no sentience recognizing it.
How?
Because to describe the state of it, that's the category used, is like they're again, I'm back to they're interchangeable. There's no moving and there's no progress of anything. Like,
yeah, but you're contradicting yourself. You're saying to describe it without sentience. How can you possibly do that?
Well, there's the argument about different things being alive, about rocks being alive, you know what I mean? And it's like, you would have to be able to say, like, without the sentience, there still is let's say, a check program on the simulation that just sweeps and checks the status of everything. You know what I mean?
Nobody in life, there is no existence.
Yeah, it's just too philosophical.
Checking my mic.
It's velocitardism taken to the extreme.
It's a rather simple concept. I don't know why you guys
are
having trouble wrapping your minds around it.
Yeah. It's a tree in the woods concept percentage. It's not.
Yep.
I mean, but it's, I don't know. It's hard. It's a hard.
The point is,
I always found that question
an
stupid
object
because
moving.
the answer is obvious.
You have to see it, and you have to see it to know it's moving relative to something else, right?
I just don't know. That motherfucking tree fell. That fucking tree fell, and the tree fell.
Yeah.
And I don't care.
You don't have to know you don't have to see an object to know that it's moving. There's many more ways that you can detect.
No, my point is though, there has to be an observer. You're comparing it to a reference point. That's how we know motion is happening, right?
Frame, yeah.
So it requires, even though it might be happening without your knowledge, as soon as you have knowledge of motion, that's when you're using that knowledge to come up with this concept of time.
I claim the universe is alive, and it doesn't have to have the particular human consciousness. It has the reaction with every piece of itself, and that is its consciousness knowing where every piece of itself is, reacting by the rules of which it has to react. So it constantly is in the state that it's in, and it knows that tree fucking fell.
Okay,
it doesn't have to be no. Look, I'm just trying to tell it to you logically. I don't care if there's active, sentient, observing simulation person watching this simulation. It could just be the simulation running. That thing is conscious in a way of itself, of knowing it's following its own rules.
Okay, so so you're saying the universe is sentient. Can you prove it?
I'm just telling you logically how I feel. Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it has a form of consciousness. I mean, see, you're not going to give me on the word. See, the words aren't that important to me. That's why it's like, I want you to make
the words. I could use a different word. Yeah, like sure, the universe is conscious of whatever. You're basically saying that it can tell time. It can recognize when something is moving before or after another thing. It can compare the stuff. It has that level of understanding. I don't think you can prove that.
You're putting movement is basically no observer, time observer, right? And I feel like the category of observer is too rigid and narrow in your philosophy. To me, asteroids bouncing off each other are observers. That's my case.
Okay. All right. Inanimate rocks are observers.
They observe the rules of the energies and they move to the place they needed to go. Yeah.
They don't observe anything.
If you want to personify rocks, that's cool.
I mean, again, don't worry about the word.
I'm still a little confused. Now, I thought that you do say that things exist and so forth and so on. How is that different than time. Like the fact that a rock exists, the fact that an asteroid exists, the fact that there's a distance between that asteroid that's either closing or not closing. Those all those determinations exist in reality. Why do those exist for you as well, but not?
Yeah, what is this brain
When
in
you
a
say
jar
s-
argument or something?
When you say it's a fact that this exists, that means I know this exists. That's you imparting your understanding of the world, of its existence, right?
No, facts are not
So-
part of knowledge, or
So
not necessary.
try to find some inanimate or non-sentient being or entity saying I know that this exists. It's a fact that you won't have it. It
Send, you
requires
keep
sentience.
promising-
It requires intellect to be able to reflect.
Okay, so you
upon that.
agree with me then? Rocks that the rocks don't exist without sentience. Water doesn't exist without its sentience. That
No, not that it doesn't
the very
exist. That we don't know it exists.
does not
That
exist
we don't know
without
it's a fact.
Okay. Facts, whether you know them or not, are still facts.
Bro, like,
Yeah,
don't give me this. Facts don't care about your feelings.
No, but that
Yeah.
was a good argument, percent. Like, I mean, besides
No.
this whole, I'm a sim and everything revolves around me, or I'm a brain in a jar, or this could all be fake. Some of those type of arguments, I don't see where there's any flawed logic here, like at all.
The flaw is that they're not recognizing that when they impart their understanding on the world.
Understanding
That's
is
the
irrelevant.
If we were all
It's just
rocks
based
that
on
were
reality.
inanimate, we wouldn't be able to say it's a fact that the water exists.
And
or
nobody's
something like
arguing that percentage. Nobody's arguing that if we couldn't speak, we couldn't speak.
But that's
Dude.
my point. That's my point. Movement would still exist even if we were inanimate. We wouldn't be able
No.
to say it would, right? Because we'd still have
see,
flowing
now
water and
you're-
stuff like that. The issue
getting
is, as soon as you say
inconsistent now,
this is happening before or after, is when we're like humanizing it. We're imparting this level of intellect, our understanding to it.
No, time exists whether we understand it or not.
Time's a concept.
Some of
No,
us understand it better than others.
Time's
the
a concept.
movement exists. Us to say it's time, that this is happening before or after, again, is us conceiving it, perceiving it.
That's our perception of time, or our concept
No, it's
of time.
perception of
Bringing up.
movement.
No, time is our
time-
perception.
Time
Exactly.
keeps going. Time is. Don't keep
No.
saying concept.
Time does
and
not keep
perception
going
of.
unless there's someone to perceive it, to conceive it.
Very
If,
wrong.
if there's no more like sentient people, if there's only inanimate objects or the entire universe
Time
lacks
still
sentience, there's going to be no time because no one is going to conceive or perceive it.
Wrong. Because you
Will there
don't
be
have
You
more?
say you're wrong. You're the one that's wrong.
You
bro.
have chosen one definition of time, like a bevtard. Or sorry, bev light. I think we're not allowed to use that
No,
word, sorry.
no, that's just what time
That's
is.
the true definition. That's the unit. A unit of time is the movement of the sun.
Well, you
or
can't see
that's
that's
the movement of
a
anything
unit
else.
your
It's,
opponent.
it's
time.
always based off of movement.
That is a unit of time, not time itself.
But
Time
that's
concept.
that's
is
the
how we
building block
measure
of.
time.
That's the evidence of the
Wrong.
conceptualization. The system that
Very
we've created. That's us fleshing out this concept.
A tree still is as tall as a tree is, whether or not we know how many meters tall it is.
No, dude, the
You can't say how tall the
quantification
tree is
method is a
unless you
concept.
actually observe it and understand what height is.
Do you not understand that quantification is conceptual?
Good point.
Math is abstract. Okay, sweet.
They still probably disagree.
Well, they can't. Quantification
They
is
can. They're just
conceptual.
wrong.
You can call it a million different things and have different quantification methods. How tall the tree is didn't change, just the conceptual quantification.
So you're another one absent. You're another one who thinks that rocks don't exist if people aren't there to perceive them.
No, it's just that we don't know they exist.
Right.
If there's no one there
But
to
we don't know
perceive
about
them,
time also.
we don't know that they
You're not
exist.
saying that time doesn't exist.
How are rocks synonymous with time?
He's
Because
a
all
very
exists, if
ridiculous
time's
knucklehead.
existence is predicated on us knowing it, then
So
rocks
something that's-
existence is predicated on us.
Yeah,
Your
percent.
mic
Do you
is
see the
trash, Moyoc.
consistency?
If you want to try speaking like more into the mic
I'm
directly.
gonna get percent. You're saying that if you're going, oh, it's there, the rock is there, we just don't know it's there, right?
Yeah,
But then
it
when
could,
it comes
like,
to right,
if in
well,
an
you should do
inanimate
the same with time.
world, in an inanimate world where there's no sentience, like there's no creatures that are capable of sentience. There might be other creatures that aren't. Who knows? But the point is, you're still gonna have water flowing. You're still gonna have rocks, stuff like that. You're still gonna have movement.
Yep.
But we're
And
not
time
gonna
is
have
in
this.
the past.
We're not gonna have
Are you sure?
time, because time
Because you won't
is
know
how
it's
we
there, though.
quantify this movement.
No.
Oh my god, no.
Don't know me, man. That's the truth.
No,
You're just
the fact that
nuh-uh.
things move. The fact that things move. That's the definition.
You don't know.
of
You
time.
can't say the fact that they move. That's you
Oh my
imparting
god.
your
The
intellect to
simple
it.
fact that you can say, how do we quantify time, is exactly why time isn't a quantum.
Quantify movement. Nice try, though.
Time literally is a quantification method, man. What are you talking about?
No, we can quantify time.
No, you're
That doesn't
quantifying
mean-
movement. What do you think an hour is? What do you think a day is? It's the movement of the sun, bro.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No.
You're just
You
saying
can
that
just
you
say
don't allow that
no.
definition though, but the definition is plenty fine. Like for you to say like this there's no word that you have, like you say movement, right? But then it's like the fact that there are laws of the universe, that every action has a reaction, and movement will do this and that. That is summed up in one word of time.
Time is
You know,
conceptual.
like,
I don't know why it is that we have to keep saying that.
You're not
Dude,
getting it, man.
Because it's not.
Rocks are conceptual.
you're such a moron, dude. Is math abstract? Yes or no?
irrelevant.
It's literally
Yeah,
particularly
sure.
irrelevant.
Who cares?
Okay, so it's abstract. So is time mathematical?
It's just our understanding.
Is time mathematical?
Are rocks mathematical?
Seems like you have a disability to answer questions. Is
Keep on going to the
Oh my
rocks.
God.
I
so
said
from-
no.
Are they
Oh,
not? Rocks
not-
aren't mathematical?
wait, time
Really?
time isn't mathematical?
Everything
No.
math can be applied to anything, man.
It can be explained mathematically
Time is the quantification of
or with
passing,
the
dude.
assistance.
Time is the quantification of
Incorrect.
No, you can't just say nuh-uh. I don't know where
Here's
you
the deal.
grew up.
Why would you deny the definition of the progress of existence? Why is that not a fair definition?
Well, just a concept, and then we used
Is before a quantity? You
before when.
now before now.
How are you gonna
that a quantity?
delineate before and after without quantification?
Do you not know what before and after?
Do you
means?
not know what delineation means?
Can't believe
Yes.
y'all haven't got to independent
Do you know
variables.
what before and after?
Yeah, before and after what?
Now.
Okay, so just the
Present.
idea. How you ever have now is now. Oh, it's changing constantly.
Yep.
Yes.
For,
correct.
so before and after nothing.
No.
Right, you have to
Yeah.
quantify it, buddy.
Really? Before doesn't mean anything to you.
Yeah, but well,
Interesting.
colloquially we know what it means, but it's nothing more. He already said it 50 times that it's nothing more than the movement in the sky quantified. And if you want to dispute
He's
that, you're
still
just
wrong.
arguing objectivity.
But Moyoc understands what I mean when I say before and after. If you want to claim you don't, or you actually don't, that's a you problem.
I just said I do colloquially. It seems like you're not good at listening very well.
Okay, so you don't need to quantify time then, because
Time
before is not a quantity.
Time is a concept. We use it to quantify. Dude,
No.
We've agreed kind of on that though, with it. It's just about percentages now
Oh, this
saying
is
Measure, be any unit of
nobody
measure you want.
witnessing it. It's not. It can't exist without people witnessing it.
well,
It's just
the
a progression of existence. Any unit of measure you want.
I would say the more accurate way to say it is the conceptual description or perception of it is dependent upon, like conscious understanding. So sentience.
It's
You
just a
can-
progression of existence. Would
You
you agree
can
that we
use
have a
the
progression
word
of existence?
a different way with the same with the other guys. You can all misunderstand the word. That's
Time
the
is
we
not
have
the
it.
progression of existence.
Yeah,
Time is
Progression
the
of existence.
understanding
That's
of
time. And
progression
use
of
any unit of measure you want.
no.
Yep.
Any
See-
unit,
Yes.
any quantifiable.
No.
Hold on. Any quantifiable. You said quantifiable. Any quantifiable measure of existence you want. It could be how fast an inchworm moves in a minute. It could be how fast a raindrop falls. How a snowflake drops. It could be any kind of unit of measure you want. That could be time.
Okay, so how
Whether
fast?
or
How
not
fast
it's quantified, Xanax.
hey, buddy,
Just
how
the
fast?
rules.
You put quantify in there? Yeah.
Exactly. How fast?
Do you
But
have
the
to
rules are
quantify
rules.
I heard
for it to be
5
time?
We
people
don't need
talking
a
at the same
sentient
time.
quantifier, man. We don't need
I
a
heard
sentient
5 people respond at the same time. What was the answer? What was the response?
As long as you
You
put
just-
quantify in there, that's fine.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
fine
You just
definition.
said you said fast.
I'm
That
gonna
requires
ask him, though.
quantification.
Yeah, we use the
Do you have
second
to
and the minute and the
quantify
hour. What's wrong with that?
Okay, if I change it
Yes,
to
you don't.
if I change it to A, B, and C, did the actual motion change? Did passing
No, because
change?
A, B, and C are variables. You haven't filled in what they quantify. Them.
What if I make up
Exactly.
new names for the quantification method though? If
That's
I just
fine.
decide,
As long as they have. Do you know what a unit? Do you know what a unit of measure is? Do you know what a unit of measure is?
No, we can't measure
Xanax, hang
that.
on.
You're
If there's
talking over
no
each other.
observer, right?
Yeah.
Then you gotta. His premise is,
There's no observer.
yeah, time doesn't exist if there's nobody conscious or sentient.
counting
So
it.
basically, if a tree. So it's like the old analogy of
Yes.
the tree falling
Yes.
in the forest. If no one heard it, then it didn't
Yes.
fall. Right.
Yes.
No, it's,
No,
it's,
no,
it's not
Xanax.
if it, it's
That's
if
what
it made
you're
a
saying.
Hold
sound.
on.
It's if it made a
It's not
sound,
like
not
that.
if it
The
fell,
tree could
dude.
have fallen. We don't know.
I know. I was over embellishing your the equation.
Hey,
Xanax,
so
do
Xanax,
you
if I
need
say
to quantify time for it to exist?
Do you have to quantify time for it to exist? No.
yeah, that's a very
No.
stupid question
No,
because
exactly.
You could qualify.
No, that is not a stupid question because that is exactly the answer I was going for.
Right.
That's the
You can say
question on the
before
table.
and after.
Why do you have
And
to
those aren't
quantify it? Do I have
You
to
don't have
quantify? Do I have to quantify the power of my car for it to have power?
Nope.
that's a non sequitur.
That's
No, it's not.
That
It's a
is
directly
concept.
analogy.
No, it's not
directly
because
analogous.
that's materially verifiable. Time is
Okay.
conceptual.
Do I have
and
to
before and after
quantify?
are-
Before
Hold
and
on.
after
Do I have
is
to quantify?
conceptual.
Do I have to quantify your dreams for them to exist?
What?
You know what I
no.
said?
The answer is no.
Okay, so that's the same thing as time.
Yeah, similar in
The
how you're
trees
trying to.
exist whether you count them or not. That's what
Lemon,
Xanax
this
is
is
saying.
not your
It's the same
time.
with
Lemon, this is not the time. Lemon, it's not the time.
Although
for a
he's
second.
right.
Hold on a
No,
second,
that
Lemon.
means
They're
that-
not
So we
getting
know
your
dreams
analogy.
exist. Hold,
Yeah,
I know,
passing exists, yeah.
Lemon, just give it a break for a second. I know you can jump in a second here. But what's it? We all know dreams exist. How would you quantify them?
Why would I do such a thing?
Because it's the same thing as time. It's a concept, as you said.
Time's conceptual relative to the interpreter.
But a
I mean,
concept
so-
is
so
something that
is a
describes
dream.
something.
So is
A concept is a concept. God, you can't make a sentence and just shut up for a second. It's really kind of
Dude,
irritating.
stop self-projecting.
No, I'm not projecting. You said something, and then I say something, you just immediately run over me.
I
Just
was
just
literally
say
trying to
something and
finish what I
stop.
was.
You did finish. You said, go ahead, say then.
Okay, dreams are conceptual relative to the interpretation, the interpreter, right? Specifically.
No, it wasn't Matt. See that, but that's to whoever just made that point. Doofus or whoever said that. It's not doesn't need to be quantified. Then your interpretation is not quantification.
See, passing is an idea, right? So because we die, we slowly age over time. We consider it to linear passing that we quantify via what we call time. Everything I just said is objective. If you want to dispute it, you can have fun, but whatever.
No, aging isn't tied directly linearly to time. It's
That's
not a good
why.
unit of
Yeah,
measure.
that's why. Yeah, okay.
Maybe
First of all-
overall we could use it. We could say the length of a lifetime could be a certain year at a time, but during that period, it's variable. People age at different rates. That's why it's not a good unit of measure of time.
No,
See, a
no,
better
rates-
unit of measure of time. Hold on. See, this is what I'm talking about. I let you talk. Just let me
Well,
finish.
the rates
A
are
better
irrelevant.
No, it's not. You keep on saying that, but that doesn't make it true. Just stop talking for a second. Let me finish. This is how it works. What's it? I say something, then you say something.
I'm gonna just
okay?
get in the shower. Like,
So let me finish.
if you talk a long time, I'm just gonna.
Can
have
I?
to
Can I?
leave.
I have able. You made your point. Let me respond. That's what I've been trying to do for the last 10 seconds. So a unit measure of time be something that is quantifiable, such as how fast an inchworm travels. Could be a unit measure of speed. It's crazy, but it's something that actually is fairly constant. We can get a decent average out of that. There might be faster and slower inchworms, but your life, how you age is not linear. You age faster as you get older. So it wouldn't work. Time is just a progression of existence. You don't need a unit of measure. It just is.
You're right. You don't
The
need-
concept is true. The concept describes that it is how fast things go by, how that life, the universe, how fast things age.
That's
is
what I'm trying to
time.
explain to you. That's what I'm trying to explain to you.
Everything. Hold on. You would not agree that everything in the universe responds to time in the same way.
Okay, first of all, time
relative to itself.
Nothing responds to time.
That's what I'm trying to say. Time is a conceptual.
Time doesn't affect everything.
Does it find time? Can you listen, please, and not interrupt? Time is a conceptual quantification of passing, okay? The reason that we adhere to the concept of passing is within this material perception that we're confined to, we have degradation of cells and die over time.
Would you stop using big words you know what they mean? Just use English.
I would agree with everything you said except for the quantification. I wouldn't limit it to that because you could also
It's not the quantification.
But hold up, you could also qualitatively assess it by saying before or after or quicker or slower. So I wouldn't necessarily say quantify. I would say it's our perceptual understanding, but it could be both quantitative.
Yeah, time, you're right. Percentage time can exist without you quantifying it.
Well, that's why I always make a distinction between time and passing. But whatever, I say time is the conceptual quantification of passing, but the passing itself is also a concept due to our limitation. Dude, passing is a concept due to our limited perception of degradation of cells. Are you not listening?
No, it's not. And I told you it's not. Because degradation of cells is not a constant rate.
It doesn't matter.
You can't use it.
Dude, okay. It doesn't matter that there's a constant
You're going to try to talk
rate.
faster than me to get your point across, aren't you?
Buddy, it doesn't matter about the rate, okay? It's the fact that we take the concept of passing because we think things die over time. The rate in which they die is irrelevant. It's a concept based on our material confinement. It doesn't matter what you say back.
Why confinement? Just stop using big words you don't understand. Look, the quantification would include the rate.
Existed before life.
Can we just
the quantification is a measure of these things like rate and velocity, change of this, that, and that. Rate of change is what rate is. What is the quantification?
No, that's wrong.
Time is not a quantification.
Time we should get a little more Socratic
existence.
Rather than
keep get a word in edgewise. Someone talking over you.
Well, you're not really making sense, Anik.
You guys
let me say it clearly.
Exactly what
time is not quantified. Time is not quantified.
Because it needs to be
quantified doesn't need to be quantified. It just is. And if you want to quantify it, you have to give it a unit of measure, period. That's it.
Wrong.
Okay, again,
movement that can be quantified. When you quantify it, you have time. It can also be qualitatively assessed or understood. And when you do that, you still have time. As soon as you impart this understanding, whether it's qualitative or quantitative, it's time. This understanding is imparted on movement, on like these things, this matter actually moving. That's what's actually happening.
And when you don't do either, you still have time.
Yeah, because they're doing it regardless percentage. This is what is getting very, very weird here.
But okay, this is the thing though. The idea of linear time comes from material confinement.
Let Crux say what he was saying.
Well, let's ask each other, let's be more Socratic, right? Would we agree that, we could, make the tree fall in the woods argument and say the stuff's going to move around whether there's anybody aware of it or not, whether there's anyone putting a concept of the movement, the shit is moving. Yeah. And the progress of that existence, whether it's a sentient existence or not, can be summed up in a word, and we're putting the progress of existence definition on time, and that's the word we're using the way we're using it.
No, I disagree with that. I would say the progress of it, falling or whatever, that's movement. You have movement right there. As soon as you say it fell, then this happened, or it fell quicker than this tree, or whatever. As soon as you speak with it in those terms, then you're imparting your understanding of what happened.
You can't have movement without time, but you don't need to have movement to have time.
You can't have time without
movement.
That's it. No, that's it. That's exactly right.
You absolutely need movement for time.
No, you can't have time without movement.
Xanax,
yes, you can.
That's where you got
You don't need movement for time.
That's where you got the concept, though.
You don't need movement for time.
That's where we got the concept.
Yes, you do.
No.
That's literally where we got the
concept.
concept.
Show us an example of nothing moving, absolutely nothing moving, and yet time is perceived to be passing.
Yeah, what's it said himself? Things age. Things age.
Aging is still the turning over of cells. A person.
That's movement.
That's time nothing moves.
Telomeres unraveling in the nucleus of the cells.
But does something have to move for there to be time?
Yes, that's where you got time from movement in the sky.
No, it's the exact opposite. Yep. Without time, you have no movement. Without movement, you have no time.
Okay, well, if you think that was
the apparent movement of the sun is what we subdivided to quantify time. It didn't create time.
No time. We know humans created time. It's a concept.
No.
Let's say the whole universe froze. Let's say all movement just before the big freeze. Hold on. Just and everything stopped. Nothing moved, but you still were thinking. Is time passing?
How are you thinking?
There's
Do you
no
have a body?
Yeah.
Faculties? A brain?
Yes.
Neurons? Neurons?
It's a way to
firing,
measure
synapses? That's all movement.
Time allows
not-
the
you- we're not-
progress
we're
of
not-
events in your brain to take place.
Well, no, the blood flowing in your brain is movement. I agree, but is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, you
Cells
still have
moving?
movement within.
I was thinking. See, all we knew was the thought. We didn't know whether anything else. We couldn't tell whether our cells were dividing. Right? All we knew was we had thoughts. Would time still be in existence?
Well, that depends if you think that you could have sentience without, like metaphysical thoughts without the physical underpinning. I would say you have to prove that.
Regardless of the underpinnings, I'm just saying everything in the universe froze just for that. Before we all are destroyed, for the 5 nanoseconds that we exist without anything moving, we still have some thoughts, and then we all died. During that period, did time exist?
You would stop thinking too. You have no thought.
Okay, I guess it's a bad analogy then.
How do you not know that, dude? It's so simple, dude. We look at the sky and we're like, "Oh, look, this keeps moving."
I get that. I get that. I agree with you there. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to dissociate it.
To say movement is a poor thing. You should say just change.
Yeah. How are we saying the question? How are we saying that events don't progress unless there's a sentient observer? How are we?
Most of us don't.
Well, time would exist.
Because the observer could die, and time would still progress. Now, whether they would know it was progressing, that's true. They wouldn't know, but time would still progress.
Yeah, this is, if we can accept this definition of the progress of events, and it's able to put quantification and qualification on it, we're able to take it to deeper levels, but on its foundation, it's just the progress of events. Can we not assume, or, even halfway, isn't it possible percent to say maybe time is progressing even if no one's watching it?
It would have to. I mean, otherwise, how would it progress? We just wouldn't know about it because there'd be no observer to know it. But if
that's theory, right? It's theory.
Percent will say Zen, he'll be like, he's been telling us, and I hope I'm understanding correctly. Well, that's just things moving. You can't put the label of time on it now.
Well,
absolutely.
How do you get movement without time?
Movement is change of position. But as
Change of
soon
position
as it's judged and understood by someone sentient,
So
that's
there
where
you
we
go.
come up with the time.
What's your definition of movement? Moyak's got you.
I just told you.
You don't need movement.
Change
You
of
just
distance
need
with
change.
respect to time. Movement is defined as change of distance with respect to time.
Right.
We have the definition of time being
position.
Well, no, that's
You
Steve.
can't have,
Xanax.
Distance.
you can't have
distance.
movement
hold up.
without time. So you can't.
When you bring
can't
about
have
distance, you're defining something with a concept, with another concept that doesn't need to be related to it.
But that's
Distance-
what movement is.
distance
Something has to
is
change
Our
position.
conceptual understanding of volume, of spatial dimension, which is not necessary. All you need to say is that it's the change of those spatial dimensions.
Well, we have
That's kind of a more wordy thing of saying change of distance with respect
Change
to
of
time.
position.
Change of
Spatial
position. Sure, I'll
dimensions,
take
the
position.
is
Change of position with
dictated
respect to time.
Hold up.
Position
the
infers
position is
distance
dictated
between the two,
by
but
the
go ahead.
change.
That's fine.
Let me just say
We
this.
agree.
Position,
We're not arguing. We're not
Okay,
right
well,
now.
let me
We're
say
agreeing.
it for the rest of the people, because you keep on interrupting it. So let me get it out. Position is the spatial dimensions, right? X, Y, and Z. That gives us
it's not the
position.
spatial dimensions. It's just the position is something relative to something else as it moves.
No, because you could have position without something moving.
Yes.
Yeah, so
it's not
just,
spatial dimension. You mean a spatial
it's
position?
The volume. If the
so
volume
spatial
of this
position
matter,
is what you mean.
Yeah, it's the
spatial position
volume of this matter. The
not
matter
volume
that
of the
exists
matter.
has spatial dimensions that we can measure and like understand to give us like
the change, the movement has nothing to do with the spatial dimensions. It has to do with the spatial position. You had me at spatial. You had me at position change with respect to time. That is correct.
No, that's not correct. I didn't say that.
Really?
You're straw manning.
No, I'm not straw manning. I said position change, and I agree with you. Then you said spatial dimensions, and I started disagreeing with you.
Yeah, position.
Let's go back to position change with all that it infers with respect to time.
Not with respect to time.
Position change with respect to time. Why can't you accept that? Why can't you swallow that?
That's because that's not what it actually is. Brass tacks
is actually
change.
that.
Hold up, listen. Brass tacks. It's position change of this you know, whatever we're talking about, whatever object we're talking about, with respect to the position change of the sun.
Oh, what? Ask it. Ask what we
that's hold up. No,
I could look at
time-
something and look at something
the
else, and
units
that
of
my
measurement of time
movement
are based off of the movement
Oh,
of the
God.
sun, the position change of the sun. So you're basically comparing position changes relative to the position change of the sun.
What?
I know it sounds. That's what it is, though. Literally.
What is what? Say it
Anything
again,
that's
'cause it made no
anything
sense.
that's
Yeah,
compared,
again.
anything that's like, you know, per unit time, you're basically comparing that thing with the movement of the sun.
But we're not doing per unit time. They're doing just before and after.
He just said with respect to time. This
Yeah,
is
but-
like speed
Yeah,
is
but
distance.
Why would it be the sun? Why can't it be the galaxy or some other celestial body? Why can't it be a black hole? I mean, you're just arbitrarily giving it a unit. You inadvertently just made my point.
That's the entire world.
You arbitrarily and you
Xanax, it's not
inadvertently,
arbitrary, 'cause the
coincidentally,
entire
stop it.
world
Let me
agreed
finish.
on this.
Let me finish. You just conferred my point that you just gave it a unit measure of you just gave it a unit of measure. You just gave it one. You gave the sun. That's your unit of measure.
That's what.
So you did
when we say speed, distance per unit time, the time uses the units of measure of the sun. That's what the world is agreed upon.
But that implies that movement is the only thing that you need for time. Things can move with or without an observer being there to see it move. So on that level, time could exist with or without an observer as
How do you
long as
know?
something is moving or there's some sort of progression.
How do you know something's moving without observing it?
We don't need to know.
Well, there are things that happen without our observation. So time would exist, we just wouldn't know it. That's it. But it's not
that's
something
an
assumption that you've
As
made.
soon as you have someone that's capable of like observing that it's moving, then
For us
they're
to know it,
imparting
but
that
there's-
conceptual understanding.
For us to know it, yes. But there are things that happen without our knowledge all the time. That's the essence of objective reality. Things that occur with or without our cognizance or without our knowledge. So if things can happen with or without our knowledge and observation, like the progression of events, movement, or whatever, then potentially you could have time by the definition of time being the progression of events or movement or whatever.
I'll tell you why
Let
you're
me
incorrect.
gave you the definition.
How do you know
He's
that
giving
things
you
can
the
happen?
framework. I don't
hold
know
up, Chris.
why this.
Lemon.
Look, but he's giving you this is the philosophy on the table right now. The objective reality philosophy. Lemon has hit the nail on the head. You should address it.
Okay,
from
let
this
me
angle.
respond to it then. So,
I'm sorry.
My question to you, Lemon, is how do you know that this can happen?
Because there are other events that occur without our knowledge all the time. So by that logic, if other events happen without our knowledge, then time possibly could pass without our knowledge too by that logic.
Perfect.
At least
so you're relying
possibly.
on human logic to have this understanding that things could move without our observation. You're
Do
deducing
you
that
want us to
based
use
off of your
alien
human
logic, demon logic, God
No,
logic?
let's say
what
you
sort of
had no
you want
logic
us
to begin with.
use?
Let's say you were in an inanimate
Oh,
object.
we're
Where would
percentage.
you get the time from?
Anyway, we have two different definitions of time: the progression of events with or without our knowledge, aka time, versus an observer, arbitrarily designating what time is or is not. So we have two different definitions of time.
I don't think it's even that different because right now, even that first one that you're saying is basically the second one because you're relying on your past observations, past deductions, past logic to be able to say that it will exist even without current observation or deduction or logic. You're still relying on sentience, whether it's from the past or whether you have it now.
We don't need to rely on sentience. I exist whether or not somebody knows about my existence or not. There's probably somebody in New Zealand or China or something like that who is totally ignorant of my existence, and there's probably somebody over there that whose existence I'm totally ignorant of as well.
Could you say that if you were a rock? Could you say that if you were a rock?
Why do you have to retrograde past? We have the logic, but we're saying, now that we've been able to make these observations and use this logic, we can see that even if it wasn't here, there possibly still be You're making the no objective reality argument.
The only reason you guys are saying that time exists, regardless of observation, is because you have made observations in the past that let you come up to that conclusion. If you were a rock, or if you were an inanimate object without sentience, you would never say that.
Why are you? Okay, would you agree that you're arguing against objective reality then, basically?
I don't think so.
Can I make a quick point about him using the sun as a unit of measure? Because you don't have to use the sun as a unit of measure. You could use something else. You don't need that.
I know. If we didn't have the sun, we'd have water clocks or metronomes or
Yeah,
marine
but you made
chronometer.
specific.
The sun is just the most convenient, and it's universal and whatever.
Things
Well,
change. There's
the
rules.
moment you have motion, people would tend to think of time passing because time is thought of as the progression of events, one after the other, movement, stuff like that. So if you're saying that events can happen outside of our knowledge or existence, then at that point you're kind of committed to saying time exists, whether or not we know about it or not.
Things move, and we know that because we observe it. If we weren't capable of observation, we wouldn't be able to recognize that things are moving and that time is, a quantification or qualification of those movements.
Well, if events happen with or without our knowledge, then time can exist with or without our knowledge as well. That would be the logic. Assuming that time is the progression of events, or one thing happening or moving after another, or something like that.
That assumption is the crux right there. That's not what time is. It's not the progression of events. That's movement. Movement is progression of matter or what have you. What time is the understanding of that.
No, boy, I got what's movement?
Change of position.
Change of position. So there was a position and then there's a new position. The position.
How do you know that there's change without thinking about things through time? Or
exactly. As soon as you observe it
one way, and then a later time when something was not quite the same way, you'd still, definitionally, it's impossible to even talk about without some appeal to time, whether we know about it or not.
Some appeal to understanding or to logic or conceptualization.
Oh, damn that logic.
That logic.
I mean,
it's the truth.
I guess
we won't be able to recognize that something's moving unless we have the ability to recognize it, right?
Well, the question isn't, are we recognizing it? That's not the question.
Well, time doesn't exist as a block. It's not a person like you and me that can speak or anything like that. It does have a bit of a conceptual nature. Like a run. When you go on a run, the run doesn't have a block of color. It doesn't look like anything. It's just a concept of moving your feet pretty quickly. And so on that level, time doesn't appear to have an ontological essence. Yes. But the question is, how are we defining it in the abstract terms? What are we trying to say when we talk about time? Is it observer dependent? Is it not dependent on the observer? That's another question.
I'm all for the maybe percentage, but again, it comes back to that philosophical objectivity, and I'm having a hard time why you're not on the maybe on the other side too, based off of just the definition disagreements pretty much.
Because to say that time exists outside of movement is basically saying that it's not just like that's the whole general relativity thing, that it's its own dimension, right? And that's not the case. All it is change of position of the first three dimensions. It's change of spatial position.
So if you're saying that time needs an observer, what is the observer observing if not an objective reality? What time would there be for the observer to observe or abstract or whatever if there isn't some sort of thing with some sort of essence here, whatever we call time? I mean, the observer would be nothing without something ontologically or whatever to observe. I mean, otherwise it would be meaningless. For the observer to observe things passing or whatever, we generally call that time, whatever it is. And so without something to observe, the observer wouldn't even have, a concept of time in the first place, which implies that it kind of exists in some level.
But he's not saying that there's nothing for the observer to observe. He's saying specifically what they are observing and then calling it time. But what they're observing isn't a separate thing from the motion or the movement. It is the movement. The observation is of things moving themselves, and then it is referred to as the concept of time.
Okay, well, I guess the question is, what is in this abstraction? Do we see a block of love? No, we see actions that point back to this idea of love. Do we see justice as a block or a person? No, we see a bunch of actions that we generally call justice. Math, whatever. These abstractions cover a bunch of actions and stuff like that as this package that we call time then. But if stuff can happen and progress with or without us knowing about it or observing it, then I'm comfortable saying that time can exist with or without us observing it. Maybe, God would have
you're only comfortable saying that because you're relying on your intellect. Intellect is the necessary antecedent.
Try to reason through this, so I don't know.
Let me say this: reason, or intellect, or sentience, or whatever, is the necessary antecedent for time. Just like Just like an observer is a necessary antecedent for a horizon.
Well, it's antecedent for everything then percent by your logic. So you're falsely acting like it's categorical when it's general.
How?
Well, I mean, I don't know if we can separate ourselves from our intellect or reason, so I don't know if we can know that ourselves. To know even that, we'd have to somehow separate our intellect from ourselves to somehow come to that conclusion without intellect. I mean, I think at that point that's just tautological and meaningless.
You got that.
Somebody can't know something without their, like, a thing cannot be known without someone to know it, right? So I mean, like, that's kind of what it comes down to, is a thing cannot be known unless there is a being to know it. Right?
Rocks don't exist.
What?
I just think that that's tautological and meaningless. I mean, as far as I can tell, if we define time as the passage of events, then if events pass without us observing it or knowing about it, then potentially time could exist.
What's an event?
You don't know that
Define
it happened.
event.
You don't know that the event passed.
Something that happens once but may or may not happen again.
So time is the passage of something that happens once but may or may not happen again.
Yeah.
What's movement?
Going from point A to point B relative to some sort of background and some sort of background substance.
So could you say that movement is an event?
Yes.
Okay, could you say that passage is movement?
Passing through a medium, sure.
Okay, so in other words, you could say that movement is movement. You see what I did there? We just substituted your definition for the thing that it is, and it's the same word.
Movement is translation or whatever term you want to use instead of movement.
Yeah, we can say progression,
from point A to point B,
passage.
you were in one location and now you're in a new location that you were not in before relative to the background medium.
Exactly, yeah, you could say progression, passage, movement. What's the difference?
Well, if something
Progression doesn't
moved,
always cover physical movement, though.
if something moved in space and it happened instantly, no time would have progressed.
If it happened instantly, did it move?
Sure, but there was no time.
How do you know
it happened instantly?
How do you know it moved?
Well, that comes back to the observer thing again.
And to, like, something.
We're kind of going hypothetical here. I'm saying, did it move? Yes. It moved from point A to point B, but if there was no time, then it happened instantly. And if it happened instantly, then no time progressed. There's no need for the movement. It doesn't generate time.
Yes, you're right. If something happens instantly and it's all that happens and then nothing else changes, then it's timeless.
So movement doesn't make time.
Movement, yeah, there's no judge of movement if you don't have a reference point. So if everything is, standstill and or there's nothing, and you have no reference point to say that this thing moved, then
it didn't actually move. You're just saying it did.
Like, you can't prove it. If I have a sun and in a complete vacuum of nothingness, the only thing that happens is a sun, and it's moving, I'm not going to know it's moving because I have nothing to compare it to.
Well, to make it knowable, ideally you need to have an observer, but one can reason without an observer that, based off of the definition, if events are progressing of any sort, time would at least be somewhat necessary to even speak about that possibility. So based off of rationalization and reason, one can pretty comfortably, infer or assume that time would have to exist, whether we know about it or not.
Why?
That's the only necessary conclusion that's left if you're going to consistently apply the logic. If you've already had the definition of time being the progression of events, the progression of movement, whatever, and you already accept that events can happen with or without our knowledge, well, then at that point, you would be committed to saying time can possibly exist, past or whatever, abstract or whatever, with or without our knowledge.
Yeah, so I disagree with your definition.
Railways timetables kind of pushed forward the universal sort of agreement.
I think
Otherwise, it invites uncomfortable questions about what, if anything, is the objective nature of reality. If you're making the observer key, well, then at that point, that implies that the observer shapes the reality somehow by the very observations that they make. That's woo-woo and mystical, even
No,
for
not
me.
if it's metaphysical. Not if it's a conceptual understanding. They don't need to change the reality whatsoever. It's just changing the perception.
I think it's basically just like record keeping, one part record keeping, one part assumption. Like we keep the record of the things that happened. Okay, so like you can keep time on a watch of the things that took place, because that's all it's really doing is you're tracking how many ticks on a watch.
Did
have
time
already
progress
taken
even
place.
when we weren't keeping records of it? As far as I can tell, most people would say yes.
There
Whether
was
we were
never
marking the
a time
days or not, time was still
there was
passing.
never a time that we weren't keeping record over. That's not a time that exists. That's not a thing that exists. That's not a situation that ever existed. The sun was always in the sky, and it always moved. There was never a time when that wasn't the case.
Oh, that's false. God made the sun. Shut up. Bullshit.
I've got one.
From the
He
time
did that on the
of
fourth
yeah.
day.
Well, that's true.
Yeah, but he made us after.
That's accurate. I misspoke, and you are correct. I did misspeak. That would be. I would say that's on me. My misunderstanding that I've lived with for a long time of that situation, and I haven't necessarily acclimated yet to my better understanding now of how it works. So that is my bad. You are correct. I did just misstate that. I was wrong. 100%. You are correct.
But it doesn't
Well,
matter.
I guess we need to talk about the different definitions of time.
But
Percent, I was going to ask you, what's
No.
your definition of
Hold
time?
on, let Bob finish.
The point that I was making, though, is that what it comes down to is our record keeping now, and then our assumption that will continue to be the case. So we have our watch, and it keeps track of how many ticks have happened, or we keep track of how many ticks have happened, like for the day. Okay, and we have an assumption that the ticks will continue. And then whenever we look at a thing that's in a spot, and we leave and we come back and it's in a different spot, we assume that something has transpired, something like time has transpired because of what we witnessed when we were there, and then what we witnessed when we got back. But if we were challenged to demonstrate or to prove the thing that happened while we were gone, we would be incapable of doing so. It's based entirely on our assumption that took place. So it's record keeping with assumption.
If just a quick one, no one seems to mention about the equinoxes moving year by year. So if the sun does not cross the exact same part on the equator twice throughout the year, and it doesn't repeat those locations year on year, then it'll prove that there is another thing behind the time that we have that we're not using or considering.
Or
Wow, that's kind
just
of
that our
out there.
system of measurement isn't entirely accurate.
Because 1492, the sun came from the south and crossed the equator to the north at 141 east, and today it crosses it coming from the south to the north at 121 east. So over 500 years, that's 20 degrees. That's 1 degree every 25 years. Roughly 24, you could say that, which is about a third of a celestial degree time, which is 72 years. So,
well, if stuff isn't moving at the same rate, that implies.
Are you talking about a solar year or a calendar year?
He's on calendar. Bad calendar.
If you imagine the ecliptic agonic line on both sides, if that's moving in a clockwise direction 1 degree every 24 years, does that make sense?
Yeah, but see, that's the difference. A solar year is more than a calendar year. So that's already.
I always thought solar year was like a day on the sun. Okay, fine. So that's probably what I need to find. But that is showing that there is movement. Because that a little bit extra is accounting for the fact that it's also proceeding westwards at a rate of a third of a celestial.
At that point, then
I don't know about that. All I know is that
a measurement of the lack of synchronicity. So unless everything's moving at the same rate, you're going to have some sort of time factor that marks how out of sync this thing is with this other thing. So at that point, time is just a measure of synchronicity, whether we're moving at the same rate, doing activities at the same rate or whatever, or if we're out of sync somehow.
I'm going to put something in the text chat, which fucking is mind-blowing.
The question is, what, if anything, is the sun in sync with? Is it in sync with itself, or is it falling out of sync itself with its equinoxes or whatever? I think people say that the solar year appears to be changing, or the sun's activity appears to be changing, because there were structures in Egypt that were aligned perfectly with the sun to let the sun come in through the opening of the door and make the whole chamber awash in light. But those same chambers or those same structures are now out of alignment. So something is out of sync. Something is no longer in the same position or doing the same activity to give the same results. So at that point, some sort of time factor appears to be at play where something isn't in sync with what it was before.
Yeah, Lemon, could you be so kind as to turn on your noise cancellation so we don't have to listen to your beep?
I'll see what I can do.
Well, you can put your seatbelt. That's one thing.
You put the seatbelt up behind you, then the cops don't even think you're wearing it.
So percentage, please bring some clarity to this discussion with a definition of time, if you would. I think we have at least 3 definitions on the board. A measure of synchronicity, number 1, a measure of progression or movement, number 2, and number 3, some sort of arbitrary observer-dependent designation of whatever. Do you have another definition, percentage?
I would tweak your second definition of measure of movement, and I would say you could say, you know, if you want to be comprehensive, you could say a qualitative or quantitative measure of movement, or you could just say an understanding of movement. But like the idea is, as soon as you have someone to measure it, you know, you're imparting this wisdom. And the same goes for space too. You know, the volume that matter is taking up, the only way we come up with the first 3 dimensions, you know, these spatial dimensions, is by observing it, recognizing that it has certain properties, and then, you know, figuring out a way to measure it using matter to measure matter, just like time is movement measured by movement of the sun.
Well, I don't guess any definition will be 100% perfect. Even the definitions that we try to generate are probably going to be deconstructed, or there's going to be a problem with it on some level. But I guess the best definition that I can think of is time being an acknowledgement that not everything syncs up the same way. Not everything moves the same way. Not everything does activities at the same rate. And this lack of synchronicity is what we generally call time.
Okay. You say fuck my definition, just go with yours. That's fine.
No definition is perfect. I guess that's the reason why definitions have different flavors and different colors, depending on the situation you're talking about.
The whole point, though, is to be cognizant that it opens the door for a slippery slope to space-time being an actual thing that exists. And it's not, so that's why we have to be prudent with this. The same, like I said, the same thing happens with space. You have matter taking up, like, that has a volume, right? And as soon as you observe that this matter exists, and you have some level of intellect to see that it has volume and stuff, and it has properties, then you're able to use other matter, like, you know, your own a cubit, which is like, you know, from your elbow to your finger, or, you know, whatever type of unit of measurement that you have agreed upon or used, and measure the amount of length, height, width it has.
I would equate
again
time.
Just imparting our understanding to it.
Right now
I would equate time to sound, like, you know, sound something's happening, but there's no actual sound thing. It's just a ripple in the medium. You know what I mean? And I think that's what That's what time is. It's just something happening.
I would say so too. I mean, I think also with these definitions, we're talking about space time, but I just think of space time as the ether, an actual ontological substance, if you will, that space is made out of, that we need to acknowledge and understand to accurately understand what, if anything, the space around objects like you and me is. That's what I think of, if anything, is space time. I don't think of space time just as this graph where space and time are united for simplification of theory and calculation. I think of whatever we call space time as more like an ether, but I just have a different explanation for that.
Sure. I would agree with calling it an ether, but as soon as you kind of agree or use or allow for the term space time, it's like a slippery slope argument that these people run with, that heliocentrists run with.
You're trying to
relativity and
define away existence.
I would, instead of saying space-time, I would say the ether is just the medium that light propagates through. The medium of electromagnetism that light propagates through.
Electromagnetism doesn't exist without humans.
That's a concept, I guess. But we're just trying to, humbly, and faithfully acknowledge something that's occurring and trying to account for it as accurately as possible, whatever it is. Time, electromagnetism, numbers, love, hate, justice, whatever.
Rock, water, air.
I wouldn't put electromagnetism in that list, Lemon, because electromagnetism actually exists. Light is electromagnetism. Light is physical.
Nope. Light is a concept.
No. Electromagnetism belongs in Moyok's list.
Well, I guess we have to see whether the thing has quote-unquote physical effects, whether we can touch it, see it, smell it, taste it, or whatever. Can we do that with time? No. Can we do that with lightning? Well, light does touch our skin and cause us to feel warmth. So on that level, I guess it would be quote-unquote physical, whatever physical is. I guess physical is a bit of a concept too.
It gets absorbed by your skin, right? It's not it touches it.
Right.
It's observed by your eyes also. Little photons whack in the eyeball.
That's
or
true.
waves. Generate a voltage. Which
And
is
you can
used by your brain.
You can push things because photons have momentum.
Yeah. That seems to have some physical stuff going on. I guess the question is, are we accounting for it properly? I think when we say something's physical, ideally you'd be able to touch the thing, ultimately. But what is the concept of a touch? Is it, finger to finger, atom to atom, field to field, mind to mind, concept to concept? What even counts conceptually as contact with Zeno's paradox? Is half of an atom contact a touch? Is half of that a touch? Is half of that a touch? What constitutes contact, if at all?
Something you can feel.
Yeah.
I feel you, Lemon.
So something you can feel. So two rocks touching each other, that's nobody can feel that. At least the rocks don't.
Yeah.
Well, I thought we were talking about, humans. Fingertip to fingertip, blah, blah, blah.
Why?
Well, with Zeno's paradox, Moyak, I guess what, if anything, is the unit of contact? Zeno's paradox asks us, when you take a step, to start a race, what if you take half of that step? What if you take half of that step? What if you take half of a step? When do you start moving? When does the unit, if anything, of space begin? Movement begin? Contact begin? When does it go from being arbitrary to being real? Because some of these divisions are a little arbitrary. So at that point, if, we consider a contact with this kind of arbitrary shifting definition, well, then there's a bunch of stuff that we know about and don't know about even with, that contact. what it goes into contact. Is it one atom, two atoms, three atoms, a field, a concept? Is there any sort of thing there at all? These are kind of big questions in a way.
Well, I wouldn't call them big questions. They're more like esoteric questions.
Yeah, two rocks can't touch.
Yeah. But since there's so much that's unknown, even in physical contact, about what, if anything, constitutes contact, and or what does or doesn't constitute contact, well, there's a lot that happens there that's unknown. So that means
I don't know,
there's
but I know it when I see it.
Well, yeah, I know it if I see it too. And for the purposes of colloquial conversation, I know what contact is. But, what gives us a rigid definition that doesn't shift? One atom, two atoms, a field, a micron away, 2 microns away. And, there's a lot that's unknown even with this known stuff of contact even. But I think that, even with the known, with there being unknowns, even in the known, there's an objective reality out there that happens without our knowledge that is still quite objective. All the way from the known contact, Zeno's paradox or whatever, all the way to the unknown that we're totally ignorant of beneath the earth, up in the heavenlies, without an observer even finding out about it for years, including with time. I don't think a human observer is necessary for objective reality, like, what we call time or whatever. I'd probably leave that up to God. But I don't think that the human observer is that relevant.
That's just, we don't know what a day is to God, but it could be 1 billion years, because on the 4th billion years, he created the earth.
It could be,
He
but
did the sun, sorry.
Well, I think on the first day, God made the light and the dark ether, swirling around each other like a yin and yang symbol. I think on day 4, the sun and the moon came in only as rulers of the day and the night, a day and night cycle that was already in place when the sun and the moon were put up in the firmament or whatever. That's the way that I would reconcile it. So we have a light dark period swirling around each other, whatever it is, to make the first day.
Well, they say a day to God is like 1,000 years. Is that biblical? I don't know if that's biblical.
But we still have 1,000 years, the notion of what 1,000 years on somewhat of an objective level, because you're with God. And then when you come back to this, mortal dimension, 1,000 years or whatever appears to have passed, I guess 1,000 years being, the swirl of that light and dark ether within a certain period or whatever.
And maybe they just chose, like, with the 40 days and 40 nights, these are like old terminologies. Maybe 1,000 years was just like a really, really long time. Could be 10 billion.
Well, the observer is important for time on some level, because their brain has to process the event. You have to think about the event, mull it over. That requires a body. If you're an angel or God up in the heavenlies with, superior synapses that could fire 1,000 times to 1 versus our slow human synapses, time for them is going to pass differently. They're going to integrate information probably in a fraction of a second, and time, would slow to a crawl, I guess, for them, or vice versa for us. So part of it's the body, part of it's being in a dimension where things happen and stuff like that. So I think that combination is what we call time, being in a dimension with a certain body and where things happen in a certain way and progress in a certain way. We're in the human dimension when we sleep or when we die. We're going to go to another dimension with another body where things happen totally differently.
Like I said, asked before, is a day, or is a day is 1,000 years in God's world? Is that biblical or is that extra biblical?
It says something about that. I think people talk about that being like a prophetic day, or being with him in the spiritual world. But that's the only sense in which a day with God is as 1,000 years. Otherwise,
I thought that was a Genesis thing. Okay.
Yeah.
I think it might be attempting to establish the concept that time is for us. It's not for God. Time isn't something that he has to manage or deal with in the way that we do. It's a thing for us, not for him.
I would say, though, with that, I would reverse that if I was going to try and understand how an omnipotent being functions. I would say the other way, which is 1,000 years is but a second to God.
Well, God does say I was the first and not I'm the Alpha and the Omega, which kind of says I'm the first and the last. How can you have, first and the last progression without some semblance of time? I think when God made everything, he made time flow a little differently here versus a little differently there. But it does look like events at the very least were passing on at least some level.
Because I got to figure out how bad a God is. It takes him 4 days to build a universe, especially if you put 1,000 years in there. He's omnipotent,
Well,
infinite power, infinite. It doesn't take him any time to accomplish something. It snap your fingers, it's done.
Well, I mean, the thing is, for us to have a relationship with him, we need to know that God isn't going to change things willy-nilly. So the moment he sets that light and dark ether, swirling around each other, he's not going to mess with it. He's just going to leave it alone and let it be in an objective reality so that we know that God isn't just going to change things willy-nilly. Even though God can do anything he wants, he's still just, which is a way of saying that once he does something, he's not just going to arbitrarily undo it without good reason. He's going to have a just reason for doing or undoing whatever he does. That's what makes him knowable, easy to trust and have faith in, because he instantiates things. He lets things exist after he creates them and lets them do whatever they're going to do. I think people focus on God's power to do anything that he wants to do, but they forget about his morality. They forget about whether God does what he should do. And should God just change everything arbitrarily with the snap of his fingers? Not if he wants to have any sort of lasting relationship with anything. At that point, that would be immoral.
I appreciate you.
Don't forget about God's morality, Moyak.
I don't see that.
Do you see God changing things willy-nilly? Do you see a tree evolving to a cobra or something like that?
Yes. But I wasn't even thinking willy-nilly. He blew up all humans once. Gonna do it again. He does seem a little bit willy-nilly. He comes in arbitrarily. He lets lots and lots and lots of people become evil. And he says, I'm sick of this. Does something about it and then regrets it afterwards. Very, very fallible.
I think of that as a just response to man's evil. The fallen angel Nephilim were having nookie with human women, probably trying to invalidate the prophecy that said the Messiah would come from the seed of the woman as opposed to the Nephilim hybrid. I think by the time God judged the world with a flood, nobody was having any human children, if they were having any human children at all, and weren't, sacrificing them to Molech. And at that point, it was just Noah, his family, and Nephilim abominations that didn't want to have anything to do with God. I think of that as a righteous judgment on sin. But
Yeah, but the problem is that first off, he knew it was going to come, and he also knew it was happening. He let it go on for thousands of years. Then he did something about
He is a just God, so he's going to let it play out at least as far as possible before stepping in and intervening. Luckily, we had the Messiah, so God did what he had to do, quote unquote.
So now we can screw any Nephilim we want. Or angels.
I think of the Nephilim cannibalizing man, raping man, doing all sorts of occultic rites. Back then, it was probably this big horror show, this big occultic horror movie.
The passage is 2 Peter 3:8.
What does that say?
It says that 1 day is like 1,000 years, and 1,000 years like 1 day to God. He's not slow in promises. I'm not sure. I have my phone, so I can't read it. say it.
Okay, so it doesn't have to do with the Genesis stuff.
No, no.
Like, other than indirectly, that time period would still be applied then, possibly.
I think Jubilee or Jasher says that Adam was not allowed to live 1,000 years because 1,000 years like a day of testimony or something like that to God. It was something weird like that.
What's up, guys? How are we living?
Clean.
You said clean?
You asked me how I'm living. I'm living clean life.
No doubt. That's cleanliness is why we're so advanced right now.
And yet somehow we don't know the shape of the earth.
What's up? You cut out.
We're so advanced, yet we don't know the shape of the earth.
I mean, we
so
we don't even know that the Earth has a shape.
Yo, you're so advanced, yet you're still wiping your butt with paper.
Well, I mean, I got the three seashells. I don't know what your guys are using.
You have the what?
No one caught that? Okay. 3 seashells. I got my grill and I can't say S is good.
I don't get it.
The 3 seashells, bro? You don't know what the 3 seashells are?
No.
How do you not know this?
Is that like a brand for a bidet or what?
No, it's from Demolition Man.
Oh, I don't get the reference.
You never saw Demolition
I
Man?
probably have, but I don't remember every line in every movie I watched, so must have been not that memorable for me.
The 3 seashells, bro. That's how they didn't have toilet paper. Yeah, cleanliness is why we're so advanced right now. Not only did it enable people to live longer, but it's also the reason why you got all those chips in your computers and cell phones and shit. Those are all made in clean rooms. You wouldn't even have fucking none of this shit if it wasn't for cleanliness. You can't make a computer chip in a fucking cave, dusty ass cave. Some
Yeah, but
dusty
I
ass
think that's
warehouse and shit.
a different definition for clean.
Dude, why do you think they call it a clean room? Because there's no fucking dust in it.
I understand, but is dust inherently unclean, unhygienic?
Yeah, man.
I don't think so.
If I walk in your fucking, hell yeah, it's not clean. If I walk in your house and there's fucking an inch thick layer of dust over everything, I'm gonna be like, this place is filthy, right?
Yeah, but you'll be like that, and an inch is a lot, right? But dust is everywhere, right? And it's like even our own
Not in
skin
the clean room.
is releasing dust. So
It's
is it
not
really
in the clean room.
Hold, but like the dead skin, the sloughing off skin, that's considered dust. Let's say, your body's clean. What's dirty? What's unhygienic about the dust that's coming off of your skin?
It's not only dead skin cells. There's other parts to it, but
Sure, but it's a form of dust, right? It makes up part of dust. So
yeah, or it could just be dirt. Tiny particles of dirt.
okay, let's say you have soil, dirt. What is inherently unhygienic about it?
What's dirty about dirt?
Yeah.
Come on,
Let's
bro.
say,
Are you
no, for
fucking
real.
with me?
Let's say I was just gardening, right? And I have some soil on my
Yeah.
hands.
And you're all dirty.
I got some soil on my hands, right? And
Yeah,
it
you're all
dries
dirty.
and it kind of like flakes off. And I still have like a little bit of dust of the soil. Are my hands actually unhygienic? Are they dirty? I don't know, man. Like, what constitutes filth?
Listen, these guys got you all going crazy with that time thing. Just
No,
relax.
for real though. Like, humor me.
What time is it?
This right here. This is why no one asked you to prom, okay?
Yeah, percentage is a nightmare. You're a certified nightmare. You're like Jason and Freddy mixed together.
No, for
If
real.
Jason
Okay,
and
so
Freddy and Michael Myers was gonna have a threesome and have a baby, you'd be the baby they're having.
for real though, for real though. I when I think of something filthy, I think of something disgusting. Oh, hold up, I gotta go.
So how do we know it's dirty or not?
Freddy and Jason run away scared when they hear your music.
Yeah, when Freddy Krueger has nightmares, you're the guy that's in them. You go swimming in Crystal Lake for fun. The point is cleanliness is why we can have all the computer shit, chips and shit. You know what I mean? No dust, no dirt, all that. Listen, I don't make me quote Old Dirty, but I'm gonna. And Old Dirty said, "quote God made dirt, and dirt will bust your ass." So that's straight from Old Dirty Bastard. So I mean, you can't. That's a good citation right there. Okay, no, write that down. No one's ever used "Old Dirty Bastard" for a citation before in this arena, so I'll take that. I'll take that first. Somebody write that down. That's why I need a secretary.
All right, I'm back. So
You were
where do we get
gone?
the whole filth thing? No takers.
We didn't even notice you were gone.
I mean, I don't understand what there is a debate. Dust is dirty.
Why?
Dude, that's how we
What's
like.
dirty about it?
It could be dead skin particles. It could be straight up dirt, pieces of dirt floating in the air, dust. You know, all kinds of dirty shit, bro.
What's okay? But like when I think of something that's actually dirty, filthy, I'm thinking it has a foul smell, or or it's like just disgusting to look at, or something
Okay.
about it, right? So
Listen to
what
me. Listen
is
to me.
filthy about it?
I'm gonna tell you, if I fucking took a whole bunch of dust, rubbed it all over my fucking face and arms and hands and shit, and walked up to you and wanted to give you a big hug, shake your hand, you're filthy.
Yo, it's nothing but love. I'd hug you even if you're dusty. You're ashy as hell. I still hug you.
I mean, don't you ever read Peanuts with Pigpen?
What's that?
Don't you ever see the Peanuts comic strip with Pigpen?
I know Peanuts. I don't know Pigpen.
He's the guy that always has the dust cloud around him.
Okay. Are you sure it's a dust cloud? I mean, I don't know the character you're talking about. Are you sure it's not like a dark cloud because he has bad luck or something? Or depressed?
No, he's dirty. That's why they call him Pigpen.
There you go. I just posted it in the chat there. That's pictures of Pigpen.
Okay. But what's dirty about dust?
I don't know, man. It's dirt. It's dirt, dead skin particles. I mean,
Like, think of this. Let's say you have a little bit of dust in your hands. You smack your hands together. It's a very, very, very thin layer of dust that remains on your hands, right? But you don't feel the need to wash at that point. Well, sure, if there's a lot, you do. But if you just dust it off, you're good. So I would say it becomes filthy, becomes dirty, I should say, when it's clumping together, when it has that consistency that clumps together, and maybe it's a little bit, moist, something like that. That's when it becomes filthy, right? When it feels disgusting,
okay.
It won't come off.
Okay, here we go. You ready?
Let's go.
What is dust made of? Dust is a component.
Made of, man.
Yeah, dust is a component of a lot of particles. It's mostly made of dead skin cells, dust mites, dead insect particles, soil, pollen, tiny plastic particles, bacteria, hair, and clothing fiber. So
that's irrelevant. You know why? Because all that stuff is in air, and you're breathing it constantly. It's always going inside you. So now, are you saying that the inside, like your lungs, are dirty? No.
Mine are coated with resin, probably, but yeah, hell yeah, bro.
No, I mean the stuff it's everywhere, so it's relative, right?
Are you riding dirty?
Now, if there's a pile of shit somewhere, or just like sewer backup or something like that, something that's like it smells disgusting, it's like refuse, it's staining, I'm with you. But dust in and of itself,
I'm telling you, bro, dust is dirty. It's made of dirt. So you're saying dirt's not dirty?
Soil. What's dirty about soil? Yeah, so this is where we were before. So let's say I was just potting some plants. I got some soil in my hands. and then I just
Yeah,
like smack my
you're
hands
all dirty.
together, and there's still a little bit of like, you know, there's a little bit of the soil residue or whatever, and it dries and it turns into like this dust type thing, and I just smack them more, and you know, what's bad about that? What's dirty about that? It doesn't smell bad.
What's dirty about dirt?
Yeah.
That's your question.
What's
Come
filthy
on, bro.
about dirt? What's foul about dirt? What's disgusting about dirt?
I mean, other than the dead bacteria and all the shit I just read off,
That's everywhere.
nothing.
That's
I
in
guess.
air. That's every. Is air dirty now?
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Yes. Air is dirty. Have you ever heard of the word smog?
Yeah, I have. That's not air in of itself. That's polluted air with like due to smoke and
too
like
much stuff in it.
The off gas of, you know, combustion.
You're killing me, bro. You're killing me.
You don't have an answer.
An answer for why dirt is dirty? No, I don't.
Yeah, got you.
I don't have an answer for that. I don't.
stumped you.
I don't know. You got me, bro. You got me. I can't do it.
What about you, Extrasis? Oh, never mind. He deafened.
He didn't want no part of this.
Got JJ in the chat. Not necessarily in the chat, but yeah.
JJ can't talk. He's a mute.
Well, I remember this character. I didn't know his name was Pigpen.
Listen to me. Dirt is dirty. You know how we know if you're dirty? If you got too much dirt on you. Like I said, if I walked up, covered my whole body, rolled around in dirt, and then you saw me, you'd be like, why are you so dirty? You'd be like, why are you so unclean right now? There's bacteria in it, all kinds of stuff. Dust mites, bacteria. Come on, man. Like if I showed you a room and one had mad dust all over everything, and another room was just sparkling clean, no dust anywhere, you would definitely be able to tell me which one's clean and which one's dirty. It's open. Good, how you doing? No problem. Oh, it's no problem, man. No problem at all. So, percent, are you saying I can just never clean my section and be like, it's not dirty? I'm gonna let you talk to my boss, percent. How's that? And you can explain to her how when I never dust anything that it's not really dirty. That you got this, percent, or what? I'm just glad that whole time thing's over. Honestly, you guys put me to sleep earlier. I was like wide awake. And then I fell asleep. And then I woke up like a half hour later and you guys were still doing it. I almost fell back asleep. But I'm with you though, percentage. You definitely can't let them get away with them thinking time's like a physical some kind of physical thing that exists in reality. Because then next thing you know, you got Kosho saying space time's physical. What else we got in the menu, though, fellas and ladies? Nothing. Is my mic working? Check, check. Good.
Shut up. No, I'm just kidding.
Seriously, though, if Freddy Krueger and that girl from the Ring movie that crawls out the TV, if they were going to have a baby, percentage would be the baby they're having. He's a literal nightmare to go against on any kind of debate topic. Yeah, I don't know how the Girl Scouts of America are not filthy rich at this point. Those cookies are freaking delicious. Like there's some evil genius up at the top of the Girl Scouts of America pyramid just keeping all the money. The Illuminati. Ellie, your mic's on. I don't know if you knew or not. I was hot micing that whole time. You know what happened? My mic was off. My mic was open, and then I got a call. My bad. What's up, though, guys? How we doing? Allie, your cam's on, if you know. I don't know if you know or not. I'm so far behind tonight. I got into work so late. Chill. Where'd everyone go, man? We were bumping today. Did you scare everyone off, Bob?
Maybe. I doubt
Percentage probably did it. He's a fucking nightmare, that guy.
Is this Allie B person aware that they have this like video thing going on or whatever? Maybe.
Yeah, Allie, your mic's on, bro. I don't know if he's there or not.
Not a fake. His camera, like it looks like he's muted and deafened to me, but he's got this camera thing going or something. Maybe.
Yeah, I don't even know what I'm looking at with that. Like pointing at his desk or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. I'm fucking spot sweeping tonight. I'm in such a rush. It doesn't matter. I could just have percentage talk to my boss and explain to him how it's not actually dirty. Yeah, that goes. I gotta tell you right now, schools do definitely not get cleaned as good as they should. Like they should have like 3 times the amount of janitors that we have if you wanted the school to get cleaned like really good. To where like every touch point got wiped down and shit.
It's a school, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're probably worried about budget more than they are about it being a super good job.
They are. Yeah, they are.
Maybe.
What they should do is teach the fucking kid. That should be a class or something. Like, yo, let me teach you how to not throw shit in a urinal. Like, don't throw your gum in fucking...
This class is called Clean Up After Yourself, you animal.
Yeah, you filthy animal. You don't even have to clean up after yourself. It should just teach you, like, how to not make a mess. Like, okay, don't throw garbage in a toilet bowl or urinal. Step 1. You know? Like, pee goes in urinals, pee and poop goes in toilet bowls and toilet paper, and that's it. We don't throw anything else in there. What they're for. Other stuff goes in the garbage can. The little things. You know, don't comb your hair.
It's your white supremacy talking, Jeremy.
If your hair is falling out, like if you don't comb your hair in a classroom. That shit's for the fucking that's for the bathroom. hair in bathrooms. You don't do that shit as you're walking down the hall or in a class. Like, you wouldn't believe the amount of hair that I fucking sweep up every day. And then it gets wrapped around all the legs of the chairs. It's a fucking nightmare.
Just collect it all and start selling wigs, man.
Dude, it gets wrapped. I could go around right now and probably get you a pound of hair. I don't know. Is that a lot of hair?
It's nasty.
You consider like a pound of hair a lot of hair, or?
I would think so. I would think a pound
I
of
could
hair
probably
would
get
probably
you
be
a
pretty
pound
decent.
of hair right now. Just because it gets like, even if I swept the floor, I could go back after that and still get you a pound of hair because it gets wrapped over all the desk legs. Each desk has like 4 legs that touch the ground.
Yeah.
And like you're sweeping with a dust mop, so it's like there's no way you could get it all. It would take me 3 years to get all the fucking. Well, we summer clean it, but
they got to design the school so that it's like everything is made to be somehow like covered and resistant or whatever. So basically, at the end of the day, they press a button, all the windows and doors shut, and it just fills the whole place up to the roof with like this cleaner, and then drains it out, and dries it off, and then it's like all good for the next day.
yeah, hell yeah! I told my boss to get Roombas. Yo, they spend so much money on these bullshit vacuum cleaners that break in like 2 months. I'm like, listen, I feel your pain with these vacuum cleaners. I used to buy shitty vacuum cleaners. They're like, these vacuum cleaners aren't shit. I'm like, well, they break in fucking 2 months. They're pretty shitty. I'm like, listen, I used to buy these shitty vacuum cleaners, and then I bought a Roomba, and I had that shit for like 7-8 years before it broke. Right, and that was the lowest model.
Really?
And they making oh yeah, Roombas are the best fucking vacuum I've ever had. I bought the
I
lowest model.
I would have expected it to be like a little weak sauce thing that would break easily.
Diesel, dude. The amount of hair it picked, I can't believe it lasted that long. I used to yell at my wife and daughters. I'm like, yo, you guys are fucking destroying my robot. Because I would pick it up, light would beep, and so I'd pick it up, and the amount of hair that would be on the brush was fucking crazy. It was probably like a pound of hair.
Greg is having a hard time breathing, you animal.
But yeah, it lasted 7 years, and I used to use it every day because it's so easy. All you gotta do is press the button. You press the button, and then it does its thing, and then, well, you'd have to empty the container and then press the button because it'd be full from the time before. But I mean, it literally took like floor, and then I could like leave for work. But as I'm driving to work, my floor is being vacuumed. It was so dope. Yeah, I told him, I'm like, yo, buy a fucking Roomba. I'm like, we'll get so much more stuff done. Dude, janitors are going to be, they have 2 different methods right now to clean a bathroom without a human being being involved. So janitors don't have much longer left, the way I see it. Like the sweeping of the floor thing, I shouldn't even be doing this right now. We should have, because they make industrial robots too, like Milwaukee makes one, or not Milwaukee. Whose colors are the blue thing? I think it is Milwaukee. Milwaukee makes one. They make like industrial robot vacuum cleaners for like, shit like this, like workshops, big places where there's a lot of big dirt and shit. Because mine would get stuck on a piece of paper towel or something. Like one time I went home like, yo, where the fuck's my Roomba at? It wasn't in the charger. And it was just like in the kitchen stuck on like, it tried to suck up a piece of paper towel or something. But they make these the ones where it would have just ate that shit up. You know what I'm saying? I had the little rinky-dink residential joint. But yeah, those are good fucking vacuum cleaners, man. No joke. I've always had terrible luck with vacuum cleaners too. Like one time I bought a Dyson cordless. That shit died on me in like 6 months. It was dope though, because it was cordless. You know, cords are a hassle. Such a fucking hassle with the cord, and then you got to hold it up while you're vacuuming under the plug. Just cords are ridiculous. So you have a vacuum cleaner with no cord. That's fucking dope. But I don't know. It just sucked. They're supposed to be good. That thing was like $200. My wife's like, "Don't spend $200 on a cordless vacuum." I'm like, "It's gonna be great," and it wasn't great. Yeah, those Roombas are the shit, bro. I want to get another. If I ever get enough money, I'm gonna get another one. That's a big purchase, though. I think the cheapest one, when I bought mine, it was like $400. I don't know how much they are now, but it's a pretty big purchase for me. But yeah, they should definitely teach kids like how to wipe your feet on a floor mat when you walk into a building or something. It's like basic stuff that people just don't do. They should honestly have a fucking machine at entranceways that you put your foot into, not into, more like on top of, and then it like cleans all the dirt off the bottom of your foot. That's fucking problem solved right there.
It might be cheaper to just have like, rather than having a whole setup that like cleans shoes, just like have a spot where you take off your shoes, and then like the place just has clean shoes available for you. Then it's only cleaning its stock of shoes. You just wear their shoes while you're in the building, and they're clean because they don't go anywhere else. They just stay in the building and get cleaned each time they're used. And then like whenever you're ready to leave, you just put them in a bin or whatever and grab your shoes and go and leave.
Yeah, but that opens up a whole new set of problems. Hey, I'm sticking my foot into someone else's foot, and then now I got athlete's foot or something.
It would be like whenever before they leave, you wouldn't be like having them use other people's shoes after they use them right away. They would go into a bin. They would go to the cleaning part or whatever, the cleaning section, the cleaning, whatever in the building. And there would just be other shoes available that have already been cleaned for the next people to come in or whatever. Like it would just be like a rotating.
Oh, I got you. Yeah.
Where they go through the circle, the cycle or whatever.
Yeah, but then say you got a cool new pair of Jordans or Timberlands or something, and someone's like, "Oh, I like those," and then they just take those. You got shoe thievery going on now.
Have like lock boxes or something, yeah.
Yeah, this is a whole giant infrastructure thing. Plus, people want to wear their shoes, like, you know what I mean? I don't want to wear bowling shoes or whatever. It doesn't matter anyways because people don't know how to act. They're running around brushing their hair in the middle of fucking class and shit, like leaving giant fucking hairballs all over the place. I'm just wondering where all this fucking dust comes from. You wouldn't believe the amount of dust I pick up every day. It's fucking crazy. That's clean according to percentage, though. Yeah, Roombas are dope. They're gonna have everything automated soon, and fucking everyone's gonna be unemployed. Like the unemployment rate is gonna be like 50% before we even know it. You're gonna have to either get rid of money or do like some sort of universal basic income thing, because I'm telling you, man, the automation is not gonna.
I think my
The
job
jobs
is secure because for my job to go away, basically, they would have to either significantly reduce or significantly simplify or completely get rid of taxes. So I think I'm probably set
Yeah.
for a good long while.
Yeah, you're probably good, or unless they like get rid of money or something crazy. What
Yeah,
they
I guess-
should do.
Yeah, if they get rid of like taxes that you don't like, you just aren't allowed to do them yourself or something like that, like, and they make it all somehow automatic. I don't know, maybe not.
What they should do is they'd save a ton of money on this whole tax fucking thing. But what they should do is just take when anybody makes money, you pay 10% on it, like it's automatic, comes out of your paycheck, whatever. It's automatic, and then whenever you buy something, take 10% of that, and then just run the country on that. $10% of what people make and 10% of what people spend. It's got to be enough to run the country, man. No? I would just get rid of money, dude. Money is a fucking set holding us back at this point, maybe. You get rid of crime almost instantly. Not all crime, but you get rid of like 9% of crime. There's not many crimes that don't happen because of money. You get crimes of passion, maybe a few other ones, but what do you do though? Then who gets the lobsters?
Well, it's like it. So I recognize that like it can be like, I think like a lot of things, it can be misused. The idea of capitalism or the idea of a fiat currency or whatever. But like, if you look at it, it really is like a good concept at its core, because like if you have 10 oranges and you're trying to get, eggs, like instead of you having to go find the guy who has eggs and wants oranges, you can just find someone who wants oranges and they give you money, and then you go find someone who has eggs and give them the money. Like, it's like, it is like a really like way more efficient system than trying to match up the goods that you have with the goods that they have. Instead, you have this mediary thing that can just be spent on any of it, right?
Yeah, oh, definitely. Definitely. Hell yeah, way better than a barter system. Easier, more efficient. Yeah, you could be running around all day like, where's the guy that has eggs and wants oranges? And he's like, well, I got eggs, but I want bananas. You're like, fuck, I don't have any bananas. I have oranges. Well, hold on, let me go see if the guy that got bananas wants orange. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's way more efficient, but
so it can allow for, in a way, more freedom. Like I've said this before, but like it's it's basically the closest thing we have to magic, and it like in our lives is money, because it can essentially be turned into just about anything that we want if we have enough of it. So it's like money is basically the closest thing we have to magic. Okay, but like it allows for a certain amount of freedom that those like a barter system doesn't, but it can be misused, and that's what you see. Like you were saying, you know, it's the source of a lot of crime or whatever. It can be misused. That doesn't mean that itself is bad. It just means that the people that are misusing it or abusing it are bad. And you can't fix them by taking away the thing that was amoral to begin with. It didn't have a morality to it to begin with. Bad people did bad things. That was just another way for them to do bad things. So in a way, you won't actually eliminate the bad parts. You'll just change how they're doing the bad things.
I hear that. Well, I mean,
kind of like it's like gun control. Like you can argue all day long that, you know, the United States has the most gun deaths or whatever, but it's like if you get rid of all the guns in the United States, it's not going to change the people who want to hurt other people. Okay,
there'll just be more knife
right.
deaths.
It's
They've
going to
actually
change
done
how
this
they
in
go about
other
that.
countries. Yeah, other countries have
Like,
actually seen this. Like, I think it was Canada or Australia or one of those weird places where, like, right after they outlawed guns, like home invasions skyrocketed. It's like, dude, no shit. If I know nobody's got a fucking gun and I'm a criminal, I'm gonna just waltz right in your house and fucking do whatever I want with you. Whatever, yeah. I hear you. Like, yeah, we get rid of money, and then we're like, all right, everyone gets one lobster. Some dickhead's like, I want fuck 3 lobsters, and comes fucking tries to steal my lobster.
Yeah, instead of trying to you know, take your money, then they might just try to take the things that you have instead of money. You know, they just go for the item instead. And like you could argue
that
maybe
doesn't
that,
last
like,
long.
It would, you know, getting rid of guns, like it might cause some people to reconsider because they're not as big or they're not as strong or whatever. Like that might be true, but I mean, we have like how many vehicle deaths in the United States, and we don't take away vehicles. We have a lot of problems, but take that downstairs. You're not supposed to have food up here, okay? We have a lot of problems. I love you, bud, okay? You can go find Avery if you want, but you're not supposed to have food up here. We have a lot of problems in our society that we don't take away the thing because some people use it poorly. That we don't do that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have airplanes. After something like 9/11, everyone would be convinced that airplanes could be used for horrible things, and no one would ever get to fly again because no one would be allowed to have airplanes. No one would have access to cars.
Pools.
No one would have access to anything at all that's dangerous because some people sometimes use it poorly. And that's not really a good way to try to govern or work in a society. What it should be is you should have your freedom, and if some people abuse it, those some people get punished, and that's it.
Well, with the automation and the money thing, I mean, you know, if you have 50, 60, 70% unemployment, what's going to be the use of money at that point when everyone's just getting money? You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I feel like it'd just be better to just get rid of it. You'd end well, there'd be new crime though. Like they'd come steal my lobster. That's right.
I don't know. I'm of the mind. I don't think that they will ever be able to. I don't think anyone in the whole world will ever be capable of completely eliminating money altogether. I don't think that'll happen.
Can we get rid of crime?
No,
that'd be a good start.
You're not going to be able to get rid of crime. Whether you have money or not, there will be crime. Pretty sure long before there was money, there was crime.
No doubt.
There's that story about Cain and Abel. As far as we know, there was no money involved in that.
That was instantly what I thought of was Cain and Abel. Yeah. Anyways, we're gonna be hurting when the automation hits, bro. That's all I'm saying, dude. What are they gonna do? Saying they get nervous if it goes up 0.5%. They're like, "Holy shit, the unemployment went up 0.5%. What do we do? What are they gonna do when it goes up fucking 20? When that automation hits, when they start automating all the driving, all the McDonald's, all the Burger King, all the Wendy's, all the janitor jobs, and we're not far off from that. We're literally like less than a decade away from all that shit happening. The Burger King McDonald's thing, that's probably coming up in 5 years. Fucking playing. McDonald's wants to make as much money as possible. They don't give a fuck. Employees are probably McDonald's biggest fucking problem ever. Sick. They fuck shit up. They give people free food. They piss in the pickle jars. Just all kinds of shit. Plus, there's more money. Dude, a robot will work 24/7. You got to pay people to do that. Then you got to have workman's comp for the people. Robots don't need workman's comp. They don't need insurance or days off or nothing. They need maintenance. That's it. It's basically like having a slave that you don't have to guard or anything. They don't complain, nothing. They're trying to do that shit right fucking now, dude. I saw one on TikTok. They got a mechanical arm that
You
dips the
talking to me?
fryer.
I went to the bathroom.
I was talking to you that whole time, yeah.
I went to the bathroom.
I swear to God, sometimes a 13-year-old will be talking and talking and talking to me, and I'll be listening, but I'll turn to him and go, "Were you talking to me that whole time?" just to fuck with him. He'll be going off for like 3 minutes straight. I'll be like, "Were you talking to me that whole time?" He'll hit me.
Listen, bucko. You take your Fortamon and your Pokenite and you get out of here.
Yeah, dude, but what are they gonna do when the automation hits, bro? We're like 10 years tops
Dude.
away from a lot of jobs being automated.
Maybe just don't worry about it. All right, who cares? Just let it happen. Just let it happen. They'll automate stuff or whatever. Like when it comes down to it, like if it starts to seriously deteriorate the current society, pretty sure little groups can just get together and start building new, smaller societies that aren't falling apart due to automation. Like it's not like it's all or nothing, or it's like if this thing that we have right now dies, then everybody dies, or it all goes to a wasteland or whatever. Like that's pretty sure that's not how it works at all. It's like if what we have right now starts to fall apart, pretty sure smaller groups will start to get together and build something that isn't falling apart.
Yeah. I just swept 2/3 of my classroom just now, crazy fast.
Did you like get a late start? Why are you in a rush or in a hurry or whatever? Maybe.
I don't. Yeah, I got a late start. Oh, my wife got out of work late. We got it set up though. I'm starting full time next week, so she got the okay from her boss. She kind of is the boss, but there's always someone above. But she got the okay from her boss to like leave early every day. So that's dope.
Is that so you can go into work earlier? Is that the idea, or?
Yeah, because I couldn't go full time because we had no one to watch the kids. So.
Oh, gotcha.
And I think she did it because they changed. Okay, the hospital she works for got taken over by another fucking hospital, so they're changing the health insurance thing to a $700 deductible per person, which means that's for every year. So, like, if we have to go to the hospital or the doctors or something, like, we have to pay the first $700 every time.
Yeah.
Or just for the year, and then they got the rest. But that's fucking huge. We got 5 people. That's $3,500. She already pays $600 a month for. So, anyways, the insurance at my school is like less than $300. So we're gonna end up saving like $300 a month from that, which I will probably get no kickback from. I don't care. My wife's good with the money. She's always doing goofy shit, making the house look nice and buying shit the kids need and stuff.
Not buying 7,000 cell phones every year.
Yeah, she's not doing like I can't. I mean, I could be in charge of money if I had a ton of it, but we don't, so I'm not. If we had like $8 million, if we had like $8 million, I'd be like, all right, I got the money. We're never gonna fucking run out. We're good. But she's like good with money because she used to be really poor, like, and so she's good. Straight out the trailer park. Oh, I hope this one room has snacks in it still. It was like Teacher Appreciation Day, and last night, and they had mad snacks in one fucking teacher's lounge. And I ate a couple of them. I'm not gonna lie.
Are you allowed to eat the snacks from the teacher's lounge?
I don't know. There's 2 rules: what a man can do and what a man can't do. And I can definitely eat snacks. So they don't care. They're mad. They're mad. They're mad cool. They love me. They had a drawer in it. It was called the crack drawer. I think they took the crack drawer. I don't know if they had it. It might have been a teacher that left or something. But it was last time I was here. It was called the crack drawer, and it was just filled with fucking snacks.
Nice.
I didn't used to eat any of them. Only if something's like out on the table or something.
I'm sure that would play well in the newspaper if public found out that the teachers had what they called a crack drawer at the school.
Teachers be wilding, dude. They're giving each other the finger and shit. Like, not, behind closed doors. Not
right, of course, obviously. Protect the children.
Like
maybe not.
Yeah. Like, the kids weren't allowed anywhere near, even in the area where the crack door was, so it's all good.
I'm not sure that argument would play well. Listen, we keep our track drawer locked and in a safe area that the kids aren't allowed to access, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that solves every problem that the parents might have.
There's only 2 weeks left of school anyway, so this really doesn't even matter how good I clean. Because in the summertime, we take every fucking room apart. It's so obnoxious what we do in the summer and so unnecessary. That shit does not need to be done every year. We strip and wax every single fucking floor. Just tons of shit. Move all the desks out of every classroom, all the furniture.
How many students go to that school?
Oh my god, probably over 1,000.
Oh, okay, so it's like a big one. Okay.
Yeah, it's a nice size school. There's a lot of fucking classrooms. There's like three floors. It's pretty big. I live in a giant area, like not giant, but like the area I live in is pretty well populated. I'm in the capital district, so it's like Albany, Schenectady, Troy. There's like hundreds of thousands of people at least.
Damn, I thought you had giants in your area. I was hopeful.
Jeremy's just like low key living with giants and just accidentally lets it slip on voice. You're like, oh, what? You guys would be interested in that? I just thought that was just regular. What?
That's normal. Everyone.
Yo, man, all my homies are giants, yo.
I did
all my maths people are giants.
Yeah, if they had better systems set up with garbage and shit and the Roombas, you could definitely have like, I don't know, one guy clean the whole school instead of like 10 every night.
Be happy for the work, Jeremy. You don't want to be replaced by a robot, man.
It's coming, bro. It's coming. They're going to replace, a large chunk of the jobs are going to be replaced by robots soon. A lot of fucking jobs are going to be out the door. All the driving jobs, they're probably going to be gone within 10 years, if not sooner. That thing they did in Canada probably made them put made them put it in a gear with the driving shit. Because they don't like not having that control. You know what I mean? All the truck drivers blocked up Canada and shit. They don't want that to happen. They want to have the power. If the cities get stopped up or the trucks stop flowing, they want it to be because they said so, not because fucking some truck driver said so.
Yeah, free will is not something they like.
Yeah, there used to be a saying like in ancient Roman shit, like if you control the food, you control the people, the country. So
right control now, the money, you control the world.
Yeah, right now the truck drivers control the food. You know, if all the truck drivers were like, yo, fucking we're not fucking driving your shit nowhere anymore. The food would stop coming in and be all outside, it'll collapse. Now, these elite motherfuckers that are running the show, they don't want the other people to have that kind of fate in their hands. They want to be the ones that say if the food stops coming or not. You know what I mean? It's all about control with these guys.
Mm. Yeah, they sure are doing it. Have you seen the rate with which fucking food processing facilities and farms are being burnt down and blown up, and pigs and chooks are being culled because of fucking, PCR tests and shit? It is phenomenal, man. All around the world.
Oh yeah. As soon as I go permanent and start getting an extra few bucks, I'm gonna buy a whole bunch of. This guy at my work is a real nice guy. He just gave me a whole bunch of bread and shit, and I told my wife, I was like, yo, throw it in the freezer. We ain't gotta buy bread next week on the grocery list. I told her to buy an extra jar of peanut butter and a bag of rice. Another 5-pound bag of rice.
Nice.
We got like 40 pounds of rice at the crib. That's not
You
even
got to give
enough,
those
dude.
kids something.
Yeah. Told her to stock up on peanut butter jelly, fucking ramen noodles. We got like 10 cases of ramen noodles at the house right now. There's no insurance for if the food stops coming. People don't even realize that shit. You got health insurance, car insurance, fucking dental, life insurance. There's all kinds of insurances out, except for the one where if the food stops coming, which is the most important fucking thing. All that other shit you can go without. You can go without car insurance and life insurance and shit. If you die, you die. But if the food stops coming, you're definitely dead.
Mm.
Not definitely, but there's a huge chance you ain't gonna make it out of that. And I do think that if they were gonna have a reset, like that's one of the ways you would do it. Like, you know what I mean? You'd have to get rid of a lot of people or something. I don't know. I don't want to be a doom and gloom kind of guy, but these
That's how they've done it in
motherfuckers
the
are.
past.
Huh?
That's how they've done it in the past, mate. Starve out the food supply and starve out the populations in different areas, definitely.
Yeah.
They even tried to do it here at one point in Australia. Australia bloody only got through a mass starvation event on the back of hemp seeds. So there you go.
And what'd you guys do with hemp seeds?
We ate them, slowly roasted them and ate them. Well, I didn't personally, but that's what they did to get through. And in Ireland, I think they lived on potatoes purely for a whole generation, purely on potatoes to get through a famine.
Yeah, and there's
I think that was
countries are right now getting ready for famine. I think like China just bought like a metric ton of corn or something. Like, I think it was England or some country was telling everyone to stock up on food and shit. Like, shit could get bad real quick.
Well, the leaders are certainly saying it. There's been several that have come out and said, everyone should be preparing for food shortages and stuff like that. Restrictions, and they like to tell you what's coming.
That's what I'm saying, man. Coffee. I'm gonna get my first paycheck. I'm gonna go get a whole bunch of coffee, sugar, peanut butter, rice, a couple more boxes of ramen.
I just look at all the kangaroos bouncing around me, mate. I'm happy. I don't need to stock up. They bounce past me.
Oh yeah, if you got it like that. Well, what I did when COVID hit was, I went and bought a 22 rifle, but I also bought a couple BB guns. I already had a BB gun, but I went and bought 2 more just in case, and a few thousand BBs and shit, because you could just peg squirrels and rabbits and birds and shit all day.
Nice.
As long as you cook them good, you'll be all right. Yeah.
Anything with a face, Jeremy.
Anything with a face. Yeah, just roast the shit out of it. Yeah, like we got tons of rabbits and shit. I would try to live catch a couple rabbits though, and just keep them trapped in my yard somehow or in a cage or something. That way, I could just let them procreate and eat their children. I don't know if I'd be able to stay where I am, honestly, though, if food shortages happen like that to where I had to kill fucking squirrels. Like, I don't think I'd be safe where I am, because I'm only a 3-hour drive from New York City, which is probably like, I don't know, probably walk down like a week. People aren't just going to sit around and starve to death. I'll tell you that right now.
No, they're not. Definitely, they'll be exiting and fucking looking for whatever
Yeah.
they can. And if you're in the path of their fucking mission, good luck.
Yeah, and it's not like fucking gasoline's just gonna like run out, so they probably won't even have to walk it, honestly.
Yeah, we're fucked in this country with regards to fuel. We get every drop of our fuel for vehicles from Singapore. It all comes in via fucking tankers into Australia. Can you believe that? And all they'd have to do is fucking block, like China specifically, just block off fucking the route for those ships. And we've got a 9-day supply of fuel here. 9 days. It's fucked.
Yeah, well, that's more food than normal people have stocked up, probably. I think they said the average person has like 3 days worth of food, which is fucking so dangerous. You're 3 days away from death, basically, if you have a 3-day supply of food. Like for me and my family, we probably got like, especially if you know there's no more food, just the food in the house, we're probably good for like, I don't know, 3-4 months maybe.
Yeah.
What's up, Rick? Like 3-4 months, we got a whole bunch of rice and peanut butter and shit like that. But
that's without you feeling a little bit sort of obligated to maybe help some other people out that you know that might be struggling. You know what I mean? Like you'd have to be conflicted with that as well.
Well, that 3-4 months is rationing it too. That's not eating 3 square meals a day. That's eating like a spoonful of peanut butter every day. So like there ain't gonna be a lot to help anyone out.
A spoonful of peanut butter, fucking hell.
Yeah, if you ain't doing no work, you ain't getting that much food. Like if I'm running around crazy and shit, you're gonna need a lot of calories. But if you're just like sitting there waiting, like you don't need a lot of food.
Yeah, you need more protein when you're sedentary. So if you're not doing fucking anything, you actually need a higher amount of protein each day than someone who's busy doing something. Isn't that interesting? Yeah, because you slough off heaps more. Your body just goes, oh fuck, what? We're just sitting around. Oh well, we don't need any of this. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. It sloughs off more than you would otherwise use being physical. Unless of course you muscle building, then you'd have to take in more, obviously.
But yeah, like I said, I got the BB guns for the squirrels and shit. Chipmunks.
What does a squirrel taste like?
I've never eaten a squirrel. I don't want
to
find out.
You don't know anyone that has? Okay, no worries.
Anyone that's eaten a squirrel?
Yeah.
I know people that have, yeah.
Okay, are they tasty? Are they disgusting? What's the deal?
They said they're not bad.
Okay. Guinea pigs are fucking delectable, man. And they breed fucking better than rabbits, if you ask me.
Yeah, but there ain't no wild guinea pigs running around. We just got rabbits everywhere in my neighborhood. Like I said.
Yeah, but you could get guinea pigs now and have a solid fucking supply of food, man.
If it got that bad, I could not stay where I am. We would have to take the food we got and go north. Because there's no way. There's no way you. I'm prepared. My wife's not. I told her when COVID hit, I was like, yo, if shit gets bad, we got to go to my grandpa's house. He lives in Adirondack Mountains. She's like, well, I'm not going anywhere. I was like, you'll see.
At least you've got somewhere you can go. That's good.
Yeah. I mean, dude, I'll fucking just go into even if he didn't live up there, I would still go there and just go into the woods and make us a shelter. I have an axe, a saw, all kinds of shit. I know how to make shelters and shit. Like, I'm good. I'll go right into the fucking woods and be good. I got fishing, all kinds of fishing stuff. Great, bro. But yeah, I definitely couldn't stay where I am. I'm 3 hours from New York City. That's 8 million starving people. They're gonna be out looking for food.
Fucking oath they are, man.
What's up?
Oh dear. They will be, definitely.
I'm 3 hours away from 8 million starving people, basically, if that shit came down to it. And that's not a good spot to be in. And I'm right on the road. I'm like next to the road that goes to New York City at that. Like there's a road. It's called the New York State Thruway. And
you just need to put a cannon out the front of your property. No one will come near you.
Cannon? A cannon?
A big cannon. Yeah, a big fuck off cannon. Fucking yep. Have it so like it's the turret's just constantly moving, so it actually looks like it's fucking lining people up as they go past your property.
I mean, my goal is to build an underground bunker out back because I got like a half an acre, so I got plenty of room to build like an underground bunker. And then if anything bad ever happened, I would just like torch the front of my house and make it look like it's been ransacked and shit, and just throw papers around, trash and shit. Make it look like the house has been like ransacked, and then just go in the bunker.
Interesting. Is your wife down for that? or is she like, if it's the bunker or grandpa's, I'm going to grandpa's?
She don't know though how bad it could get. I don't think. You know what I'm saying? Like if it came down to some shit like that, like you're not worried about the front door you just had installed. Like we just had a new front door installed, but like if shit got that bad, you ain't even gonna be worried about shit like that. You're worried about trying to survive.
Of course, mate. Yeah, and it's not the role of women to think about that sort of stuff.
Yeah,
that's
our
job.
That's my job. Yeah.
Yeah.
She's heavy anti-gun though. Not anti-gun, but she's like scared of them. She thinks they're dangerous and shit. But during the whole COVID thing, I was able to talk her into letting me get a gun. Because I'm like, yo, listen, because the food was running out. The stores were empty of food. I'm like, listen to me. If the food runs out and we don't have a gun, I was like, we're dead. We're dead. I'm like, maybe not dead. We don't have a good chance. Like, all right, and I went and bought a gun.
What'd you get?
That sounded really easy.
Ruger 1022. It's the third time I bought that gun. Actually, I had two of them in the past. Great fucking gun.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. Bullets are cheap. You know what I'm saying? A box of 500 bullets, I don't know how much they are now, but $30-$40. As opposed to, some other big caliber where you get fought where it's $1 a bullet or some shit.
I used to buy a box of like, I don't remember. Oh shit, there's one right here. Oh god, how many was like a box of 500 rounds for like $15? That was back in the day.
They're still dirt cheap. Yeah, it's like $40 for a box of 500, 550, whatever it comes in. Nothing. It's nothing compared to the other boxes of ammo, like I said, that are 50 cents a bullet or $1 a bullet. You can't really stock up on those unless you're fucking loaded,
I watched some dude on YouTube the other day go open up his sort of stack of ammo that he bought in bulk from Japan. And it was, the right caliber for what he needed or whatever. And it was fucking dirt cheap. And he just bought shitloads of it. And then he opened it up fucking all these years later from, World War II or whatever it was. And it's all still in mint condition, all individually wrapped in paper, all perfect. And he paid like just absolute fuck all for them. He's stoked. Sometimes it pays to buy the surplus if you can when it's available.
Yeah.
Andy made a comment that, out of all those rounds, none of them are misfiring or anything like that, whereas, the modern ammo fucking just pumped out of China is fucking not anywhere near as reliable.
What's funny is every year the U.S. military takes millions upon millions of rounds and they pop them in a furnace and just ignite it, detonate all their surplus
stupid.
ammo.
That's fucking stupid.
They don't even let them use it for training because it's just expired based upon their contracts.
That's dumb.
They gotta buy.
It doesn't
Yeah, they gotta buy
expire.
more. No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
Oh,
But
exactly.
it expires due to their contracts, so they gotta buy more.
Yeah. Yeah, what a waste. What a fucking waste. They should sell it. People would buy that shit.
Well,
Yeah, but
here's
then
the
they won't
deal,
sell
though.
more.
Well, here's the deal, though. The manufacturer makes or I should say, the military makes a contract with manufacturers, and they go, "Okay, this is the way it is. Got it? Agreed? Cool." Then, when it's expired to the contract, they can't even give it to the police because they want to sell the shit to the police too, under contract.
Yeah. Yeah. What a waste. That's so inefficient.
It totally
All
is.
for money.
Oh
for
no,
money.
you're looking at it the wrong way. It's so productive for those with the contracts, though. All the government brothers-in-laws and friends. It's
Yeah.
so lucrative and productive. You're just looking at it
You
the
ever seen
wrong
that
way.
movie War Dogs?
Yeah, that's a great movie, isn't it?
War Dog.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
What is it? Lord of War?
No, War Dogs.
No.
No. Yeah.
Lord.
And have you ever seen Lord of War?
Was great too, though. Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh, no.
Travolta.
No, I haven't.
That came first.
Nicolas Cage, yeah.
Yeah. If you like War Dogs, watch Lord of War. It's similar to that.
No, so
Yeah, I've seen it. Oh, you never seen it, Whites?
no, not Lord of War. No, the
yeah,
government
you gotta
contract thing though come to Australia after not long after that fucking movie because we didn't really have that sort of system going where just your average Joe could fucking register for a government contract, but not long after that did come here, and I remember plenty of people jumped on the bandwagon with the idea from that movie and supplied contracts for things that they'd never even fucking been involved in, you know, and just raped it.
Almost like it was propaganda to stimulate that kind of thing.
Exactly. Yeah. All the fucking government boys would have been rubbing their fucking hands together and just going, "Oh yes, I can see the contracts coming."
Probably drives up the competition, drives up the prices. Who knows?
Oh.
Yeah, Lord of War was a great fucking movie, though. You got to see that, Whites.
Cool. I need something good to watch later.
That's a good one.
I wanted.
Go ahead.
What's that?
Go ahead. I was just going to say it's a great one.
Yeah, that was one of Nicolas Cage's, probably one of his best movies. He fucking fell off hard now. His last few movies have been trash. Like trash. He's not even an A-list celebrity anymore, I don't think. Not from the fucking work he's been putting out, I'll tell you that.
Oh, I don't think he was pushing the narrative, was he? Probably didn't even get good roles.
I don't know, yeah.
Which actor?
A guy I know went on a flight. He was sitting next to Nicolas Cage, and he was like trying not to act all starstruck and shit. So he's just like acknowledged him and left him alone. So then Nicolas Cage was like, "So what do you do?" And then he whipped out his tablet or his laptop and showed him pictures of all the shit he does, and it impressed him, and he ended up getting jobs from him.
Oh, so shit.
He said he was a cool dude. As long as you treat him just like just treat him like a human being and leave him alone.
I would have asked him why he's not flying in his private jet.
Because he ain't been getting good fucking roles lately. I mean, he probably still makes a decent amount of money off his movies, but they're garbage. Like, he's not doing movies with Travolta and all those big names anymore.
National Treasure.
He's not a
like
sellout, man.
He ain't getting those box office hits no more.
I asked him to suck dick, and he said, no, thanks. I'd prefer to not be in all the big hits than suck a dick.
Yeah.
Or take a lethal dose of some experimental fucking gene therapy to go on set. Thank you very much.
As far as shitty movies go, what range of years are you talking about, Jeremy? Because there's jack shit for movies over the last 3 years?
Oh, I
Almost.
was referring to like Gone in 60 Seconds, Face Off. You know, his good movies from back in the day, National Treasure. Not that I thought that was great, but it was a box office hit. You know, just all his good movies from back in the day, and then just recently, like the past, like, I don't know, 5-10 years, maybe.
True.
Maybe 15 even. His movies have just been straight trash that I've seen. I've only seen a couple of them, but they were
He's also
not
just
good.
getting older.
Yeah, but it's not like that with actors. De Niro's getting older. You don't see him. He's still doing fucking banging ass movies.
Depends, yeah, I guess.
It ain't about getting
yeah, he
old.
does kind of
What happened?
I don't know, maybe he can't like playfully move his floppy hair around as much anymore.
Loss of hair.
But here's the thing, everybody should boycott. There should be a general strike against Hollywood. Like, everyone in the world should boycott it. And then at the end of the boycott, Hollywood will come out with like some masterpiece movies, like Godfather shit, all over again. They're going to be forced to. They're going to have to make something good. Something like Ben-Hur or some shit. Something epic. Put
I
some
like the
effort
remake
into it.
of the remake of Ben-Hur was good.
Yeah, I never watched it, but yeah, it was just something decent.
Moses
Something
was
original.
good. That Moses movie they did recently with what's the guy's name? The Batman guy.
Which Batman guy? Wow.
Bateman. He was in American
Was this like
Psycho.
a
Christian Bale.
This was like a
Christian
Jewish
Bale.
story.
Christian Bale. That's it. Yeah.
Wait, what?
So
A
they made
Noah
Passion
movie?
of the Christ. They made Passion of the
Moses.
Christ for like Jewish
Moses.
people.
I don't know if it was called Moses, but the guy from Moses. Okay, there was a movie from Moses from 1995, and Moses in that 1995 movie was one of the Hebrews in this newer Moses movie. I don't know what the name of it even was. Honestly, I forgot.
Okay. Is this the
I know
Mel
what you're
Gibson
talking
movie,
about.
mate?
I know what you're talking about, but it's not. Wait, was it? Oh, I'm trying
Mel
to
Gibson
figure out his
directed a
name.
movie called Moses that he funded himself? That's what I thought.
Oh, I was thinking Noah. I think.
With Russell Crowe or Gerard Butler.
Yeah,
I
Russell
can't tell.
Crowe. Yeah, Russell Crowe. That's it. That's what I was thinking.
That was pretty good.
Oh man, I thought that was just taking it like out of the box.
I mean,
Kind of weird shit.
The Rock people were a little weird and shit. Yeah, but
Yeah.
Today's Cinco de Mayo.
What's up?
I don't even know what today's Cinco de Mayo. I don't
Is
even
it?
know what that is.
Yesterday was May 4th.
Star Wars.
Yeah, yesterday was May 4th. Should I miss that? I didn't say May the 4th be with you to anyone. Damn.
I did yesterday, but everybody ignores me, so.
Because you're a nerd.
Yeah. I invented that holiday.
How you doing?
You can't mess with that unless you're culturally appropriating, right? Unless you are Mexican.
Well, today's Cinco de Mayo, which is this Mexico's celebration of its independence from the U.S. because we used to own their ass. and then they had their own shit. I don't know. I just
Actually,
made that
it's
up. I don't know
not.
if it's true.
Yeah, you're right. It's wrong. It's their victory over the Second French Empire. That was long before anything with the U.S.
The French had 2 empires.
Yep. 1862.
1862. Last year, the French Empire kind of ended. They pulled out of that other country. I kind of forgot, but the French army pulled out of a country. I think right after the U.S. pulled out of Afghanistan. I'm not my memory's not working well today. But... Mali. They pulled out of Mali. Another country I could never find on a map. I think it's in Africa, right? Mali.
Africa. Africa.
Yeah. I mean, who doesn't bless the rains down in Africa? It's what you do. When in
Blessing the
Africa.
rains here, mate. Blessing the rains here. Fucking hailed like fuck yesterday where I am, and I've collected so much water. I'm on rainwater only. And thankfully all my guttering and everything's big enough to just like not block up with hail, and just took it all into the tank. It's fucking so much water. It's great.
Do you filter it
Yeah, of course, mate, yeah.
with a chlorine tablet or?
Oh god no. No, double filtration and then a UV light.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, we got chemtrails here, mate. I'm not interested in fucking having any of that shit.
I hear that.
If there's nanotech in those chemtrails, I can't filter that out. So I'm absorbing that, unfortunately, but I can only do what I can do.
Yeah, what are you gonna do?
Oh, exactly, mate. Yeah.
Well, you can distill it, but that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, but with the nanotech, you've got no way to see it, and you've got no way to know whether it goes up in the first, second, third, distillate. You got no way of knowing whether you're actually getting it out or not.
Nah, distillation gets everything. But it's
No, it
so
doesn't.
inefficient. Oh, dude, it kills bacteria, viruses, and all that organic stuff.
Yeah,
and
yeah, but
leaves.
nanotech that can't die and can be, liberated with steam, and then it just fucking
How so?
recondenses back with the steam again.
No, but how so? Curious.
You
I'm
think
curious.
so?
How so? Because lead,
I don't know.
aluminum.
How so what?
No, curious.
Once you break it down into the, oh, go ahead, Oblivion. Go ahead.
No, seriously. I'm curious. How does solids become entrained in vapor? I'm curious.
It can just be bound to the surface. Like, we're talking about very small things here. Like, we can see water vapor, right? We can see it. Okay?
No,
We
you
can't
can't.
see.
No,
Yes,
you
you
can't
can.
see water vapor.
If there's water
Absolutely
vapor in the
not.
atmosphere coming up out of the ocean, it creates a disturbance. You can see that. You can see evaporation occurring.
I don't know, man. Water vapor is a clear, invisible gas.
The only reason I would argue with you is only because distilled water is 0 parts per million of solids. Like there's zero
parts per million is based on conductivity, right? And nanotech, depending on what it is, might not have any conductivity. You can have heaps of shit in the water. If it's not conductive, you'll still read 0.
And also water distillation, it doesn't get out like gaseous toxins like volatile organic compounds and things like that. It doesn't get out.
No, that's true.
You can
because
separate
that
those,
will
though.
that'll totally come over. Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can separate those, because we know based on what gases and stuff that are in there, at what boiling temperature they have. So you can actually tap those off prior to just the water. But what we don't know and can't see is what they work on in crazy labs and put up in the chemtrails. So we cannot ever know for sure what they're doing and whether we can or can't get it out with distillation. Not without fucking an electron microscope to fucking, verify shit.
True. All right. Yeah, the other guy said something I could totally get on board with. Yeah. Gaseous chemicals will come over in distillation.
Yeah, but you can get them out.
That's usually
That's
why
a
water
known thing.
distillers also have like carbon filtration. Like after they'll run it through carbon, try to get out some of that, the VOCs and some of that stuff.
Yep.
Oh,
Odor.
that's why you
flavor.
also, don't distill the first fucking, 10 minutes of your vat or whatever, and then the last bit as well. You only take the middle bit.
Yep.
Or if you're real precise, you look at the temperature.
Yeah, you're preaching to the choir here. I'm a home distiller, so I know a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Well, not water.
Is that something you've been doing for a long time, or is it a new hobby?
I've been doing it for years.
Yeah. Certainly saves on some money, doesn't it?
Oh, a ton. And it's not even about the money, though, man.
What have you been
Like,
doing to
for
save money?
instance, what's that?
What have you been doing to save money? Sorry, I wasn't listening.
Distilling alcohol at home.
Oh, all right.
But last weekend, my wife had me meet her at a bar with some of their coworkers. We spent a few hours there, and I felt totally poisoned, by commercial liquor. Oh, it was horrible.
I feel the same about supermarket beef versus, nice farm-raised beef, where I know the name of the cow. There's something different about it.
Same with homegrown eggs. Well, you don't feel poisoned.
Yeah, they look and taste different, that's for sure. One thing that I don't know how they do it and what they do is the supermarket mincemeat. And I'm not sure if it's the same in America, like it's just the cheap, bulk grade of mincemeat. It doesn't look like they've somehow put water in it, but when you cook it down, it just fucking weeps all this liquid out of it. And you just think, how the fuck have they come up with some product that you can't see the moisture in the meat? It just looks like meat, but then when you cook it, it all just breaks down into this fucking,
What the
it's
fuck is
absolutely disgusting.
mincemeat? Are you talking about ground beef?
Ground beef, yeah, minced meat. You put it through a mince machine, a mincer.
No doubt.
Yeah, ground beef. I know why.
Yeah.
Because
what is it?
Grind the beef. What they do is they grind the beef, right? And then they're allowed to put X amount of blood in whatever, and they add thickeners to it and put X% back into the beef. That's why some ground beef, even like cheap ground beef, shrinks up so much.
Oh,
it's
terrible.
ridiculous.
Well, they're selling it by the weight, so if you can add more weight to your shit, yeah.
Yeah, dirty bastards. It's just amazing because, like, you just can't see it in the product. Like, yeah, just cheeky. Unlike the vegetables, the frozen vegetables, they'll have fucking little chunks of ice in there, and you fucking open the packet out, spills a whole heap of ice that they've charged you for. But yeah, they hide it well in the mincemeat or the ground beef.
Yeah, if you're selling anything by weight and you can add something cheap like water to it or whatever, that's huge. Because I mean, it might only be 10 cents of water in your fucking, or 10 cents worth of water weight in your little burger or whatever. But when they do that a gazillion trillion times, that's a lot of fucking money.
Oh, exactly. Yeah, I know a pot grower that will only fucking he watches the dryness of the stuff, and he'll get it down to like I think 12 or 13% moisture as opposed to 10 or something like that. And it doesn't sound like much, but when you get rid of mass volumes, it fucking adds up. That little bit of extra water weight.
That's part of the curing process, if I understand correctly, because you bag it up or jar it up and it molds. Yeah, it can't have that much moisture.
No, that's right. Yeah. Can only jar it once it's down to a certain point. But obviously you can go beyond that point and then it's even lighter and you're going to have to put more in a bag to sell it. So yeah, he makes sure it's right on that fucking limit. Maximize it.
I've seen, I don't know what they call them, kilos or whatever the fuck. But they're big bales wrapped in, like plastic wrap, Mexican bullshit. And you cut them open. I've seen it before once, and they ended up having mold in it.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, wouldn't surprise me, I mean, these things are done on such a scale that you don't probably even go and get to inspect what you're buying. And you just hope it's all good.
I don't remember how many pounds or whatever it was, but it's like a big, I call it a bale. I mean, it's like huge.
Yeah. That's a lot of DACA. Yeah. Such a bulky product for not much profit. Like, you'd think that anyone in the marijuana industry would just go, fuck this, I'm going to go to Coke. It's small, it's fucking heaps more, it doesn't stink like fuck. Yeah, like, why would you be dealing in
But there's a
marijuana
lot of,
trying to make
because
millions
there's a lot of problems with cocaine. You got the DEA on you, and there's a lot of snitches. Like, nobody's really ratting people out for weed.
They are
Weed's
good.
in high demand. Weed is in high demand.
And it's high demand. It's cheap. It's a poor man's drug.
Shrooms, that's a good one. Now, weed, it takes you a whole season, like literally 3 months to grow. So you got to bank and you got to go all in to get a season, right?
Yeah.
If you're doing outdoor grows. If you're doing indoor, you're doing small plants, small yields, but 24/7 year round. Becomes more
high
technical.
maintenance.
But you do shrooms, man. That's all natural, and it's 24/7 year round in controlled environments, and that's really high profit.
Yeah, different market, but yeah, you're right.
I'll never fucking do shrooms again. No,
you can always sell them to someone else.
I mean, I did a lot of shrooms. I probably tripped off shrooms like 10 times. I did acid probably 20 times and ecstasy and shit. But last time I did shrooms, I ate them weird. I ate them with like bread and Italian dressing or something. And I was just sick as fuck, man.
That's wild. Yeah, it's all about your environment.
The dodgy shroom.
Didn't know the Olive Garden could make you hallucinate.
Olive oil?
Olive Garden.
Shrooms would be a good... Mushrooms would be a good actual food, not the psychedelic ones. But if you... food mushrooms, like that you eat normally, that is a fast-growing crop.
Yep.
and it produces a lot, and it's easy. Like that would be a good food for like if the food ever stopped coming in, like people could survive off that. I fucking hate mushrooms though, but I mean, if you got to do what you got to do.
I wouldn't want to live near anyone eating gutfuls of mushrooms personally.
I was thinking more along the line of sniping deer.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. Kangaroo here, mate.
Kangaroo.
Yeah, but deer, listen,
Go ahead.
kangaroo and deer and shit, that's a good idea. But if that's the only food source, that's not going to be sustainable.
Yes, it is. Fuck, I'll eat kangaroo tail all the rest of my life and fucking be healthy as fuck, Jeremy.
Yeah,
Nothing
I know.
else at all.
I understand that, but how many kangaroo are in Australia?
Oh, fucking more than there's people, dude. Way more than there's people. I'm looking at probably 60 right now across the paddock.
Yeah, and how long would a kangaroo last you and your family? Like one kangaroo a week?
Well, look, if I was to take one kangaroo and actually, like, you know, use all the meat, probably fucking 2 months.
2 weeks. So
2
every
months.
2 months?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, no doubt. I'm saying the deer in America, like if the food stopped coming in and we started killing deer like that, like I don't think the deer population there wouldn't be a living thing. You wouldn't be able to even find a moving thing outside because we'd be fucking killing everything.
I bet.
Oh,
It's like
You know what I'm
Thailand, there's
saying?
no fucking snakes. They've eaten all the snakes, they're gone. That's pretty funny,
Seriously,
isn't it? To think that they've literally eaten all the snakes.
yeah, if
Jeremy,
the food stop. What's that?
Sorry, go ahead.
No,
No,
go
I was
ahead,
just
go
gonna
ahead.
say. I was gonna say, Jeremy, you'd be surprised. There are so many people in the U.S. that would be face down in a ditch, dying, going, "Why me? Why me?" before they would even shoot a deer.
Exactly. Exactly. 1 in
Yeah,
100
but
won't even think to shoot a kangaroo here, man. They'll literally starve to death before they think about eating the thing bouncing across the road in front of them. It's funny.
there would
Sad,
be
but funny.
people that do know how to shoot a deer and cut it up, and they would be selling the deer meat or giving it to people. Like, trust me, there would not be a deer or a fucking squirrel or a rabbit. You wouldn't see anything moving outside because we would have killed everything.
Jeremy, I don't know where you live, but where I live, the deer are so overpopulated that they're literally becoming fucktarded.
There's 300 million people in America. How many deer do you think there are?
But what I'm saying is they're so overpopulated that we have to kill them just to maintain a healthy population because they're so inbred and fucktarded.
Hey, Whites, do the kangaroos like mess with people over there? Because comparing them to deer, I mean, deer just run away from you. Now, of course, you can hit a deer with your car, which is it can kill you if you hit your car. But in general, they run away. But I know kangaroos will like fight with people and stuff. So is that an issue over there? Like, will they mess with people?
Look, you wouldn't go up to a kangaroo and just expect it to run away from you. 9 times out of 10, that's what they'll do. They've got no interest in what you've got to offer, right? But if let's just say you go there and one's got a joey and the male's going to protect the joey, then you're going to be up for a fucking, at least a confrontation. They might not actually attack you, but they're not that bad. If you hit one with a car, though, I can tell you they are fucking solid, and you will write your car off, definitely.
Yeah, that's
deer.
Deer as well. Yeah, they'll wreck your car.
Fighting a kangaroo has become a meme in America. The guy boxing that kangaroo. But it's also a meme of hunters fighting the male bucks.
Well, I was actually kind of thinking of that meme where the dude was boxing the kangaroo. So I was just wondering, over in Australia, are there just kangaroos ready to box you at every street corner?
No, I do watch them fight each other all the time. And, I think that meme, is it the one where the kangaroo's got the dog and the guy goes and saves his dog?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So in that situation, the guy knew well and truly, and you could see that he was very cautious. He fronted up and had a punch, but he knew not to fucking stand there and try and have another go. So, yeah.
But the kangaroo was a little bit scared of him, too, which is funny.
Of course, yeah. Oh, they were the same height, you know, both squaring off each other. So it's one of those things.
Yeah, they have
When you watch them
claws, right?
stand on their tail, yeah, they've got claws, and I mean they're not super sharp, but they're very, very sturdy, and they've got so much muscle, like a bear. You know, if they use their force with those claws, they'll just shred you up.
Yeah.
They use those claws.
And that's
to
usually
catch-
what happens. They stand on their tail and use their back feet to shred your guts up.
Those claws are how they keep cool in the summertime. They'll what they'll do is they got veins in their forearms, and they'll lick their veins, but they'll also like dig down under the dirt a little bit and like lay down to keep cool. That's so they don't overheat.
You know, I've done that with the old fella before. Just stick it in the ground. It's a nice way to just cool down. It's like, like a thermal probe.
Yeah, they did it. They had, I think it was on Planet Earth or something. They showed it, and they had the thermal vision on it, and you could just see how they were getting cool from that.
I couldn't lick it first, so I had to get the missus to do that. Yeah, sweetheart, just lick that. Just give that a good lick.
The U.S. Coast Guard has this weird device where when they pull people out of cold water and they're hypothermic, they stick these gloves on their hands and it goes over their forearms and it pumps hot water into the gloves because they're heating your blood. You know, they're pumping hot water over it and it heats the blood because the most flow goes through your arms, your hands, and then it warms them up quicker.
Yeah, nice and quick and evenly too. That's the best part about that. And they do the opposite with frozen water in those same gloves for like bodybuilding and like really quick recovery from failure exercises. So you can go to failure really fucking hard and then go and put your hands in these gloves and cool everything down and you don't get any of the inflammation from it. And you can go and do another fucking set to failure. It's pretty cool. No pun intended there. That's the best place to put one of those Bob Beck devices too, the blood zappers on your wrist. Get all the blood going through there in a short period of time.
So, did you guys get to the bottom of the gyro compass last night, or what?
Sure did. There's several devices, and there's one that claims to only use Earth's rotation. But sadly, that claim can't be backed up by any actual physical experiments proving Earth's rotating. So, yeah.
They definitely did not get to the bottom of it. We never get to the bottom of anything here. It's impossible.
We do. We get to the bottom of all of the little bowls or barrels or pipe dreams that they have where they claim that there's evidence of shit. We get to the bottom of that every fucking time and it comes up empty. No evidence.
Short. They do come short a lot, I'll give you that.
There's been a lot of money spent on building very interesting devices over the years to, you know, affirm the assumption. But that doesn't really quite mean much when that was the purpose of the purpose of the device. I think we got a little bit of somewhere with regards to the fact that vacuums can't be empty. And it just makes perfect logical sense that everything else in nature needs something to travel through. And yet all of a sudden, we think light doesn't need to because we pull the air out of a vacuum. It's probably more logical that there is something left in there that light requires to travel through, but we just haven't discovered what that is yet, and we can't measure it.
Yeah, I wish I had saved this before, but they had a picture. They had, I don't know what kind of like thermal or some kind of vision it was, but when they have a vacuum, you can actually see like there's something crazy going on inside of it. It's not, there's not nothing going on. There's definitely something going on inside of a vacuum.
Of course. I mean, a vacuum tube will tell you that. You know, in electronics, you know, you can, well, I suppose, look, it sort of doesn't really, but it does if you actually think about it. It means there has to be something in there for the electrons to continue to pass through. And so, you know, they either claim that electrons don't require any medium to pass through, or they do. And if they do, then vacuum tubes still have a medium, just not air. I think we got somewhere with that last night. I think there were some ballers fucking talking about things that, you know, they probably didn't think they'd be talking about based on just logic, which is rare. Ball of logic? Fucking hell, that's a contradiction in terms, isn't it?
SC was in here earlier talking about the cord hump or the drop hump thing again.
Yeah, we had a bit of beef over that yesterday.
That was brutal.
I see it all.
I think I repeated the thing that I said probably like 37 times.
I heard you. You're like, listen, I'm not going to say it again. This is the last time.
And then 10 minutes later, I was saying it again.
Hey, I reckon it was an hour in when I thought I'd finished it with everyone and said, look, let's just agree to disagree. And then I thought we'd moved on, and then it fucking switched back for another 2 hours.
No, we don't agree to disagree here, Whites. Come on. Somebody needs the cave. Otherwise, we keep it going.
Can't we just agree to disagree to agree? Or just disagree to agree to disagree?
Can't we just agree to be disagreeable?
Yes.
Now, the analogy of ionizing radiation, you know, and before we ever discovered it and knew about it, it was still permeating our environment and still causing problems. And people would have been called crackpots and whatever for suggesting that this benign-looking rock is actually shooting shit out of us that's causing problems, you know, until they were able to actually test it and shit, you know. What's to say the same thing's not happening with what they say is not in a vacuum? You know, there's people being laughed at about ether and all this sort of stuff. Yet one day there could be a device that measures this shit.
Well, I think there was a dude. I think there was a scientist or something named Ray Bradbury or something. Supposedly he made a telescope that could actually view the ether with the way its lenses were arranged or something. Tales like that give me a lot of hope that we're on our way to discovering something.
Yeah, there's this thing I saw of empty space, and I'm telling you, it did not look empty in the camera. They're like, this is a vacuum. And it was like blobs of shit was happening. It was crazy. I wish I had fucking saved that. It was so awesome.
Just go to the patent office and just fucking put in a search term for, you know, imaging inside of a vacuum or something like that. It would have been patented. Whatever this device was would have been patented, man.
It was on like TikTok or something. I mean, I don't think it's even anything like crazy. I don't know what it was, but it was definitely awesome to just look at, let alone the arena. I should have saved that, man. Well, I need a secretary. I'm telling you, man.
Guys. They've got nothing to do at the moment.
They're busy doing math. I need a secretary. Just a flat earth secretary.
Have you got a manually fucking mining Bitcoin for you? Just manually crunching the numbers.
Yeah.
That'll keep them busy. How long would it take a person to do that? Like fucking
you wouldn't be able to.
Shit?
Even if you have a computer and you try to do it yourself, it would take you a long fucking time to do it. Like the whole reason people do it is they mostly join a pool and work together. That way, when you get the reward, they split it.
Mhm.
Like if you just took your computer and tried to solve a block, I don't think you would ever do it. You might get lucky. There's like a luck factor involved though, so you might get lucky and do it in 5 minutes, or most likely though, it's not gonna happen.
So what are you doing right now, Jeremy? You're waxing, you're polishing. What are you doing?
I'm cleaning a toilet.
Nice.
And trying to solve a block.
Cleaning a toilet.
Talking crypto and cleaning a toilet. There's got to be a robot for that fucking job. Don't you have like a little kit of robots? You get to the toilet and you just unleash a robot that does all that for you?
Do they have two methods?
For crypto.
They have two methods right now that will clean a toilet without a human involved. One of them is it's actually two toilets, and after somebody uses it, it flips through the wall, like it flips on the other side of the wall. So now the other toilet is on.
I saw that, dude.
You saw that one?
Did you pass me a link to that?
I don't know. I might have.
It was some shit like that, dude. It was crazy.
Yeah.
It just flipped up into the wall and got washed on the other side, and then came back around.
Yeah, but it's really like two toilets though. So like, there's a toilet on the other side, so there's like literally no downtime. So like, as soon as somebody uses it, it flips around on the other side of the wall, and the clean one pops out, and the dirty one's now on the other side getting cleaned. And the other way is they actually have like a Rosie the robot type thing that can go into a restroom, clean the toilet. Then when it'll clean the whole bathroom, and then when it's done, it'll go back into wherever it's supposed to go, recharge, get rid of the dirty fluids, get new clean fluids, all kinds of shit.
I remember because I was like multi-pass, because that shit reminded me of The Fifth Element.
Fifth Element. Yeah.
Great movie. Great fucking movie.
Yeah, fucking hell. Our version of that here is a toilet that you go in, and it's all fucking stainless steel, like a public toilet. And up on the roof in various locations are fucking just high pressure nozzles, right? And they're all pointing in different directions, of course. And you might be on the shitter having a shit, and you'll get a warning: 15 seconds until cleaning cycle.
Whoa!
You're like,
can't be doing
oh,
that.
shit.
That's
so you've got to get out, clean up, and get out. And then you hear it. It goes through a high pressure fucking blast off, and then the door opens, and you look in, and it's all just soaking wet. Fucking, it's not even really clean. I'm sure there's some chemical in there that sterilizes it, but it's just wet and messy. It's horrible.
That's just
my
crazy.
God,
You gotta just wait till you gotta wait till the person leaves at least. Like have a sensor. Like okay, there's a human being in here. Let's not spray the jets.
I mean, it doesn't even sound hygienical.
Cycle.
Just blowing piss and shit all over the floors and walls and shit. It just sounds like what if the soap dispenser wasn't working that day and it just decides it wants to just blow that shit all over the place anyway? Unsterilized.
Oh yeah, someone will call the number.
My goodness.
Oh, it's terrible. I've seen another one where obviously not in Australia, just online, where similar to the one Jeremy described, but instead of the whole toilet flipping into the wall, the seat itself is rotated around and sterilized by a device that comes out and cleans it and sterilizes it. So if someone gets off the toilet and the whole seat itself is automatically cleaned, not the whole room, which is interesting.
I'm telling you, 5-10 years from now, there's not going to be a lot of the jobs are going to be automated. That's why they went down from after the Industrial Revolution. Before the Industrial Revolution, the work week was like, I don't know, 60 hours or something, 80 hours or something crazy.
Oh, God.
And then they're like, oh, we have all this automation. What's up?
Look out for the fucking bejeweled colostomy bags or whatever you call it.
What the fuck?
You know how they did the mask, and made it all a fad?
Well, bro, colostomy bags used to be something for rich people. It was like a sign of wealth, where it's like, I am so wealthy, I don't even have to stop to fucking, shit or piss or whatever. I just do it right here, and my fucking servant takes the bag out for me. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh
so
God, yeah, that level of lazy.
it was just like a sign of wealth.
Yeah, I think it was more an indication that wealth meant that you could have more of the refined foods that fucked you up good and proper, like sugar and wheat and things like this.
Yeah.
Personally,
Gout,
you don't want a colostomy bag, man. Fucking no
creams.
way.
It's not. I can't be comfortable.
No.
I see where you might have the correlating a sign of wealth. Is it, you know what I mean? Because they were eating the creams and drinking a lot, and you know what I mean, and they were getting gout and having like a lot of health problems that might have been, I don't know.
Yeah, the servants and the poor people didn't get all those problems, that's for sure.
I'm telling you, I read somewhere they were doing it as if there was nothing even wrong with it. They would
That's
just get like a
crazy.
catheter and a colostomy bag, just as like, look, I'm so wealthy, I don't even have to stop to shit and piss. I can just do it wherever I
No.
want, and my servant will do it for me.
If you believe that, there's something wrong. No one, no matter how wealthy you are you gonna put up with the hassle of a catheter and the fucking colostomy bag, dude. It's horrible.
I don't know.
No way.
I don't know, dude. These rich people are wackos, bro. Who knows?
If they're lazy because they're so fat, I can see that they've got to a point where it's just like, oh, you know what? It's so hard going to the toilet. Just give me the bag. Give me a catheter. I can see that, but not just a pure sign of I'm so wealthy that I don't have time for fucking shitting and pissing.
Like literally, nothing's even wrong with you. You're just like that rich where you don't even have to stop to pee or poop.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I don't know how
I like
true
all
that is.
the-
I read it somewhere a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not gonna fact check you. That's what you're thinking.
Look into that, Grim. Look into that.
I'm not doing
Google search that up real quick.
the commercials I'll end up with.
Yeah, you type that one time in your YouTube feed, you'll be coming up with wacky shit after that.
All these old
See,
people
again,
on my shit.
Yeah, again, if AI was real, AI would know that you don't need to be spammed with that. You've just got a little interest that you're looking in to check up a fact, and that's it. Not to spam you with shit. But it will. AI is not real.
Dude, I did something earlier, and then I opened TikTok, and then it was that thing. I can't remember what it was. This happened just today, too. I can't even remember what it was.
I don't fuck with TikTok at all.
Come on, Grim. You gotta keep up with the cool kids.
Mm-mm. I am the cool kids.
Shortest.
TikTok is for people with no attention span.
That's what I was about to say. It's for the shortest attention span generation.
I know what it does. It's conditioning. It's conditioning people for immediate gratification. It's just like it's fucking with your quality of life. Now, when you go outside after that, you're not getting a fucking little pleasant little completed thought every. You know what I mean? A little video with a magic trick at the end of it every 10 seconds and getting that endorphin release. So you're going back to your phone for that little endorphin release. You know what I mean?
I like those videos.
Stay out of life.
You don't ever do like you don't ever flip on your like YouTube shorts and flip through them. I enjoy it. Fun little videos.
No, man.
I don't do it.
I don't do it a lot. I know I'll enjoy it.
I don't do it a lot, but if I'm just like lying down or just chilling, and I might just flip through a couple because some of them are pretty entertaining.
Yeah,
that's the thing.
Oh yeah,
I know.
Social media,
enjoy
you
it.
only get endorphins if somebody gives you feedback. You're not getting feedback. You're just
People
kind
get
of being
endorphins all the time. You see something that a little thing that is a little magic trick, and it was like, oh, that was exciting, that was cool. You didn't even have to say anything or do anything. You get a little endorphin release, and then there's a story, the start of the story, a middle, now a completion, endorphin release because you got a complete, from top to bottom, little psychological thing going on in your head.
What I like about it is I like seeing like people that I normally wouldn't see. You know what I mean? Like things that they're doing, like little things that they've come up with. Like it's kind of like people watching, I guess, but it's like things that I normally wouldn't run into. Like I don't really watch TV, either. So it's like I don't know. The YouTube Shorts for me is just like a way to kind of see what's going on in the world a little bit.
Yeah, and it's more like amateurish. So it's not like the big Hollywood shit. You're getting people in their bedroom doing goofy shit, and it's neat.
Yeah, and there's some like heartwarming things too. Like some like with like a dog, or like people with their pets, or like just cute people that are in like relationships and being lovey-dovey. Yeah, there's kind of cute little things in there.
Yeah, kangaroos getting punched out by dudes trying to save their dog. That sort of stuff.
And sometimes
Even
they
though it sort
actually
of looks
make
like that
your
kangaroo
mind.
was just cuddling the dog.
Sometimes people even do it where it kind of makes your mind think, like a little like test, testing you on things, like IQ tests, a little stuff like that.
I think one of the origins of that video style was the those early YouTube channels and Vine channels, etc. Yeah, Vines and YouTubes, but people would specifically fuck with like drive-throughs, like McDonald's and Burger King, and there was just millions of those types of videos, and it's like the perfect opportunity for filming those because you could have you're in your car, you're ready to just drive off, and you just have your cameraman sitting right next to you, and then you could just fuck with the person working there, and then just speed off, and that created that whole like a lot of shit was spun off from that. Like early videos showing you like how to get like a free like Big Mac or something, and that evolved to people like doing illusions, like making it look like their head was cut off driving through there, and then people getting ice cream thrown in their face. The person who would
my bad,
put
go
ice
ahead.
cream on his own face, and all kinds of hijinks involving the drive-thrus.
I just like them because it feels more personal. Like it's more creative. It's people, like I said, it's just people in their bedrooms in their house doing shit. So like you're not getting subliminally hit with all that propaganda and Hollywood bullshit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised that it doesn't seem like there's too much predictive programming in them. Like it is just a lot of like just kind of real people doing stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that is the programming, to have you just watching other people instead of living a life.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't even think they're seeing what I'm saying at all.
No, I hear you, Graham. I know what you're saying.
That's you know how you have a relationship with your wife and you you sit down at the dinner table every night and have discussions about your day, and oh yeah, nobody does that anymore. Yeah.
Do you sit down and tell her about adventures on Discord?
Yeah, well, she's right here.
Hi, Mrs. Grimm.
I think the thing is with that is most people know what's happened in everyone's day before they even get home together. The constant communication.
Yeah.
It is nice to sit around the table with the family and have a meal, though, even if it's just once a day. It is nice
That's
to
what
do
we
that.
do here. Yeah, every day.
I don't know how we made it without cell phones before. Like now, if my cell phone like gets fucked up and I'm out at work or something, like I get nervous. Like now I can't call anyone. I don't even know anyone's phone number. I used to know everyone's phone number back in the day. I don't know my wife's phone number.
You are now dumb.
We were just talking about that, Jeremy, on the way home today. She was telling me a story about how cut her cell phone down on the edge of the cliff next to the banks there by the river, and it started sliding down, and she just dove for her cell phone right towards the edge of the cliff. Like, it's just a fucking phone. I mean, what the fuck?
Oh, people would have jumped to their deaths, mate, to try and save their phone.
It's like
Definitely.
she said her maternal instincts. I said, that is not a baby. It's a fucking phone.
Yeah.
Fucking funny.
Oh.
I noticed too that like when I'm driving, sometimes I'm like, oh, I'll just leave my phone in the car. And I've learned to never do that because it seems like I always need it for something. Even if I think I'm not going to need it, I always need it. So now I'm like, yeah, I don't leave my phone in the car. I always take it.
Do you remember when Twitter had like a bit of downtime a few years ago and people were fucking freaking out and like calling 911? Even in Australia, there were people calling 911 instead of 000 to report
Holy
fucking an
fuck.
emergency. Like, the anxiety of those fucking poor people must have just been through the roof. It was only down for an hour or so. It's crazy.
I
don't
do
even
remember
use
that.
Twitter like that.
I mean, I remember the talking about it, laughing about it. I didn't even.
Yeah,
yeah.
We are overly dependent on these phones, but they're also pretty cool.
Oh, hell
Well, no shit. That's why we're dependent on them. Because they're pretty cool.
Yeah, they've evolved.
Well, they get it
we
gets
haven't.
stuff done. It's not that only that they're cool. Yes, they're awesome, but you can get stuff done now.
On
Like
a
before you
superficial
had
level. Remember how
before
when
you
we
had
used
to
to
look
use
for a
it?
pay. No, before you had to look for a payphone, and then if your wife wasn't home and she was out at the supermarket, you had no way to contact people before like that. You know what I'm saying?
How
Maybe
is that
like
worse? How is that worse though? I mean, you knew what you had to do for the day. You got accomplished your goals for the day because 17 more goals didn't pop up in under your ass. You know what I mean? I mean, things were a little more blissful. I mean, I'm telling
No,
you.
I know, but an emergency could happen where it's like, oh shit, I locked my keys out of the car. I have a second set at the house. I can just call my wife to come bring me my keys. You couldn't do that,
But
because
we didn't lock our keys out of the house and do all that shit so often back then. We weren't distracted by our phones.
Yeah.
Oh, you could have had a pager, Jeremy. Just go back
That
to the
shit's
old
happening
pager, mate.
because of
Just
the phone.
page the missus.
How many phone numbers do you remember now? It's like you became dependent. It was a cool tool, but then it became a dependency. That's where it was. Because I can't remember any phone numbers except for like all the old ones that I used to know when I was a kid.
There's people that
Same
actually
here,
mate. There's people that actually make a case for writing not being a good thing because of what you just said. Like, you know, we can write it down now. Yeah, that's great, but what did it do to us? Like, did we lose the ability to, you know, remember all that stuff that we were writing down now? You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's not the ability. We haven't lost the ability.
Writing added it
It's
to
just we
memory.
don't
For
need
me,
to.
when I wrote it physically down, it added it to my memory in a much better way than if I had just heard it.
And not writing it? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, because then it's twice instilled and burnt the neuron passageways. The writing of
Now
it.
you have a visual. Now you have a
Yeah.
visual of it too. Yeah.
For me, not everybody's like that though.
Well, it's an interesting idea though.
Audio and visual learners.
Like it's one thing, yeah, that is
exactly.
true. It's one thing to have like, you know, cave paintings and things like that, like different symbols, but it does kind of make you think like all this writing, you know, just thousands of pages of writing. It's like, it does kind of seem like it's like distracted us from, or like detached us from the information. Because if you weren't doing all that, you would have to just have all the information in your head.
Yeah.
Well, I think after we started refining, we started refining what we mean by things, right? And that became, we needed more words to refine, you know, with more explanation, I guess, or whatever. Because I mean, it was like simple ideas and terms. They got us only so far. Then we start getting to like much higher level concepts. We got to break these ideas into, you know, subgroups and subs. You know what I mean? And subgroups and shit like that.
Right. And if you have something like a dictionary,
more words necessary. Yeah.
Like a dictionary, certain reference books and things. Yeah. It just comes out to me as it's for some reason I feel like writing is kind of unnatural in a way.
Well, I mean, aren't we about the only animals that do it? I mean, it's not natural to most animals, for sure. I guess we're not the only animals that do it, but
Like piss
There's
drinking,
two.
isn't it?
You know, here's something interesting about animals is there's two animals on Earth that have slaves. We're one of them, and ants.
Ants?
We don't have slaves.
Yeah,
We have
ants will.
personality types that want slaves, but we don't generally have slaves. No.
Ants will. They'll have like a. There's this warrior version of ants. They're like all warriors, and what they do is they'll go raid another colony. They'll go raid another colony, and they'll take
Yeah.
all their larvae or eggs or whatever the fuck they're called, and then
That's
they
a
make
kids'
them do.
movie called Ants, Jeremy.
And then they make them. They'll make those larvae do. Larvae do all the work, get all the food, dig all the tunnels. They do all the work.
It's a hostile
It's a good
takeover.
movie, that one.
none of the uncles work.
Yeah.
Waka waka waka. Just the ant.
I didn't get it, Fuzzy.
Are there any animals that don't have a hierarchy?
I don't
I'm
know.
thinking.
Well, bees, they've got a queen, and they all work for the queen. But other than that,
That's other than that hierarchy. They don't have a hierarchy.
Yeah, that's
no.
other
But
than
is
the
it
ultimate
a
hierarchy.
hierarchy, or is it just a biological instinct? Hierarchy is more like the lion pack, where someone respects and bows down to like the alpha. That's different to me.
Yeah, we're the ones who call it the queen. She doesn't call herself the queen, so you're right. That's just her job. Like it could probably be the worst job.
Yeah, but they do crazy stuff for the queen. They'll like die for the queen, and they do all kinds of like bees. Like it is like
Yeah, but
pretty-
not because they're scared of having their head cut off if they don't do it or anything like that.
Well, it's
But I guess we
well,
could call it
they're
a
actually
hierarchy.
they're protecting the queen because the queen creates the royal jelly, and like the queen creates a lot of the things that are needed for reproduction of the hive.
I actually saw an interesting thing on bees. They said they actually fly by like vibrating with the Schumann resonance or whatever the resonance the Earth is, and that's how they're able to fly.
Man, somebody was smoking some shit when they tried to trick me with that shit. I found out
Oh, that's not real?
the bee's wings rotate. That they don't flap
It
straight
has
up and
nothing to
down.
do with the vibration of the Schumann resonance or something.
Not that I know of.
You talking about bumblebees, Jeremy?
But yes,
I don't
bumblebees.
know.
Their wings rotate. They're too small to flap straight up and down the way that they would.
Well, there's people that
there's-
say that a bee's wings can't actually, if it was just flapping, like physically, wouldn't actually allow the bee to fly. So some people have just said that there's like an electrostatic kind of effect where it's more like hovering electrostatically rather than actually using the wings to physically push against the air.
Yeah.
Have you ever
Little
seen the thing where the
helicopters.
guy? Have you ever seen the thing where the guy has a tank full of bees, and then and they're all buzzing around and shit, and then he shuts the light off, and they all just drop? Nobody saw
A
that.
tank full of bees, and he turns the light off, and they drop.
Yeah, he's got a tank. He's got a tank. It's full of bees. They're all buzzing around and shit. He shuts the lights off. They all just fall to the ground. You guys never saw that?
No, that sounds super weird. That a bee can't fly if the light's not on.
If I can find it.
Not that I can say I've ever seen a swarm of bees at night time. But what?
Right. I have been stung.
There's got to
at
be more
night,
to that
though.
story, Jeremy. Yeah.
Maybe they were morning bees.
Maybe they need the ether to be stimulated or perturbed enough to actually gain flight. And that's stimulated by the sun. Fucking hell, Jeremy. There's a topic to talk about.
Yeah, maybe they need that positive charge.
Look, if you Google it, Google search bees lights off. Yeah, I can see the tank that the guy had him in right here.
Jeremy. Need a video and a
Makes me do all the work.
timestamp and a link. Come
They're
on.
30-second videos. They're 30-second videos. Google search bees lights off. Google search that. I'm telling you, it's right there.
What's the idea around that? That bees don't fly at night, or they don't fly in the darkness?
I have no idea. I don't know why they do that or anything. I just know that if you shut the lights off on them, they drop.
I don't know like that much. I don't know all the details about bees, but as I think about it, I've never really seen a bee at night.
No, I was saying that. I think if they do truly just drop out of the fucking sky when he turns the light off, and there's nothing special about that particular light, then it does very much suggest that they require the perturbation of the medium to actually fly.
That's interesting. Or they need like, you mean they need like the charge of the sun, the ether, the environment needs to be charged by the sun in order for them to be able to fly? That's interesting.
Well, I just think not charged necessarily, but perturbed, like just activated or stimulated.
Oh, I
You
know
can call
why.
it charged if you want.
I know why they do it.
Why?
It's one of those. It's the same reason why like all those sparrows did it. It's because when they think that there's a predator, the shadow makes them think there's a predator right above them. All they can see is shadow, so they drop.
Oh, geez, no, take that back. Pretend you didn't say that. I liked all the other ideas.
I know, I hate it, but I remember it with the birds now. So I just let's look it up because I think that might be the reason.
Wait, why do they do it here? I'm gonna share the
animals
video.
do it. The swarming animals. Sorry, dude. It might be a bee instinct to just also to avoid predators and drop.
Surely the guy who had the bees in the tank is fucking aware of that and put it in the bottom of his little submarine. Surely.
Live stream text. A live stream text right now.
People like to get your, blow your mind, but not tell you.
Yeah, Jeremy.
Posted it in the fucking thing. The bees fall. I don't know why it does it.
Wow, that is
fucking
interesting.
Shuts the lights off.
It's like they just can't fly without the light.
Are they trying to fly? I can't look right now. Are they trying to fly and can't?
Well, it seems like the minute he turns the light off, they all just fall to the ground, and then they're still walking around like they're not dead, but it's like they just don't fly anymore. Like they completely stop flying.
Oh, so they're not playing dead. They're certainly not playing dead like in an attempt to avoid a prey or something.
Right, and they're not like totally deactivated because they're still walking around. They just instantly stop flying.
They're playing dead at the ground so that the predator is flying above them. Right, the fast way out of the predator's swoop is down.
Well, like I said, when I think about bees, I've never been outside at night and had a bee buzzing around that I could ever think of. It's always in the daytime, And I imagine if we research bees, that like at night they go into their, they're in their hive or whatever at nighttime. They're probably not out collecting pollen and all that at night.
Right. Someone go and kick a hive over at night. Let's see what happens.
Well,
maybe that's what the ancients knew about bees. You only harvest.
That's what I was saying earlier. I've been stung, but not by a bumblebee, or I don't know if we're talking about that anymore. But I've been stung at night. But I think it was like a yellow jacket or some other. But it was still I got stung by a bee. But check this out.
I've got an interesting.
So this says, I just Googled it. It says, with the exception of Megalopta, almost all bees are inactive at night. And then the other first thing that came up is it says that honeybees and bumblebees cannot fly at night.
What? Wow, cannot. What's the reason for that, Jake? It's got to have a fucking reason there.
That was from USA Today.
It's something to do with the way they fly, I think. It's some kind of electromagnetic or electrostatic or something. Some kind of weird thing they got going on.
This thing is saying it's got to do. This thing is saying it's got to do with how their eyes work, that they don't really see, but they use the sun's rays, polarized light, to guide them, so they have no way to guide themselves. I'm presuming when there's no sunlight.
Oh, they're flying blind.
Yeah,
blind.
Other than their pheromone secretions, because if one of them stings you at night, they can all find you and sting you at night.
Well, there are animals chickens are an interesting one. Like chickens at night are just like when they're kind of just like sleeping, like they're just sitting there, and it's like they're just deactivated. They're like turned off. And it's like
Yeah, it's weird.
It is
Hey,
weird. It's like,
chickens.
yeah, it's hard
Chickens
to like
can't
wake
fly
them up.
at night. Chickens can't fly at night either.
Yeah, they can't see.
That is
Same thing.
A lot of cows too. You know, a lot of cows can't fly at night.
No cows can't fly at night. Yeah.
But is that
They
the
can
same,
tip.
or is that because of electromagnetism?
Is that why they
No,
do
it's just statics.
the cow tipping?
For the cows.
Well, is that why they do the cow
exactly.
tipping at night, where you go out and you push the cows over because they're?
Well, I heard that was an old
Can't
wives'
fly
tale, right? Because I've tried it and it just don't work.
Yeah,
But I've
I
heard.
never found a cow that sleeps solidly enough. I've tried to sneak up on a bunch of them, but they only doze.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck it,
A bunch of them. Riding's been out there trying to kip it.
They even sidestep in their sleep, dude. And you push one over and just
Yeah.
sidestep in its sleep, man. You don't care about you.
Back when Lightning McQueen came out, eggshells was all over it.
Well, it would make sense that they would sidestep, because like if there's extremely heavy winds or something, you know, at night, they would be able to kind of not fall over.
Yeah, that would be crazy. Right? Cows and I think I looked it up, man. It was just an old wives' tale. I gotta go.
Yeah, there's lots of things on the internet that are old wives' tales that actually work.
So the bees can't see at night in the dark, so they just drop to the ground. Don't even try to like land gently. Like imagine it. Like I don't know.
You know, maybe it's possible the bees think that they could turn the light on if they fall.
I don't think that's what they think.
No, it seems like what Riding said. That was what I found too. It's something about their eye that uses the polarized light of the sun to find its direction when they fly. So that makes sense. When the lights go off, they're just like, "Oh, we're not flying anymore. We're just gonna crawl around."
So what if it's a light? What if it's an indoor light and it's not are indoor lights polarized?
I don't think it's the polarizing is what you do to the light that coming into your eye, and at least to my understanding, I don't fully get it, is it's only accepting light from a very relatively small angle. So it's like if you had made a bunch of toilet rolls that all pointed towards your eye, but like fan out in all directions, or like, you know, if you sort of, you know how insects' eyes are basically a bunch of tubes. So to navigate, you just go, right, I want the sun coming in that tube. I want to keep it in that orientation and not in any of the others. And with that, you can fly in a fairly straight path.
No doubt. No doubt.
And if there's no light, you're not able to do that. It's similar. I think it's probably lots of insects use a similar thing. This is why Christmas beetles and moths and stuff circle around light bulbs. So any light will do it. In that clip that you posted, in fact, that's an indoor light.
So if you're ever out at nighttime and somebody says, I just got stung by a bee, you can just instantly be like, you're lying. I know bees can't fly at night. Gotcha.
Well, you could.
They could have fucking got
I'd want to ask another question or two first.
Jesus Christ, you could have crawled
in a
right.
hive or something.
Yeah.
Was it a crawling
No.
bee?
Whites are lagging. No, anyone says they got stung by a bee at night, I'm calling them out instantly.
Well, the only thing is that it does sound like there's some bees that do fly at night, so they could be,
damn.
stung by one of those. But not a honeybee or a bumblebee. Also, could it still sting you even if it's not flying? Like if it crawled up your leg or, you know, crawled onto you from another surface?
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Man, you guys are blowing holes all my shit. All right, maybe I'll let somebody slide on that then.
We'll just ask
Of course
them
it
some
can
more
sting
questions.
you
If
if
they
it
go,
crawls
flew
onto
right
your
in the
foot.
window and it was clearly a bumblebee, then you can call it. But most of the bees that
You had a torch with it.
have bitten me because
Had
I
its own
not
light.
realized they were there. Like put my hand in a glove that they are, or like, you know, they land on my ankle and I nearly crush them.
You meanie.
Remember
Why don't you
last
check your gloves for bees?
year there was all these caterpillars in my yard, right? And I was like, oh, these beautiful little caterpillars, and I saved one. I saved one. I was about to crush it, or I don't know what happened, but I saved it. I let it go in the lawn or in the back of the woods or something. And then I stepped on another one, and I was like, oh shit, I fucking killed them. And then come to find out, like, I don't know, it was 3, 4, 5 weeks later or something, we had a moth plague. And then there was just thousands of moths. And I'm like, yo, I would have been stomping on them because they were all over the place. I was seeing like a lot of them. Yeah, we had like a fucking plague. My wife made me go buy a bug zapper. There was you couldn't even go outside last year for part of the summer.
That's just happened here actually with these fucking giant moths, like almost the length of your fucking hand. Yeah.
Well, I don't know about that. That's because you're in Australia, but they were pretty big here too. But yeah, because there was
during the Olympics, there was these bogong moths, I think they're called, and it was like hailing one day, scorching heat the next, then it's thunderstorms, and then for the next like 5-6 days, there was just these enormous swarms of bogong moths, like zapping themselves on the the giant light arrays to light the sort of athletic stadiums. They'd all hang around there and then zap themselves and were falling on the audience. It was pretty weird.
One day had long all those eggs or whatever, not eggs, fucking cocoons, whatever the situation was, where they were sitting dormant waiting for the right conditions.
I'll tell you what's crazy. You guys ever see Animal Planet series with the fucking guy with the voice?
No.
What's the guy's name? You never seen that? Attenborough. Yeah. That guy puts me to sleep every time. But they had the thing where the locusts come out once every 17 years. And it's fucking hilarious because all the predators, so many locusts that at some point after they're so fucking stuffed, the locusts are just crawling over the predators. They just can't even eat them anymore. That's like one of their mechanisms. They're some animals have camouflage, some like defense mechanisms. Some animals just have so many babies that you can't stop them. The defense mechanism.
Yes, I think that's yeah. There's a certain country I think doing that, isn't there? Slowly but surely.
What, China?
Oh, is that who you think's doing it? I didn't say it.
I mean,
you're racist. You're racist.
Well, I mean, that's the country having the most. Has the most.
Oh,
people.
and India. I suppose India and China, they're fucking pretty much competing with each other, aren't they?
Do you know why India and China? Do you know why India and China have so many people?
Because they have so many people. By definition.
I know. Yeah, but you know why?
Because they have so many people.
Yeah, but there's a reason behind it.
I think there's a joke incoming.
No, it's no joke.
Oh, okay.
It's no joke. Listen, here's why. For India, I'll give you the Indian one first. For India, it's the Himalayan mountains. It sounds weird, but the clouds can't go over the Himalayan mountains, so all the rain falls on the one side. You get tons of water, which is good for agriculture, so they can grow just tons of food, right? And the more food you have, the more people. So that's India's reason. China's reason was the canal system they built. They were able to distribute the food throughout their country super easy with the canals. It's all about food. It's all about food.
I think it's all about the time that people have been trying to do things and the goals of the people that are in power at the time. Because you could take a nation and do nothing with it, or you can take a nation and have ideas and develop it like fuck and do agriculture and shit as well. So
it's all about how good your infrastructure is. You got to be able to grow the food, and you have to be able to distribute it to where it needs to be. Like just growing it's not good enough. You got to be able to get it to the people. In China, China and India were able to do that. That's why they have so many
Yeah, it's
people to this day.
to the detriment of everyone, though. You know,
Why?
everyone was
Why is
healthy
it?
when there wasn't the agricultural revolution, relatively.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously spawned population growth and provided food security, but it's fucked with people's, you know, health along the way.
Well, the food
That's-
nowadays doesn't have nearly the amount of nutrients it used to have in it back in the day.
Yeah, but it does though. Like the food we're supposed to eat does have all the nutrients. But yeah, we've been conditioned to eat all this other shit that they've developed for us.
Yeah, the food they sell now, I mean, they're not letting the land regenerate properly in between crops and shit, because it's all about money. They got to be pumping out carrots and potatoes as fast as possible. They don't care if it has less nutrients in it. Who gives a fuck? It's all about the money.
Well, of course, yeah.
Yeah.
That's why it's all going to move to bugs, mate. It's all going to go to bugs because it's all about the money.
What about that laboratory grown meat?
Yeah, I reckon that's just a ruse. I reckon that's a ruse, and they'll do that maybe for a little portion of a while until everyone accepts bugs.
Oh, what do you think? We're going to end up like Snowpiercer?
Pretty well. I don't know about Soylent, but yeah, we'll be having bug protein. Well, I won't be, but the masses will be. Oh, there you go, Pop.
A bug burger?
I mean, dude, that's not. If there was like a little like granola bar thing, eat the granola bar thing, and it had all the nutrients and calories and vitamins and everything I needed, I'd be fine with that.
Yeah, but hang on. So if it had all the things that they determined that you needed, or all the actual things that you needed, because that's just a piece of steak, man. You know.
I know that's
You don't
the
want
problem
lab
with it
grown.
is That's the problem with it. Is the people that are running the show are corrupt as fuck, and you can't really trust. If it was somebody like genuinely like, all right, here's these granola bars or whatever, it has all the nutrients and everything, protein, all of the stuff you need, and it'd be like, okay, but then you have these corrupt motherfuckers that only care about money and they're trying to get the most money for the granola bar. Yeah, I don't know. I used to have weird ideas of how I would like the world to work. Like, I used to be in favor of a one world government, but that was before I knew how corrupt shit was. I'm like, we should all be under the same leader. That'd be a good idea. We all get on the same page. You know what I'm saying?
Kumbaya, overlord. Kumbaya.
All right.
Yeah.
Listen, when you're young and naive, that's not. There's a lot of ideas that you would think would be good ideas that just aren't in reality.
Oh, mate, if they put 12-year-olds in charge of the world, it'd all be fixed. Because it's black and white to a 12-year-old.
Bugs are good. Great source of protein. Very simple. Quite easy to farm. Get on board, fellas. I've eaten bugs
go
many
for it.
time.
Yeah, well, half your luck. But just, I mean, if there's places in populations where they need food for people, that's fine. I just don't think, the first world countries should be deprived of their steak to eat bugs to save the planet. I think that's just silly.
I would go for it for more for efficiency, food security and shit. You know what I mean with the bugs thing or whatever. But
just grow your own.
Like, you
that's
know
what
how
I mean. Yeah, that's food security. Right
love shit.
Food security.
So we could all eat.
You don't get what you need from a bug.
And then all our waste sewage would go right back to the bug farm.
Can you not live off bugs?
No, you cannot live on bugs.
Insects are nutrient dense animal foods.
Yeah.
Densest one.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
It's a complete. You're eating the whole animal.
So, no, you're not getting all the fatty acids you need from a fucking bug. You might be getting some protein. Jesus.
No, they got everything you need. It's like Bargo, or no, what's the thing from Idiocracy? It's got what plants crave. It's got what humans crave.
No, it's got what will keep you alive. You certainly will not thrive on it. You will be malnourished by the time you got through your 5 years of bug experiment. Definitely.
I don't know about that. I mean,
what
there's a question of
suggesting
optimal.
we eat?
Well, there's a question of optimal or not, but I mean, do insects have everything that we would need to survive? I mean, I'm not suggesting it's a solution or anything, but
No, they don't have
What?
everything.
Okay. What don't they have that we need?
All sorts of shit. Name all the fatty acids that are in them. Protein is about the only thing. Yeah, protein is about the only thing that we could probably get from a bug, like en masse, in terms of why they're producing them. No doubt there's some toxins in there that you fucking wouldn't want en masse either, which I'm sure they're not removing. Fuck.
There's a relatively high content of C18 fatty acids, including oleic, linotect, like there's a whole list of them. Fat of insects.
What insects?
Palmitic acid content is relatively high. I don't know, it just says insects.
Yeah, well, there you go. So you look at hemp seeds. Hemp seeds are supposedly, got everything we need, but they don't.
Well, hemp seeds definitely don't. It's just a plant food. But I mean, insects have been eaten as a food source for humans and all throughout humanity.
Yeah, but not exclusively, Gio. Not exclusively. The only thing that's been eaten exclusively for humanity is animal foods, not insects.
I don't know, man.
You can call them animal foods if you want, but they're not.
Name one of the fatty acids that you think. I think they have all the fatty acids, dude. From what I'm reading.
I haven't looked into them, but they can't have all the animal-based fatty acids that we need. They can't possibly have.
Yeah, no, it looks like they do. They do.
Yeah, but you're just saying that because you've seen the list. So if they do, they do. I'm not saying they don't, but I'm sure they don't. So prove me wrong.
I don't know, but I'm saying like name the fatty acid that we need that the bug. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. They might not. I have no idea. This is the first time I ever even looked into eating an insect.
How much iodine is in a bug?
Iodine?
Yeah.
Hold on, let me Google it.
I know that's not a fatty acid. I'm just curious about iodine.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting crickets? I'm not suggesting. I don't, because I'm not aware of any human group that has only eaten insects. They eat them as an add-on to the other animal foods that they're eating.
But don't you reckon that's only when they fucking need to? Because the normal foods that people have eaten, ancestrally for fucking thousands of years aren't readily available.
Yeah, or they just add them in. Yeah.
It says iodine is an essential trace element in biological system. It has the distinction of being the heaviest element commonly needed by living organisms.
They've got omega-3s. Omega-3s and
I can't really see if there's any iodine in insects. I'm getting weird Google results.
This says fatty acid ranges from 10 to 44% of saturated fatty acids, 2 to 9% of monosaturated, and 19 to 74% of polyunsaturated fatty acids.
Oh, fucking, you don't want that shit then, do you? Oh, that's worse than plant fucking foods, Gio. There you go.
And they've got omega-3s and omega-6s, alpha-linoleic and linoleic.
In what ratios, though? Because they should be balanced, fucking not bloody way out 20 to 1 or some stupid shit.
This says 76 omega-3 and 24%. No, sorry. 76% of omega-6, 24% of omega-3 is what this says.
It probably depends on. It probably varies from insect to insect too. I mean,
Of course, yeah.
Like a grasshopper and a worm.
Well, apparently cockroaches have milk.
I mean, ultimately, I'll pass on the insects. Although I think there's some that are like a little more edible than others, like certain like worms. People like cook them up and stuff. But yeah,
I wouldn't mind having
I would eat earthworms if I had to. Definitely.
I wouldn't mind having like a chocolate covered cricket or something. That actually sounds, a deep fried cricket maybe, something like that.
I love it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, they even
I
have
wonder-
that now. There's like a cricket, like a nutrient bar. You know, what do they call power bar or whatever, made of crickets.
Of course there is. Yeah, most
Cricket
pet
protein.
food these days is
I've
starting to
honestly
be
seen
protein based with insects.
I've honestly seen the Survivor Man show, and he was out there, he was trying to survive, he was starving. He caught a whole bunch of crickets, put them on a little skewer, fried them up over an open fire, roasted them on an open fire. I mean, they look pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
I just found this website, exoprotein.com. It looks like they make all kinds of different bars made from crickets.
Yeah, and type in pet food and insect protein, and you'll fucking see the big industry that's taking off or taken off already.
Yeah, but the crickets that are in those things, those products are probably not your natural cricket in your backyard. They're probably mass produced in some, environment being force fed GMO corn feed or whatever.
Oh,
well, that's what it'll be for us too. Yeah.
You know that saying, "You are what you eat"? Everyone's heard that before. There's another
That's
thing.
why I eat steak.
Humans will be jumping 20 feet off
I
the
am
ground.
fucking steak. I'm not
It
a
goes
fucking
a little
cockroach.
deeper than that. It goes a little deeper than that, though. You are what your food eats. You know what I mean? Because your food, like, say you feed shit to a cow, and then you eat the cow. Well, the cow's now made up of what it ate, and then you're gonna eat that.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Yes, what is?
A cow. Cows only chew grass. They don't actually consume the grass. They consume fatty acids. They're 100% carnivore.
A cow is a carnivore?
Yeah. Yep. Animal fats. That's
They
why
eat
they have the
meat?
different stomachs. They ferment the grass and produce colonies of bacteria. And then in their last stomach, they dump acid all over that and then consume the bacteria. And it's essentially
shit.
all fatty acids. Yeah.
Technically,
so
they are.
They're not fucking.
I guess
vegetarians or-
they categorize them as herbivores, though.
Of course, yeah.
Either way,
because they chew grass.
Either way, if you're feeding a cow a whole bunch of GMO shit, and then you eat the
Hmm.
cow, the cow's now made up of all that GMO shit that you fed them, and then you're gonna eat the cow, and you're gonna end up being made up of that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, no. If the cow was genetically modified itself, it would produce genetically modified flesh. But if it's eating genetically modified food, the cow will still produce normal flesh, but it will be poisoned or sickened by the genetically modified food that it's eaten. And it might be deficient in something. That's all. They have to actually genetically modify a cow to produce different flesh.
I'm not saying genetically modify the cow. I'm just saying, like, we're eating basically what our food eats.
Yeah, I would absolutely agree.
Yeah.
I mean, also like with eggs, like people that have soy protein allergies, if the chicken eats soybean, they'll have the allergy just from eating the eggs. And they've actually found soy protein in the eggs as well. So like it's literally going right through.
That's what I'm saying. You are what your food eats. You're not just what you are what you eat. You are what your food eats too.
Well, of course, that's why you go for organic things. But just because a cow eats a genetic modified grass doesn't mean the meat's genetically modified.
Well, I mean, your cow's made up of that genetically modified whatever now.
No, it's eating bacteria. If they fed or introduced a genetically modified colony of bacteria into a cow, then that's possible that the cow would end up being compromised. They have modified cows. Don't get me wrong, cows are modified in certain ways, but it just can't happen with grass. That's all. Could they put fucking strychnine in the grass or some other toxin, and can that end up in the flesh? Of course, like glyphosate. That's why you got to be careful.
Yeah,
with
that's what I'm talking about. That's
Okay,
all I'm
right.
talking about. Is if your animals are eating something like chickens, the thing Gio just said with the soy. That's a perfect example.
Fair enough,
Yeah. You are what your food eats. And you wouldn't believe what they feed animals. I was watching this thing the other day, and they feed animals a lot of like old shit, right? Packaged food that's about to go bad or has gone bad. They don't even fucking take it out the packaging sometimes, the guy was saying. They just shred it up, packaging and all. It's fucking
Yeah.
sickening, dude. You wouldn't believe what
It
they're
is
feeding our
sickening.
food. Yeah, they're feeding our food straight like trash, like plastic, all kinds of shit. All kinds of just trash. They feed them trash. There's food in it, but it's mixed in with like regular like trash garbage.
Yeah. Well, again, with cows, a lot of that just goes straight out the back, and everything they put in is just roughage for the bacterial colonies. So I'm not saying it's good that they do it, but they might have discovered that there's certain things that they can put through a cow that doesn't affect the cow, and it just adds to the colonies of bacteria.
I've also
The cow
heard
does not
that
give a fuck.
I've also heard that there's some butchers where like the meat will have like cancer in it, and they'll just cut it out and still serve the meat to people. That can't be good.
Yeah. I don't know. I think we everything's got cancers at different point. You know, it's part of our body's way of getting rid of dead and dying cells, and they either proliferate or they don't. But we've all got it at some point. I don't think consuming a cancerous bit of flesh is going to actually hurt anybody. I wouldn't want to eat a rabid dog.
What if you get to shoot
I mean,
it?
there should. Go ahead.
What if your dog's named Yeller and you get the honor of shooting it between the eyes?
What if what?
What if you get the honor of shooting your rabid dog?
I still wouldn't want to eat it.
Oh.
They should
I'm
have
not-
some kind of emergency. They should have some kind of emergency food system in place where we could like if anything happened, we could like that mushroom thing or the insects or
Like brain
something where you
silos?
could produce food like very quickly. You know what I mean? So that in case of any food shortages or anything, we would be
Guinea
able to
pigs.
start producing
Like
food.
MRs? MREs?
No, not
Guinea
like an
pigs.
MRE.
Yeah, Jeremy, but then
That's-
like they might just go ahead and make the food shortage so they can activate that, and then you're reliant on them for the food. Like it's not like it would necessarily be used how you want it to be used.
Yeah.
Guinea pigs.
I mean, something people could have in their apartment and their house and shit, like a little kit where it's like, all right, you can grow in 7
Fucking
days.
guinea
You'll have
pig.
a whole in
Nah,
7 days. You'll have a whole jar full, a whole fish tank full of mushrooms or something, and these
Fucking
insects or
little
something else.
maybe
pork.
not.
They're tasty as fuck. Little pork.
Not like something done on a massive scale, but like something just a regular person could do. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, a little cage in your room.
Seeds.
Yeah, but even with a
Everybody
guinea
has to
pig,
get planting
guinea
seeds.
pig, you got to have the food. With a guinea pig, you got to
Dude,
have
it's
the
just
food.
grass. It's grass. You can forage that yourself every day.
No, there's
Sure, mix
places
it with water.
there's places that don't even have grass.
You couldn't go out and get grass? Do you think you'd be
I could.
fighting people for grass? 8 million people will be looking for grass. I think you'll have plenty
I
of
could
grass,
get
Jeremy.
grass. I could get
Right.
grass, but there's 8 million people in New York City that are not going to have an easy time just getting grass.
No, but they don't need it because they're not onto it. You just got to take your grass to your guinea pigs, and the guinea pigs grow, and then you've got food. Sweet.
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about everyone. Everyone having food for everyone, not just me.
Oh, you want to look after everybody? Jesus.
Yeah.
You're a champion. That's a lot of cages, mate. That's a lot of
Even
guinea
if not
pigs. Get going.
No, I'm not doing it personally. That's why I said we need something that the normal average Joe could have, to where it's just sitting in his closet, and then like one day is like, oh, the food stopped coming, and he can just like open up this little kit and start growing mushrooms or insects or something. I don't know.
No, because all of those things are going to fuck you up. Whereas guinea pigs, they've got pretty much everything you need. So what you want to do, Jeremy, is start a grass farm out the back and supply grass to all the guinea pig keepers.
No, there's plenty of grass near me. Grass isn't an issue where I live, but somewhere like New York City, like there's not like that much grass.
Right. So become the little guinea piglet fucking supplier and feed supplier for the upcoming guinea pig boom. You could get ahead of this wave, Jeremy.
I'm serious though. Like, I don't know.
Everything I say is serious.
The food shortage thing, like that shit's got me like kind of like thinking.
Well, first you got to do calorie restrictions, limit people to a certain number that they can eat. No more double dipping. See if that could win put that on a national platform. Put that on your campaign website. I'm going to limit how many calories people can eat. See how many people will vote for you.
No more double dipping. Is that what you just said? That's funny.
Yeah, no more dessert.
Calories.
But then you could also impose like calorie floors, meaning everybody has to eat more than a certain amount. We can't just have like some people being skinny assholes who think they're better looking than everyone else. State enforced aesthetics.
Yeah, but those calories have to come from saturated fats, animal based.
Seed oils.
Evil person.
See, Jeremy's Italian, so you can never, you can't out-talk him when it comes to food. His ideas just
Italian, he's getting fucking crates of fucking ramen noodles. He's got sugar and coffee as a priority, as well as, what else was it? Rice. There's nothing Italian there at all.
Oh, don't sleep, bro. We get our pasta on every week. At least that's actually a cheat meal that I'm definitely going to stock up on because you can get a whole pound of pasta. You can get a whole pound of pasta and a jar of tomato sauce, and in total it's like $3 or something, $3-4, and that's a whole fucking
And if
meal right
tomato sauce runs out, you can just use ketchup.
there. I would slap you if you were in front of me right now for saying that.
Ketchup.
I would tackle
That
you
shit's
gently for
disgusting.
saying that. Yeah.
Just fucking go to your McDonald's and just fucking rob the boxes of ketchups they have in the back when the food shortages come.
Do you reckon there's any tomato in any of that? Or do you reckon it's just all synthetic flavoring fucking shit and thickness?
No, that's Heinz ketchup right there.
That's
I think that's Heinz ketchup.
I think they use some
and you're
kind of
saying
a.
that like they're a genuine company and care for you.
They might
You
use
gotta
some
be-
kind of a tomato paste or something as a base in there, but yeah, it's mostly just high fructose corn syrup and chemicals.
Preservatives, yeah, probably a ton of preservatives. I mean, do those ketchup packets even have an expiration date on them?
They never go bad.
They never go bad, right?
People
What did
never
I
stop
see?
asking
Somebody
for
had, I think it was Iceland or Denmark or somewhere closed their last McDonald's about in 2009. And the last burger and french fries that was sold, they put in a museum in a glass case, and the shit still looks fine.
No doubt. Someone just found an old McDonald's inside a wall doing a renovation, and it was the original logo with like the stick figure dude with like a patty for a head, running. It was the old logo of McDonald's, and like it was a bag of fries, and the fries, I won't say still looked good, but they certainly hadn't been touched by any rodents. They were left alone.
Oh, that's
for a
how
long
you
time.
know. Yo, animals can sense shit because I've seen things where they do before where they'll put like a corn cob out one that's like naturally grown organic, and they'll put another one out that's GMO right next to it. And the natural one will get tore up by all the animals and shit. There'll be like almost no corn left on it. And the GMO one will have like it's untouched. The animals won't even touch it.
They know.
That's it.
I mean, even we know, but we're just stupid. I can't imagine like being like a vegetarian or something, going into like potential food shortages and being aware of the situation and thinking, you know, I've got 2 or 3 kids or 5 kids or whatever, and I've got to like seriously think of having a garden that can provide for all of our needs and off our own back. Because as a vegetarian, that'd be a full-time job for 2 fucking people to run a vegetable patch that was prolific enough and fruitful enough to actually nourish everyone all year round. Like, if you don't have any animal foods in your diet, you fucking need a lot of vegetables.
You just need insects, and you're good.
No, vegetarians wouldn't be eating insects, would they? Or is that vegans? I never remember which one's fucking which.
I have no idea.
And then you could be an insectitarian.
I only eat insects.
Insectivore.
You go to work, you open your lunchbox, fucking worms and crickets are jumping out.
I wonder what your shit smell like if all you're having is cockroach.
No, that's not one of the insects. I don't think I would like that one. Can we not do cockroaches, please? Like crickets or... I seen this one time. I think he was in Australia. It's called a grub worm. A grub? No, not a grub. It's this weird looking thing. Witchetty grub. Yeah. He said they taste. He roasted it on an open fire. I love that Survivor Man guy. But he roasted it on an open fire. He said it tasted like peanut butter or something. He said it wasn't bad.
They do have a bit of a nutty taste when you cook them. Yeah, raw, they're fucking absolutely just vulgar.
Oh yeah, I would never eat one raw. But he cooked it up nice, man. It didn't look that bad.
Yeah, it's just nutty.
That's a witchy.
Yeah, one of those things that they go and get if if the hunt wasn't successful or something like that. They always knew they could go to certain trees and get these grubs out for a feed, just like the tubers and the roots. You know, they got certain plants that they could go to and harvest if they needed to. They wouldn't always successfully go out and kill a kangaroo or something. It wasn't their preferred food. I can guarantee you that. It's like survival style. When you've got no supermarket to go to and you didn't fucking get a kill, it's like, what are we taking back to the girls, boys? Shit. All right, let's get some witchy grubs, some fucking tubers.
You ever see that movie Year One?
If you were a survivor and you were the best person on the island at cooking all those insects, and then they still vote to kick your ass off. That would suck.
I missed that. Those ones where the people are fucking naked and they're put out somewhere and they've got to survive, that's harsh as fuck. Some of those people they don't get their fire sorted and they fucking freeze or be eaten alive on that first night. It's crazy.
Yeah, what's that called? Naked and Afraid or something?
Yeah, that's
something
crazy.
like that, man,
At least send them out there with clothes and shit, man. What the fuck?
Well, these people sign themselves up, dude. They think they can do it. It's usually the military guys, the one that says, I've fucking got all this experience, blah, 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 that can't even get a fire going, and then fucking wimps out fucking a few days in, and then leaves the girl on their own to fucking go the whole way. It's pretty funny.
I used to love that show, Dual Survivor. It was this guy, Cody Lundin or something. and he's like this huge hippie guy. He doesn't even wear shoes, right? And they would always team him up with this fucking gun-ho military guy, like total opposite. It was fucking great.
Yeah. Yeah. You've got to be humble. You have to always remain humble, no matter your skill set. What would be the item that you would take out, Geo, on that Naked and Afraid program? Because they let you have one item, I think, to take out.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, you get to take one thing with you.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, some people take a fire starter, some people fucking watch the show and they take like a tarp or a fucking bug net or shoes, you know.
That's tough. Only one item. Holy shit, man.
Mm.
It'd have
The
to be
best one
something
I've
you
seen was a roll of duct tape. Because that chick made fucking all sorts of shit out of that duct tape. Shoes,
that's actually
fucking,
pretty
you
good.
know, something to hold her fucking tits in place and cover herself up. And yeah, it's like it was brilliant, I thought.
They let you take the whole roll?
Yeah, she had a roll of duct tape. Yeah, you can take one thing. You know, they'll let you take a fire starter if you want. You know, that's fucking, that's pretty crucial if you can't start a fire.
Did you take a tent?
Oh, I haven't seen anyone take a tent.
I got
No,
one.
that's not allowed.
I decided what I would take: a motorhome.
Yeah, right.
Probably some restrictions, Geo. You have to go out there on a tinny, so I'm not sure if your motorhome would fit on the tinny, mate.
The tarp is probably like the closest thing you're gonna get to let them take in a shelter, you know.
I think so, yeah.
That's a tough call, man, because you definitely want to have fire, but you also definitely want to have shoes because you're going to be doing a lot of walking around doing shit. I don't know, man. I'll tell you what I do with my shoes is with my shoes I have I got 550 paracord in the boots laces, not the ones I have on now. Am I good now?
Yeah, you're fine.
I have a pair of boots at home with shoelaces in them, and you know how you got those little tips on the end of your laces so they can go through the holes. Well, those are actually a flint. No, those are actually a ferro. It's like a mini ferro rod in there, and it's got a little metal scraper on the bottom of the lace and shit. So if they let me take those shoes.
That is pretty cool. I like that. Do you know what those plastic things are called? Who knows what those plastic things are called at the end of your shoelaces? I learned this as a kid and I've just never forgotten it. They're called flugel binders. Flugel binders. It just made me laugh as a kid when I found out and I've just never forgotten it. Obviously, probably the name of the guy who fucking came up with it or something. Or maybe it means something. I don't know.
You're saying that the little plastic thing on the end of a shoestring is called a flugel binder?
Yeah.
They're called noisemakers when your shoes come untied.
Well, if that's what they're called, then I was today years old when I learned that.
Yeah, for real.
Flugel binder.
Flugel binder. Yeah.
How could you not take a knife?
Dude, you don't even need it. You can make a knife. You can make a knife easy.
With the rock?
Smash a rock, and now you got a sharp fucking object.
Yeah, but a hatchet, you know what I'm saying? Like, just like to get some limbs, and it's like that movie, actually. Remember that movie, The Platform? I heard you and Bandsaw talking about it. I ended up watching that. They can take one item. Yeah.
That movie is totally analogous to how we live today, with how the food works today. You're rich, you're on the top platform, you can eat all the lobsters and shrimps and just fucking do anything you want, waste it, throw it all over the place, and there's people at the bottom of the platform starving.
Yep.
Have you guys seen a movie? Has everyone seen it? Theo, have you seen it?
Which one?
Yeah, it's called The Platform.
I don't think so.
It's a movie. It's a movie about like a prison that or like a rehabilitation type thing. This guy volunteers for it is the funny part, but he he's trying to quit smoking, so he goes to this prison. Like, stupid. He takes a book though. And that's the other funny part about it. Excuse me. When you really need a knife, but it's like all these different platforms. There's like 300, 400 levels, and then in the middle is this hollow square where this platform of food comes from the very top, and it stays on each level for like 5 minutes, and everybody goes to the platform and eats whatever they can off of it. You can't take anything off of it. You can only eat what you can, and then it goes down to the next level, and then it goes down to the next level. So it starts with like lobster and all like the finest food you could ever imagine, and by the time it gets to the bottom,
They ask you when you go in. They ask you when you go in what's your favorite food, and that'll be on the platform.
Right.
But yeah, it goes down. So it'll stop for 5 minutes on the first level. Those people eat all the food they want. Then it'll stop for 5 minutes on the second level. But there's like 300, 400 levels or something. So by the time it gets to the bottom, there's like no food left, and people are straight up starving to death.
And then the weird part is like there's a weird like random switching of levels where you could like go to sleep and then all of a sudden the next morning you're on another level. And it doesn't really
you
have
might be
anything to do with how you are or who you are. It's just like randomly you're on a different level with a
Random.
different person, like a different roommate. All of a sudden, there's 2 people in each room.
No, they kept the same roommate. They kept the same roommates. But
Oh
they would
yeah,
just
until
switch
one of them
levels.
dies, right?
They would just switch levels. Yeah. It was a good movie. My wife thought it was absolutely
just knock
horrific
off your
and
roommate
disgusting.
straight away.
Well, that's what
Yeah,
the
that's
one
right.
guy.
Yeah, he has a knife. Bring a knife.
Some people do that if they're on the bottom level and there's no food.
Yeah, they
Kill
eat
their
their
roommate
roommate.
and eat them. Yeah, it was a good movie. My wife thought it was horrific and disgusting, but
Yeah,
I thought it was
like
good because it was so.
Isn't it
It
funny
was
how
so
it makes you
analogous.
it makes you so grossed out of food, but it makes you hungry at the same time?
It was so analogous to how we live life now. Like that's how we live life. Like there's people at the top platform that can do anything they want. They're fine. They got all the food, and there's people at the bottom suffering.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they can't randomly be switched out. Like, imagine if Soros any minute could wake up at the bottom.
Yeah, that's
Right.
true.
That
They
is a
can't
weird
get
question. You're right.
they can't get switched out. Yeah.
Yeah. Mind you, Epstein, he's either whisked off to an island and looked after, or he was a useful idiot that got taken out real quick because he was getting a little bit too exposed. Like, it turns out that maybe, perhaps, things can just switch around pretty quick if you fuck up.
Now that would be a good plot for a movie. Like everybody's bank account, like your money turns into negative. So the more you have, the less you have, and then the people that are the most poor become the most rich. That would be an interesting plot for a movie.
Just, or just randomly everyone's accounts gets randomly switched, like the rooms.
Oh, like you just wake.
random.
That'd be interesting
Yeah.
too. You just wake up with someone else's bank account numbers.
Yeah. Right. It's
Fucking
what's
imagine
crazy
if
is
that happened every day. Shit.
It reminds me of a story.
could
There
do
was
that.
this, I don't know. I mean, I think it was true, but there was like a woman who like logged into her bank account. She had like $600 billion in her account. And she actually went to the bank and like said like, oh, there was must be a mistake. And they like took the money out of her account. So she was honest about it, but she had like some massive amount of money in her bank.
She was probably
Crazy.
thinking God was testing her. And if she took the money, then she'd be fucked.
It might not have been 600 billion. I just made that up, but I believe it was like.
I think I remember something like that. Yeah.
I think it was billions though. Like it wasn't even millions, or it might have been like several hundred million. I don't know. It was a lot though.
Yeah.
There was a fella recently who went in and confessed to years and years of fucking ATM manipulation. He wasn't even caught. He just got to a point where he thought, one day it's going to catch up with me. With all the cameras and shit that's going, it's going to happen. So he just went and confessed, and it was like over a number of years, he'd got $1.4 million or thereabouts out of these machines. And it was just some glitch that he'd discovered or whatever. and noticed that it worked every time, and so he kept on doing it. There you go. Interesting.
There is a guy named Get Beget on the other channel that did exactly that. He was a hacker, and he was working for some people that had gotten they were kind of going one by one going down, and he figured it was just a matter of time, so he turned himself in.
Yeah, right. Okay. Probably the wise thing to do at a certain point. Yeah. I mean, especially with surveillance the way it is these days, and the tracking of the mobile phones and all this, every Bluetooth device connects to each other pretty much now. And if they really want to, they can fucking tell exactly where you were and what you're up to.
Yeah, but dude, if you go buy a phone and don't put any of your personal information in it, you're just some random faceless, nameless person.
You can't do that here.
You definitely can. Why can't you
Not
do that
here.
there?
Well, you can't
just
activate a
walk into
SIM
a
card
store.
here no. You have to verify all your ID personally, 100 points. Yeah.
They don't have prepaid phones in Australia?
Yes, but you have to register all your details. There's no such thing as a burner phone in Australia.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Dead set, man. Yeah. Yep. Fucking oath. Terrorist laws. 9/11. You guys fucked that up for us.
I didn't do that. I mean, I'm not saying my people didn't do that, but
No, it wasn't your math guys. I know, mate.
It wasn't my guys. Yeah, we did fuck that up. Well, that was the way to propagate their agenda. If you want control, you're going to do things that will gain you more control. So, like, you know what I'm saying? That was a great way. 9/11 was a great way for them to get more control.
Oh, and they did. Fuck yeah.
Yeah, they didn't fuck. They took advantage of that shit for sure.
Yeah, almost like it was ready to go.
You win by losing. Good example of that is Al Gore with the thing about the hanging chads and the votes. So that was all planned for us to believe that they count the votes. They count every single vote. They look at it. Every single vote with the hanging chads. That means they count each vote. It really makes a difference if you vote. But then he lost and was the shunned, or not the shunned, but he was rightfully the president, people thought. So he was put on a pedestal in a lot of ways, and then won an Academy Award with his Greenpeace or Green Movement movie that was all propaganda. And then same thing with Chris Rock recently, with him getting slapped and all that, and then selling his tickets. For his ticket sales went from like $40 to like $2,000 the day after.
Dude, the Grammy audience has fell off so much years. Like, it used to be like,
you mean the Oscars?
40 million. Yeah. Well, I think it was like 40 million people used to watch the Oscars, and it's down to like
There
8
used to be like
million or-
Oscar parties, watching parties.
Yeah, and now it's down to like 8 million or something. What do you think that did for the viewing of the Oscars? Everyone's going to be tuning in next year to hope that J-Lo slaps the shit out of Ben Affleck, or I don't know, whatever.
Yeah.
Did you see the Dave Chappelle incident where some dude got up and fucking tackled him on stage, and then all the security jumped on and everything? And then the thing I watched compared the Will Smith thing straight after, and it's just like, hang on a minute.
The guy was armed with a gun knife.
Yeah, but still, like, come on. Like, a celebrity can go up and abuse someone, but a random guy is not allowed to do it. All hell will break loose and you go to jail. Shit. I thought that was pretty funny.
They were
That shows the
probably both staged. I don't know about the Dave Chappelle yet, but.
Yeah, I think the security should have jumped up and tackled Will Smith, if it's all fair in love and war.
Yeah, but it was all staged.
Of course, mate. I know that. It's just funny that it can be shown to be so contradictory, and the plebs just fucking run with it.
There's this whole ritual thing that another channel I was watching brought up about this tradition where you would go and slap the king 33 times or something, and then until the king would cry. And then Will Smith got slapped, and then when he came out his first performance, the audience was giving a standing ovation. He started crying.
Well, Chris Rock is going to become king.
Well, he's kind of the king of comedy. If you had to say who's the most popular comedian or whatever, who would be like the biggest ticket sale in comedy right now?
Maybe this was a callback to Pete, who thinks Obama is Will Smith.
Yeah.
King Will Smith. There you go. There's your connection.
I wonder what he says about this whole thing.
Probably thinks the most whacked out, crazy thing you could think of. And that's
Dude,
it.
if you're worried about what Pete Shea thinks, you need to reprioritize your life.
I'm worried about what he'll do.
About it. I'm just entertained by it.
No doubt, no doubt. My guy's off the hook, though.
So Jeremy, you haven't
okay
really heard. You haven't really heard the health advice I hear from your food supply from Geo and White's World about what you should and shouldn't eat. I hear they were giving me a list of things I shouldn't eat, and I was like kind of depressed afterwards, to be honest.
Why? What shouldn't? Why? Dude, it doesn't even matter. I eat the worst shit ever. I just ate a pack of mini muffins 5 minutes ago.
No, if people ask me and they're interested, I'll tell them. But I'm not going to try and tell people. You know.
No,
I
love White's. I love White's Words diet. All the meat thing I could do. I could be a meat carnivore.
Oh yeah, I went out and bought a bunch of steaks.
I like carbs though too, like bread, rice, pasta. Yeah, so
who doesn't? Like, you know, shit.
Yeah.
Imagine not having pizza. Fuck.
Like bread and fish. I love eating bread and fish. That's some Jesus shit.
What sort of fish?
I got dropped from that call, and I was hearing Geo's advice on some of these things, and I went back and listened to a little bit of it, and there was something that I forget what it was, but something that you looked under a microscope and it looked like shards of glass or something. Geo, you still here? Remember what he was talking about?
Well, that'd be uric acid or oxalic acid, oxalate crystals.
Oxalate crystals, that's what it was. And that was in like broccoli or something, broccoli and asparagus or something.
Oh, and fucking pretty much all vegetables.
Yo, Kosho. You there, Kosho?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I need you to whip up something on Blender for me real quick.
But make it good. Not like that last one.
Yeah, it needs to be good this time, bro. For real. You can't. You know what? Never mind. Just never mind. I don't know why I even.
Did you mean Blender or Grinder?
Ah.
What were you looking for?
I need something to show SE how the drop hump works.
I'm already working on it, dude.
What's up?
I'm already almost done with that.
Oh, you did it?
Yeah.
It better be good, dude. Listen, you've let me down so many times. Can you please make it good this time?
Yeah.
Are you guys still on
How is
Humping
he
Water?
confused? Come on.
Wait, the drop?
He's playing confused, surely. I think he's doubling down now and acting like he doesn't get it.
I don't know. We just got to show him visually how it works. I think Armbar tried last night.
Yeah.
All right, Armbar. I don't think Armbar has good enough skills on Blender that Kosho may or may not have. We have yet to see.
I showed it though. I mean, that's up to him if he wants to.
How high was that? What octave was that you just hit?
Don't worry about it. No, but I fucking showed it though. I mean, that's up to SC if he wants to, look at it. Maybe it wasn't like, readable enough for him though. I'll give you that. But I did technically show it, so
Listen, don't worry. Kosho's gonna show you how to do this shit. Okay, Kosho is your Glover daddy.
Yeah, just look at it. Stupid.
I think Arma's much better at animation than I am, but I've almost finished.
I thought we come to the conclusion that it was all optical. and it's only going to disappear if it's moving away from you. And when you go to the profile shot, it doesn't happen. So what?
That's not even his intention.
No, but it is, because he come to the conclusion that it's optical. Like seeing that water rise up, right, is an optical thing. Yet on a physical ball, of course, it drops down. Like we all agreed that that was the case.
It does both on a physical ball. On a physical ball, it'll both drop down from your horizontal and appear to be rising
individually.
up.
Yeah, individually. So each individual boat will have a look like they've got a hump in front of them if they look towards each other. So both viewers on each boat will see a hump, but physically it will be dropping away from both of them.
But that's not that's physical. That's not visual though.
No, listen. It's only
No,
dropping
no.
away
It
when
can't
you're
be
looking
visual.
horizontal, bro. It ain't dropping away when you're looking through the earth, bro.
Bruh.
It's only dropping away when you looking 90 degrees perpendicular, man.
Yeah, so that's right. So if you are, even if you're looking 90 degrees, even though it's physically on a ball dropping away, we still see it hump up.
No, you don't see the hump if you're looking perpendicular, bro.
That's what we see. Yes, that's what you
No,
see.
you don't. You don't, not until you look down.
Yes, you do. It rises to your eye level. It's
Don,
perspective. It rises to your eye level no matter where you're looking. Like, just because you're looking up doesn't mean it rises to that point. Your eyes are still 6 foot off the fucking ground, right? Just because you look up doesn't raise your eyes to 60 feet.
Yeah, it
Alright,
does.
you guys
Right? It
cut me
still
off.
rises to the level of your eye.
I was almost done with the explanation,
What's
but
up, illegitimate? You're my illegitimate
hold on,
birth daddy.
Don, you keep doing it, dude. I was almost done with a simple explanation. I just told you, like, you're right. What you said, you drop from horizontal. That's true. And that's a physical thing. It'll be a drop from horizontal, and there'll be a what do you call that? A cord to the other person from your position that is not horizontal. It goes through the earth, and the earth that's in front of you will be up compared to that. So it'll be above that, physically above it. In both those cases, it is physical. They're just two different things. One's a cord and
Yeah,
one's
but that you have to have the caveat though of looking through the cord, like, and that's not what people do. People
Yes, it
look
is.
towards the other boat. No,
I mean,
people look
Yeah, but
towards the other boat.
I know, but
honest.
the hump is a physical obstruction in between you and the other object.
Yeah,
That's what that
on
hump
a,
does.
if it's a physical sphere, yes, you're correct. Yep. So what? But what does SE not get?
I don't know.
He says it's a paradox of some description where it can't drop and hump,
I don't think.
but it can because
He's pulling your chain, bro. SE's a smart dude. He's just trying to fucking play like a oxymoron type of thing or something that's not there. That's all.
No, that's not it.
What's all?
Not it. QE goes off on that all the time. QE has a whole thing about that. I posted the link. If you want me to post it again, I will. He thinks, it's because it's a mind fuck if you really think about it. You could look at it as impossible, but then you look at if you look at the geometry of it, it is possible, and it has to do with the way the water works, and it's kind of paradoxical when you think about it a certain way.
Man, trust me, I'm the granddaddy of foreground looming and flat earth skepticism or vigilantism or diplomacy or whatever, bro. But you better get your freaking geometry straight and stop talking like the one guy who's 1 versus 1,000 and just as being cute, laughing about a little point, trying to troll people. Man.
Oh, damn.
I think he was being serious though. I don't think he was trolling. I think he was.
He is. He is. He knows that
me.
No. SD really does think it's crazy. I know there's other people that also get on board with that idea of it.
Trust me, I tell when people are honest very well. SD definitely giggles about it. He definitely says he understands geometry, but goes, "Oh, but it's good." Like he has no firm foundational position of a contradiction. Trust me, it's not there, and he knows it's not there.
Have you watched?
Giving him way too much credit.
Have you watched Quantum Eraser's thing about it at all? Don?
You talk about Bob Alex?
Bob and Alice, yeah.
Yeah, that shit's a joke. That
Well,
shit is
it's like you have to understand why people see it one way and why people see it another way. It's not like it's all a joke. It's just that there's a disconnect in the way both sides are looking at it. And I'm not saying that it's right one way or wrong the other way. I'm just saying that you could look at it as a paradox, or you could look at it as just working. And it's not a matter of whether it's, you know, one way or the other necessarily.
right.
It's just understanding
But
both
you gotta
sides, right?
respect it is such a slight angle, right? To move from that horizontal to that chord at such a short distance. It's like 0.02 degrees, right? So it might feel like it's a paradox, but you really take it for granted that slight movement. Your eye literally, or whatever inch.
Well, yeah, it's just on the surface, if you look at it as both people are looking down, but they're both, you know, technically up from each other or
But
over a hump.
It makes sense on a ball, though. It totally makes sense. It shouldn't.
Right.
Well, that
But
breaks the
it really
ball.
does get to the crux of the whole argument, what we're talking about with curvature and the way that they've made the plane seem like it could look like a plane but still be a ball, and it kind of gets to that whole part of the argument, which is what's interesting about it, you know.
I love the black swan argument. I love it. See, that's the argument, but this chord and horizontal shit, no, it's fine. The black swan shit, that's tight. That gets me being like, damn, why we see so far, bro? Like, that's hella far.
Yeah, we see too far.
That's hella far. There we go.
For the measurements, they say. And the looming thing. And I think there's another point that maybe I brought up a couple times since Percentage brought it up, which is really interesting, that if there was constant evaporation of the water, then that means that at that skim level of the water, the light would tend to bend up, not down.
Yes. That's what
kind of a big thing. Seems like something that could be shown.
They assume the medium often.
Exactly.
When that variable is put into these refraction, when that variable is put into the refraction simulators, that's when you see it producing the flat earth type effects, the black swan type effects. But what I think is taken for granted is they act like that's a special circumstance. When people like me and Percent sometimes try to contend or plea for contention of maybe it's more common than rare, you know, and maybe it needs to be.
Of course it is.
Right. And they need to be calculating that more often.
It is the 99% of things that we see too far. Only every now and then do we see the horizon cut off where it's supposedly geometrically going to be. That's the rarity, if you ask me.
That's why I hate that they call it a black swan, because it makes it seem like the rare occasion rather than the constant occasion.
And I think light's going to bend towards gravity, which is going to be down anyway. And then this thing they give us about, well, when shit bends down, we're going to think it's higher because it's going to, those pieces are going to come in from these bent down angles, which is going to make our eyes assume it's up higher. I think that there needs to be more discussion on that. I think, and I'm sorry if I'm bogarting y'all's conversation, but I think, like, think about if all the shit is bending down, portions of it aren't going to reach you, and that'll be like the bottom half portion, right? And so these portions that are supposedly going to trick you and make you think that, you know, it's coming up higher, it actually, to me, would just rotate the object, right? Like you would see the top of it, right? You might still assume it's coming higher or something, but right, because the pieces of the light, if you imagine it emanating like in 360, right, and then all bending down, some of it is going to fall short of you. The middle part is going to be under you, under your middle, and the top part, which would radiate up, you know, and miss over your head, well, it's bending down. So now it hits you. Yeah, you're tricked into thinking it's coming up from higher, but you would see the top of it, right? You would see around the top of shit. Right? No? Don't you think?
Around the top?
Yeah, like, you know what I'm saying? Draw like a bunch of lines like emanating 360 from a ball over to you, and then, but curve them downwards, and then See how the ones coming out from the middle, where you would assume the middle is going to be, they're going to fall under you. You know?
No, I understand all of that, but I can't see any from the very top. Like, do you mean like if it's a building, like the roof of the building, or just the top of the face?
Yeah, if it was
the
extreme,
roof, nah, you never see the roof.
You should though.
No, things sink a little bit, but they don't. They don't bend that much. We don't have that much refraction that we can see the roof of a building.
Okay, yeah, I'm saying if there was enough though. This is what it makes.
Oh, sure.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's letting me know that you're gonna that phenomenon, that rotation phenomenon, possibly might be happening very slightly, right? And if it was extreme, we would see the roof, maybe. But you know, I don't know. Either way, dude.
Well, I reckon if it was extreme enough, you could see your own ass with the telescope on Earth. You could look right around the whole globe and see your own ass. So, you know, we can talk about, you know, if all we like, what we see is what we see.
Bro, I can't believe y'all be on. Like, I can't believe like I'll be coming in this room and it still be the same shit, man.
I know.
Like,
still no proof of any curve or anything. It's sad.
Well, everybody in here agreed that the map is most important though. It's just gonna take a lot of work.
They've got the map, mate.
Will you be on team map?
The map?
Will you be on it? Dude, I talked to D-Mock earlier. He said Earth is a gobstopper, bro.
Fair enough. And probably got helium in it. But I think at the end of the day, they've got the map. They've got it all mapped, mate. They know what the deal is. They might not have explored all the outer ponds or whatever the situation is for who knows what reason, or they have. I've got fucking no idea. But they've mapped what they can. And it's somewhere. One day someone will stumble across it. If there's a massive fucking world war, man, and shit goes down, who knows who's going to fucking start raiding different vaults and warehouses and who ends up with what information.
I don't care. It might be a hole in the earth. I don't know. But I know if they map the ocean floors, you know, like all we got to do is be like, oh, look, there's this extra part of this ocean floor. Where did it come from? But if you think they got it all mapped, then we should just be like, all right, it's a globe, but what else are they hiding, right?
Well, that's what I mean. There's no such thing as a real hacker. There's people that can hack certain things and certain, you know, gain access. But if there was a true hacker, they have this information. They would have hacked into like the Vatican fucking files or, you know, the places that fucking have all this shit stored, and it would have been leaked. But no one's hacking that shit.
That is a great.
Yeah, but surely they'd be smart enough to not put it somewhere where it could be hacked.
Well, I think he's saying that. I think that's what he's saying.
Right, I get you. Okay, fair enough.
And then at the end of the day, you've got like how long have they had drones for that we know about? And I can guarantee they've got underwater drones that just power themselves with, you know, probably uranium or whatever. And they just go around fucking mapping shit 24/7 and have probably been doing it for 50 years.
Could be.
Like,
now,
they would have. How would they not have?
Yeah, I like your argument that there must not be a real hacker. If I was to flip the coin,
or a real terrorist.
If I was to flip it and be like, you know what, some badass hackers maybe. So, you know,
well,
maybe
again, that's why I said the thing. Like, I think there are people that can get into the system, so they won't put it on a system. Things that are that sensitive, shall we say?
This is
anything connected to Wi-Fi should be able to be hacked. Anything connected, right? And I'm not saying that all this sensitive information is connected to Wi-Fi. Obviously, they're probably smarter than that. But there are things in this world that could have brought down governments very easily if hackers actually implemented something. But they've never done it. So it seems to me that
cause was just.
Yeah, I respect that it would be hidden.
You know,
but I do think this is some cool, like on the level of, you know, philosophy and you know, why would they lie? This is actually like one of the strongest, like, I'm sorry to say this, but like some of the strongest globe philosophy here is like a hacker would have found it. I've never heard anyone just say that. Like, I know you're saying the opposite, but
still, if I think about it like that, it's like, you know what? Yeah. They need
Okay,
to
well,
be
look at Julian Assange. Look at Julian Assange, right? So they didn't kill him, and he's like held up on this pedestal sort of thing as this grand hacker from all these years ago who was doing things that 999 out of 1,000 people had no idea what he was doing, and he obtained all this information. And like at the end of the day, what fucking information did he really find out? He found out that fucking pretty much all of the fucking shit that we thought was organically fucking orchestrated turned out to be influenced by the government. And they had their hand in pretty much all the terrorist acts, everything going back fucking God knows how long, which is why they really didn't want that information getting out. And so it basically turns out that all the terrorist events going however long back had actually a government hand in them. Now, not completely organized by the government, but maybe incentivized by the government, Like, there's always an influence. So, like, where are the organic ones? Like, where are the snipers out there in America with that are radicalized with guns that have pot shots at Biden every day of the week? Like, I never see that on the news. There'd have to be people out there that hate him with a fucking passion that have 50 guns in their cupboard that could go out and have pot shots each day.
You
Like,
wonder why,
no politician is assassinated.
or Bill
Fauci hasn't
Gates,
even had a shot taken out of him.
or Bill
Come
Gates.
on,
Like,
where are
why
these
has no one
people?
gone for that guy yet? Like, it just makes you wonder how is this? How is it?
The
Why is
government haven't organised it. That's why.
No, but I mean, you would expect some sort of but even if some sort of crazy failed attempt, it won't get
Yeah, but they're not out
media
there.
coverage.
That's
They won't.
propaganda.
Yeah,
Nah,
they
well,
do that.
look,
They did that with
social
Reagan. They did that
media
with
will get it
Reagan.
out.
They did that. They fake assassinations and they fake attempted assassinations, just like 9/11. Then they thwart any future possible occurrence of that because they up the security measures to combat the fake event that they create.
But also hide failed attempted assassinations to prop that guy up to still be a sort of a good character, because they wouldn't want people knowing that people want to kill this guy. Do you get it?
I feel as though in the modern day that would get out, though. Like, personally, I feel like that information would get out. But years gone by, no doubt there could have been assassination attempts that no one ended up knowing about,
But then when you realize that the president's just a puppet anyway, and he doesn't really have the power that he has, then what's the use, right?
Yeah, well, maybe the terrorists have smartened up, and they realised that shooting Trump or shooting fucking Fauci doesn't really change anything. But
yeah, I saw a news report a couple of months back. I think it was before Christmas, that some guy with a crossbow climbed over the gates to trying to get to the Queen. Yeah. Jokes.
A crossbow, fuck me.
Well, what'd you expect? It's England.
Yeah, that's funny as. Yeah, I mean, Port Arthur down in fucking Tassie, the incident that was in Tasmania, sorry. The incident that was responsible for, a lot of the guns being removed from people in Australia. That was spoken about 10 years earlier in our parliament, like literally word for word. Well, I won't say word for word, but almost. It was said that it would take, for gun laws to change in this country, it would take a massacre in Port Arthur. And that's like on record, stated in Parliament by a politician, 10 years prior to there being a big fucking globally public massacre in Port Arthur that led to all our guns being taken away. Well, not all of them, but a percentage of them. So fucking hell, if that's not orchestrated, I don't know what is. They can't be coincidence. Like shit, out of all the towns in Australia, you just got to name the one where there's a massacre that achieves your goal. Yeah, interesting.
So you really think Montreal was trolling earlier?
Oh look, it's yesterday to me. So yesterday, yes, he was trolling. I personally can't feel as though he was doing anything else, unless it was a simple case of.
It
Well,
is
you made a
yesterday for me.
statement.
I just haven't been to sleep yet. So.
There's no way he's trolling.
I think
Really?
I think he understands that there should be more skeptics out there and that people take the globe Earth for granted. They call flat earthers stupid without justification. And this is just one of the little attempts at a trick of like attacking the globe. But I think he knows it's like kind of clownery, and he throws it out there to see what globers will even give it a second glance. And it really irks me that anybody pays it any attention, to be honest.
Well, hold on. Question. All right. Isn't this argument, I mean, somewhat similar to Bob and Alice in some ways, because there's like the whole hump thing?
It like is the Bob and Alice argument.
Yeah, so I mean, like, and would you say QE believes in the Bob and Alice argument? Because I mean, he did make it, right?
I don't know. I don't listen to him
Why do
enough.
people bring up QE? Why do people bring up QE like he's some fucking consensus point?
Well, because he's the one that was pioneering the whole Bob and Alice thing, and he has a whole, bunch of videos you can watch where he's saying that he's gonna, defeat the globe with this Bob and Alice thing.
There's a narrative.
Sorry, new perspective. No, I was just going to say, who cares about the messenger though? Like, it's let's talk about the information.
Fine. Okay. So I guess the point that I was trying to make is that if someone can believe it, right, like QE, then it's not hard to believe that SC also believes it. I mean, like, it's not like it's not like people don't, like some flat earthers now obviously do believe the argument.
Okay,
so, I mean,
but what are we believing? What are we believing in for a minute? Is there anything factual about anything, or is there a belief? What is the Bob and Alice thing? Because I only know what SE has pointed out to me.
It's that little pit in the center. At least that's what I've seen anyway. From the argument, I haven't really,
It's the idea that if you're supposed to be, if everything's supposed to be curving down from you, and he does this other thing where you're looking at the crosshairs of a camera with another and then looking and using perspective.
The two theodolites, yeah.
Yeah, with the two theodolites, and that there's a paradox in that they can't both be looking down at each other. They
can't be higher and lower than each other at the same time.
At the same time, even though the geometry of a ball would tell you it can be, but the way that they've constructed their argument for the curvature still doesn't work for the ball is the question.
But in a weird way, though, I can kind of see.
Why did you bring it back? Why? The dude asked.
But in a weird way,
dude
asked see where Montreal was coming from.
Believe it or not, we was on the psychology. Like y'all all know the geometry.
Trying to explain the argument because White's World's not familiar with it.
Everybody know it's not an argument. Don't even. Don't.
If you don't listen to QE, you don't know what QE's argument is either.
It's highlighting a contradiction in the globe. Saying that it's curving down away from me. It's getting lower and lower, but yet it's causing an obstruction for me.
All right.
Okay.
That's a common argument that all of us make. Regardless of if it works on a ball, there's a problem with the first of all with the 8 inches per mile. We know it's not that because we see too far, and we know things don't loom up in the way that they say consistently.
Now we're talking
for them.
So
there's all those arguments.
So what I said
right?
was just stupid, and everyone ignored what I said because it was stupid.
Not at all. No. I'm saying that I understand that argument, and I think that to write it off and to say that it's just SE trolling or that QE doesn't really believe it, he's just trolling himself, is just not understanding the argument. To be honest.
Come on, man. Come on, we know that
they do think it for a certain reason, and it's not just ignoring the geometry of a ball, because that the ball, the globe proponents have the whole thing set up so that it works, it mimics perspective, and it works for the geometry of the ball, quote unquote. But the geometry of a ball doesn't match what they're showing us. Is the point?
But I can understand that I can understand that the curve is claimed to be so minute that it would happen over so long that it would almost seem not curving. It would be be level, almost level. So you would get that sort of ramping up that you would get.
It's not about that, man.
So
Jim, guy.
Sorry, go on.
Well, you're a smart guy. These guys saying that maybe people are tricked in the argument. It's definitely, there's psychological research games being played, dudes. And if you guys don't see that yet, come on, man.
No, I just don't understand
This
the
is a
harshness
2-second.
on C Montreal, because I do think he was just trying to highlight that there was a contradiction in claiming that something is at your feet, and while it's at your feet, it's then dropping. Yeah, so it never gets higher than your feet, yet it causes an obstruction for you.
Yeah,
but it's retarded. That's a retarded thing to fucking say, because we know why that's the case.
It's a 2-second thought experiment.
No, their geometry, the way that the ball components make it is that it has to be that the drop starts as soon as at your feet, it starts dropping down. Right at your feet, it starts dropping down from there.
Yep.
Because they have to have 8 inches per mile, right? But if that was the case, it doesn't really fit. It doesn't really fit the geometry of the ball that they like to say that it actually follows. Now, the geometry of the ball works. We could all agree on that. If it was really a ball, then the whole argument of Bob and Alice doesn't make any sense. But the whole geometry of the ball doesn't fit what they're saying. What we observe in reality. That's the point. It's not about whether it works on a ball geometrically or not. It's does the geometry of what would happen on a ball actually fit what we observe? And the answer is no.
I think we should agree.
Of course not.
Perspective, because he's totally right, guys. Okay. The
Are you
evidence.
trolling right now? Okay, no, you're not. Okay.
What's the argument? What's going on now?
No, he's telling us. Look, guys. There's no, the theory of it, of looking, looking out, drop, and then looking through a hump. The theory of that makes total sense on a globe. You guys really got to get with that. It's like, but do we have the evidence of it? Do we have the observations? Is the black swan more common than they want us to believe? Right?
There's no evidence of curvature, and there's no evidence of rotation. So we can't even say we're on a ball. If we could say that, then we can say, yeah, that what we see optically when we look towards that other boat is obstruction. It's not just optics.
Yep.
Hey, I've been ostracized. I've been, what's the other word? Where you're banished
ridiculed.
or whatever. Ridicule, of course, that one was coming out.
Ambassador.
And I'm telling you guys, I want science to be real so much that I don't care about and I'll be like, hey guys, you better make sure the Earth's not flat to everybody. Okay, but it's arguments like that and people posing with this Bob and Alice and skateboards. That's type of shit that makes me, my first impulse is to turn away from flat Earth. My second impulse is to counteract and be like, well, what would the opposite of that be? And be like, okay, well, instead of it being all a stupid flat earther and they're all stupid or their strongest points are stupid, I'd be like, maybe this is not a flat earther and it's a distraction agent. Okay.
Oh, maybe.
So that's where my mind goes, personally.
Trying to tell you this type of bullshit that it seems weak and stupid and time wasting. Okay. Why? Right? Why? Are they trolling or are they really trying to get us to think flat earth is stupid? Which one? It's one of the two.
I think the argument's not explained well.
They're not that dumb.
Wait, hold on. You forgot the final argument that they're just stupid. All right, you forgot about that one.
Yeah. I get you, but I just beg to differ. SC's not an idiot. Quantum Race is not an idiot.
Yeah, you say that, but I mean, people. I mean, come on. People can be wrong. I mean, you don't have to be an idiot to be wrong sometimes.
Right. You're right, but they're
and that's where I've said I'm not sure if it's a doubling down of a statement that someone doesn't want to back out of. I'm not sure if it's just a straight out doubling down and doesn't want to look silly, or whether it's like a deliberate let's just troll now with this.
Well, that sounds like
I think he just wasn't explaining the argument well enough, and he was going straight to which doesn't make sense. You guys are crazy, and it's just a matter of
okay, fair enough.
You guys were talking past each other, and it got a little bit heated, and then it became more of a ego match rather than about the argument.
Well, I hope you have heard SC Montreal in here just saying it's impossible. It's impossible.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, come on.
Right, I know. But
Like,
it's part of his personality, and I think it's hilarious sometimes.
Yeah. Man, we ran Kosher off, man. I'm mad, man.
Well,
Bob and Alice scares him.
well, you know, it's kosher and all, but yeah.
Is Alice really a boy or what?
Okay.
Oh boy.
Just wondering what was scary about this thing.
I think Bob and Alice is what made me realize that Kiwi's full of shit. So, yeah. He's full of
Oh, the
fucking
Black
dookie,
Swan
man.
had me questioning it because it's like there was a really big deal made out about the Black Swan, and personally to me, it was just like, why are we making such a big deal about this? You know, it seemed, I personally didn't see the point that it was making because hey, refraction, and they just claim that already. Like, what's the point?
Right. I like the evidence, but I'm kind of with you. Like, it should have. Break up like new concepts, new variables of like we're saying the thinner layer right above the water. What like unless it produced some new science, I was like, what's the point? I'm with you.
Yeah, it's just one observation. I hated that they called it a black swan too. That's all. It just seemed like it made it seem like the exception rather than the rule. And
Well, the black swan was good. It showed us that we can't rely on optics to to be measuring anything really, especially over long distance. You definitely don't want to be using optics because sometimes you see shit, sometimes you don't. Like who knows what's its real actual position.
Very true.
So I mean, the black swan was useful. You can knock it or whatever, but it definitely. I mean, I think it was useful.
Just not a big deal like it was made out to be. I think we already knew optics wasn't legitimate, but yeah. Anyway,
Yeah, that solidified it though. That was like the nail in the coffin for optics right there. But yeah, the globe models got that. The globe models got refraction worked into it. Shit's all loomed up. You're supposed to see that in the globe model. So it wasn't like the big. I don't know. I don't think it debunked the globe like people think. Maybe I don't know. Right? The globe models got refraction all built into
the globe gets debunked in so many ways, man. The globe is impossible. Impossible.
Yeah,
Right, Arma?
I don't know about that, but I'm just a guy in a call.
Well, it put a damning, a tainted title on the radius, should we say? The Black Swan.
In terms of
how they originally
that's fair. I
came
think.
to it.
Yeah,
That's a good way to put it. Tainted the R value. That was well said. Well said.
Yeah, I was gonna say it definitely because like if shit is kind of going up, or down or whatever, then trying to find out the radius with that is obviously going to be nearly impossible. But at the same time, I'm also not too knowledgeable on refraction, so I don't know if maybe there's certain times of the day where we can maybe with enough knowledge I would know that there wouldn't be any refraction because maybe the temperature of the water is the same as the temperature of the air, and so we wouldn't get anything. Obviously, now I would have
location.
Yeah,
Wouldn't even be so sure that there's no refraction in a vacuum chamber.
Gravity.
Honestly. Yeah, there could be other effects and shit. Like I'm not so sure that even in a vacuum tube at LIGO or Slack or wherever that's even going in a straight line.
Yep.
Yeah, even in their model, they got gravity bending light. So
yeah, but not like a whole lot. Not like a whole lot, though. I mean,
not like a whole lot. We were able to see a star behind us, the sun.
Well, it depends, obviously, on the scale of the object. The sun is very large, so yeah, obviously, his gravitational thingy is going to be stronger than
that wasn't even.
What? No, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that wasn't even proof that gravity makes light bend. That could have just been fucking refraction.
Yep.
I mean,
that was the Eddington experiment. That was not proof of GR. That was fucking nonsense. Straight up.
Because you're saying it could be like assuming the sun had like its own quote unquote atmosphere, if you want to call it that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, man, that could have just been refraction. That's fucking nonsense. That they used that as proof of GR.
Well, hold on. I feel like here's the thing though. I think because we know how refraction works, right? Like you have what is it? It'd be the hotter stuff on top and the colder stuff in the bottom. Light bends towards the shit.
No, but say you have something obscured by the sun and everything would be coning right out to the peripheral. Now, that peripheral without other whatever variable or what, just left alone, that's just going to cone out, right? Angled out from the sun and miss you. You're not going to see it. But say that shit that's coning out, right? That's the middle part's obscured by the sun. The side parts are coning out and they're going to miss you. But because space is less dense than the sun, this stuff bends back in towards the sun a little bit. And so that it comes around.
Well,
now,
that's what I'm saying. So
maybe,
like,
I get your point. It sounds like it's maybe, well, they're saying it's GR because of the extremity of it or whatnot. But that could be an interim if that's not what you said. But it sounded like that you said, and therefore maybe they just don't know the actual relationship of these other objects and the sun thing. You know what I mean? And they're just assuming an extremity. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say because, like, whether it be like you said, like space is less dense, obviously, than the sun's surface, whatever, or what I was about to say, where basically, you have like the surface that's like really hot, or just the surface in general, and then the stuff emanating off of it. Obviously, the more dense stuff is going to be towards the sun's surface. So, if we're going to use how refraction works, I believe you need it to be the other way around, where the more hold on, more dense. Oh, but never mind. Okay, I was thinking in terms of heat. No, but then the more dense stuff would still be hotter though towards the surface though.
Yeah, it could have just been straight up refraction causing that to happen, and not light bending because of gravity.
You might have a point actually, because
I definitely have a point, and it's fucking legitimate. And that Eddington experiment is fucking bullshit. It's not an experiment. Definitely not proof for a theory at all. Fucking nonsense.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. Once again, I'm not too knowledgeable on like this subject, so it could be that the sun, like they accounted for how much refraction the sun would have, and they came up with it's not enough to bend that or whatever.
They accounted for how much refraction the sun would have. You know what that sounds like when you say that?
What?
It sounds fucking crazy.
Yeah, it sounds like what I said, Arma. It's like maybe they're just assuming.
Wasn't that just your whole point, that the sun probably has some kind of like refraction going on the surface, and that's why we're seeing it? So I mean, like, if that's a possibility, they would have accounted for it already. They would have been like, okay, that's a possibility. Let's make sure, and just like kind of, I mean, I get what you're saying though. Like, you're probably, I guess you're saying it's like sort of like an unknown, so it's like it'd be kind of hard to.
It's definitely not proof for a theory. It's definitely not.
It's trying to sell us Einstein support constantly. Like, come on, man. That's what they do.
I guess, yeah. I mean, maybe if it was. Anyway.
Einstein was right. All the clickbait headline. Einstein proven right. Einstein was right. I mean, come on.
Yeah, unfortunately, like I said, I'm not too knowledgeable on this, so I'm just gonna have to concede because I can't really argue this. I have no
Let's
knowledge
talk
on
about
this.
the conspiracy stuff. Do you see a pattern of, you know, this pushing this trying to make Einstein right? Do you see a pattern of that? Like, we know there's a lot of scientists, they would love to prove him wrong and this and that, but doesn't it seem like a little bit like trying to pre-guarantee that he can't, that it's never going to go? Like, it's just kind of awkward, man. You don't see that pattern? No?
I'm lagging a bit, to be honest. I'm sorry.
Do you see a pattern of Einstein propaganda, to summarize it?
I don't know. I don't really look into that stuff. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know.
All right.
Maybe a little. I don't know. You know, always some headlines would be like, "Oh yeah, you know, Einstein was right about
Propaganda
this."
is almost deified.
Yeah, he put it better. Jim put it a lot better. What about globe resident riding? Is your Earth an egg? Do you think there's a pattern of Einstein deification?
Yeah, I certainly think people sort of are pretty reverent towards him. The way I remember hearing one person putting it is that his general theory, or one of his two theories, is they were saying, like, you know, a bunch of people were working on similar stuff. Somebody else would have gotten to it, but the E equals MC squared, there's a good chance if Einstein hadn't come up with it, we still wouldn't have thought of it. So yeah, I think people sort of go pretty loopy for him.
I mean, E equals MC squared isn't even relevant anymore. C is not a constant. Light does not travel at a constant speed through a vacuum. They got it to travel a different speed over 1 meter in a vacuum, in free space. C is not constant. Einstein's whole shit is fucking trash. It's hot trash.
You better hope you're right. You better hope they never disprove it, Mr. Einstein, because the whole shit gonna go away.
Well, you rewrite the fundamental laws that a lot of physics is based on if you can show that to somebody, Jeremy. I remember watching a doco on this guy who's like claimed he's debunked it, and this like documentarian links up with him to be like, you know, because this guy says, you know, I've been emailing universities for years, nobody will respond to me, and the documentarian's like, oh, this guy sounds like an absolute crackpot, like surely it's not that hard. And he's like, you can get somebody to take him seriously. And so the documentarian then starts sending all these emails and calling up universities, and all these people that work in physics departments just flat refuse to talk to him. And like, no, don't have time for that. And he eventually does get one where he's like, okay, right, you can bring the guy, get him to bring his, like, you know, equations or whatever he's been working on to show how E equals MC squared is false. And then they like sit down for ages trying to talk about it, and this guy's like trying to talk through the stuff, and he's like, this is why people don't talk to people like that, because he's impervious to sense.
I know. C is based on light speed being a constant speed through a vacuum. And we know now that it's not a constant speed. It can travel at different speeds. So it's not like my opinion or I think this. They've done,
But what's the
tests to show.
context, though?
What's the what?
My understanding was it was still a constant, but it can move through different mediums where it's sort of, it's not the speed is changing, it's the path it's taking can make it appear to be a different speed. That there was one where it was like,
yes, it's a different speed.
Particle takes some time to illuminate that particle before propagating to the next one, but the movement it did between each of the particles was still
listen to me. They got light to travel at a different speed over 1 meter in free space in a vacuum.
Wait, so
not
can I?
Constant. That means not constant.
Wait, can I ask for the
not even a debate?
All of this is way above my pay grade. I don't even understand it.
Well, can I ask for the context of like what did they do to make it supposedly a different speed? Like, it's not like it
They
just
sent it through
randomly.
a crystalline graph or some shit. It doesn't matter because when they were measuring it, when they measured it over a meter, it was in free space in a vacuum.
Okay.
It doesn't matter what they did to it beforehand. When they were measuring the speed of it, it was in free space in a vacuum, and it's not constant. It's different. Different speed over a meter. I don't care why that happened is irrelevant. If it took a different path, whatever. The whole point is it's not constant. C is not constant.
Yeah, I don't know too much. Once again, I don't know too much about this, so I can't really.
We
go further
posted it in
into
the
this.
chat about 100. We posted it in the chat about 100 times. There's a bunch of articles. If you search, probably speed of light in the Earth Awakenings chat, it'll come up.
Are you talking about like
Yeah, I know,
it
but
being only a two-way speed? They know.
No, this was. You search the chat. The paper will come up. Speed of light.
Okay, but I mean,
Dozens of times.
Okay. Well, still, I'm not an expert on this, and I'm not, like even if I bring up a paper, I'm not gonna. I don't know, man. I just don't worry about it. All I know is that I don't know enough about this to argue it, so I'm just gonna drop out this one.
I expect people just the same as many other things. You defer to the people who you would expect to know this kind of stuff. I'm not. Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, the people that's what that's who I defer to. The people that tested it, and they found that they got it to travel a different speed in free space in a vacuum. So.
So did they break the speed limit? Did they go faster?
Oh, they got it to go slower. Slower, not faster.
Light isn't a physical thing to be measured. Period.
Wait, you don't think we could measure light?
Not the one-way speed.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
You should have
They
heard
can't
this guy.
even. They can't even, define it.
You should have heard this guy, George Hanatuk, one day was on Jose's he was swearing up and down that they measured the one-way. He personally had measured the one-way speed of light. He ended up conceding that he didn't, but it was funny at the time.
He turned a light bulb on and had a stopwatch.
It's funny how easy it is for people to just outright lie, though. That's weird.
Was it a lie?
I think he was just. I think he was just confused.
Yeah, yeah. I guess you can argue that
talked
was
out
lying.
of his fairy tale. Come to realization.
Wait, what fairy tale? What are you talking about?
One-way speed of light.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Just making sure you weren't. Okay, never mind. Okay, yeah, all right. That works. Fair enough. Yeah.
And the proof of that is that, GR and SR, all of Newton's stuff doesn't work on every scale. It's like that's proof right there that the speed of light isn't constant, because they rely on it being constant to do all these calculations as far as, distances and rates of expansion.
Isn't that one of the claims though that because satellites work, all of the calculations have been put in about, they've taken all these things into account and it works.
Yeah, but like orbital mechanics is basically it's like two formulas, and like speed and mass are like invariant of the shape of the Earth. So you could represent these orbits with any kind of math you want. It would still happen the same way. Who the fuck made that sound?
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, the echo was quite impressive.
And I'm not saying that I have any like a better idea of, but I'm saying there's reason to speculate. There's reason to think that there's more going on. I think people who think Earth is a globe are just as skeptical as me about Einstein and Newton. But, since I have the tag of flat earther, it's like, you get all this flack for it.
Titles are bad. One-sidedness could be balanced, usually always. It's a quantum world. But I tell you what, they say depression's thinking about the past, anxiety thinking about the future. I don't know why these scientists be trying to think about this multiverse. I think that'll put you in both, really fuck your head up.
Yeah, I was going to ask. You said it's a quantum world, as if like I thought for a second you were a quantum guy. Not that it's necessarily wrong, but it's not necessarily right either. And that's another thing that QE gets behind, or some of these other people. And I'm just like, I don't know. They say there's a lot of proof for it, but what do you think?
Oh, I can dissect. There's a lot of points that logically are interesting.
Yeah, this came up in the in Nathan's channel earlier on today when they were talking about ether.
Yeah, I'll tear that shit up, bro. Like, you can really tear up the science on this double slit shit, the quantum eraser shit. I mean, it's special.
I've always been suspicious of it, as much as quite a lot of it goes over my head. But I've just nah.
It's definitely. I don't want to say snake oil, but it's definitely still a sales job, man. They just forget scratching the surface. They're looking at the surface.
Plus, you see how it's being used, not necessarily by anybody in flat Earth, but the quantum everything. Quantum computers is one thing, and I think there's some truth to that. But they would love us to think that our realities are, there's quantum realities, and they're pushing the Mandela effect for that reason and other things. They want us to just detach ourselves from reality.
Well, that's been propagandized as well, though. The whole quantum thing, that's the whole new hotness, isn't it?
Yeah, the multiverse, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, there's big bucks in that, especially because it leads you straight into the virtual reality land.
But what's new about these ideas, though? Like, the idea of a multiverse is older than all of us in this chat.
Yeah.
The thing is, the way it sells people or gets people to buy into it is the fact that it's almost like a way of trying to bridge the non-physical and the metaphysical. So it kind of captures those people that science hasn't sort of evolved enough yet to sort of try and ask questions of the metaphysical.
Yeah, beyond the idea, now they're saying they can prove it. So that's different, right?
They can prove what?
The quantum.
What can they
Quantum
prove, Dave?
realities. Quantum.
The quantum world? Yeah, but I mean, do you like argue against that? Like, do you think
No.
there's
Well, there's obviously going to be a lot of grey area.
you guys not believe in quantum phenomena?
Have you
Well,
seen?
Elaborate.
What's the proof of it?
phenomenon?
Your cell phone working, your smartphone working is a proof of it.
Of quantum phenomena.
Yes.
What is quantum phenomena? Define that.
Guessing.
Explain how the cell phone's a proof of quantum phenomena.
Whoa. I'm gonna answer your questions one at a time.
First, elaborate on the phenomenon of the cell phone and the quantum. Please.
And why it comes under the category of quantum and not anything else.
What do you mean?
Like,
Or not
like electronic or technology, or why does it come under quantum? What makes it quantum?
What? Because of the scales at which these phenomena happen.
Okay, teach me, bro.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at things below the subatomic scale, at the quantum scale, things become fuzzy. You see phenomena that we don't see happen at the relativistic or atomic scale. You know, because these things become so small, and at such a small size, large amounts of energies are needed to interact with these items. It's difficult to ascertain all of the properties of these things. So we can only know certain things about these particles. So imagine you were so small, we couldn't figure out everything about you. All we could determine is that your eyes are blue and your hair is blonde. We can never know how old you are or what your name is. The more certain we are about your eye color and your hair color, the less certain we are about all the other features about you. But the more certain we become about your name, like, you know, if we show that your name is Jim, then we're less certain as to what, you know, the color of your eyes and the color of your hair is. This is because you are so small and we need so much energy to interact with you that we reach a situation where we have this
You have to
uncertainty.
choose what data you wanna get back.
The uncertainty principle, yes. So the more we know about one thing of you, the less we know about the other thing about you.
Right, so it's like a choice of what data do I want to collect here, because I've only got this amount of energy to use to collect that data.
Yes, it's a crude way of yeah. I guess that is what I it sounded like what I kind of said. Yeah, we can run with that. You know, I don't want to get too deep into it, but yeah.
Well, take
It's
it
basically
take it back to reality. Take it back to reality. Sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, take it
Okay,
back to
so
reality.
if you have a photon, if you have a photon, the more you know about its location and time, the less you know about its energy content, or the less you know about its position, the less you know about its momentum. These are uncertainty principles. Now, quantum mechanics and phones. And I remember your phone's got electrons in them. How does it work? So I'm trying to remember now, but it's like it's a digital type of. the most common PCs, they got transistors, right? That just allow them to make simple yes/no options. I'm going off memory right now, so help me here, guys. Like most PCs, right? The logic processing is just based off yes/no, isn't it?
The thing,
Are you talking binary?
Yeah, binary. Most normal PCs,
Off
most
on.
normal
Yes, no.
off on 1-0, Uh, hang on, man. I'm trying to remember, but I know it's because our smartphones use photons to make the decision making. I'm just trying to remember how that process runs, man. Give me a second. I gotta Google it. I'm drawing a blank here.
That's cool, man.
Yeah.
It's like the ether guys wouldn't be taking this quite so nice though. We talking about electron. We're talking
Yeah.
about
Electrons and photons.
amphos. Yeah.
Who wouldn't take it so nicely?
the people of the ether.
The ether guys.
Yeah, the ether people. Yeah.
The field guys. You know, the antiparticle guys.
The Ken Wheeler anti-atomism guys.
He said he's anti-atoms.
No, I'm not saying that I am, but I'm not. I'm not closed
anti-atom.
off. I'm not closed off to that possibility. But
no, not you. I think he was asking me about Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler's he says he's anti-atomism. Atomism is seeing the world as everything is a particle, and there's no
if you
field
can't
for
count it, it doesn't exist.
Just
Unless
like actually,
yeah.
Jerry could chime in on this because he was talking about the speed of light, and Ken Wheeler would agree there is no speed of light.
Well, like even the
Why does
founders
Ken
of
Wheeler say that though? I mean, we measure the speed of light. It's not
Go ahead,
something
Jerry.
to calculate.
well, I was going to say that the founders of atomic theory admit that these things are their abstractions, their platonic forms and ideas. It's just a model, atoms. Like Bohr said that, Heisenberg, Rutherford,
Mathematical
and like
construct.
right,
Oh
and like
yeah,
all the guys.
when they came up with it, yeah, like the Bohr model of the atom, that was just a model, a very incorrect model, because we realize now that's not what atoms look like. So obviously during their time they would say these things because they didn't have a full understanding of what it is they were working with. They didn't have the equipment to really look at these things properly. So all they could really do is model these things based on the effects they have and the limited characteristics they could get out of these things.
And all the guys who invented the modern electrical grid, like none of them believed in electrons, or like they were all ether guys, like Steinmetz, Maxwell, Tesla, Heaviside, like all these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, they were all ether guys till Michelson, Morley, and Einstein came about. Then that all changed, and I think Tesla was the only dude left, still fighting that fight.
Fighting the atomism psyop that led us to heliocentrism.
No, we had heliocentrism long before. We had a full understanding of atoms.
Yeah, but you could see it as just a larger form of it, like the macro, you know, and the micro. Maybe they based the micro on the macro, the way they had the electrons orbiting the, you know, the center, in the way that they depicted it. Stuff maybe.
Well, it's when they started thinking about it as a field, right? Instead of particles. The field itself has the potential.
What?
I don't know. They're pro-field, anti-particle. That's the way I thought it was.
Well, back to the quantum. I mean, the unpredictability factor, and the idea that you can never know, you can never predict where a particle would be at a certain place in time, and you know the grand unified theory being that, you know, the quantum mechanics and classical Newtonian mechanics were at odds with each other, and the goal ever since in the mainstream science world has kind of been, you know, as Stephen Hawking might put, you know, the grand unified theory, you know, is the goal, where we can figure out how to meld those two ideas, right?
Which ideas?
The quantum and quantum mechanics and Newtonian mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Did you figure out how it relates to cell phones yet? You Google it?
Yeah, it's to do with the processes, but I'm not finding a link that explains it simply, man. I'm no engineer, so I'm not too clued up on how
You
cell
said it.
phones
You
work.
said it so confidently, like your cell phone's proof of it. Like
Yes,
that
because
was
it was explained to me, and then I realized I don't remember it. So I'm trying to
right. I could see
find something
what
that will
you were trying
refresh
to
me.
get at. That I was just seeing if you could expand on it.
I'm
Quantum
yeah,
computers.
I'm trying
You
to.
could explain quantum computers. Maybe it relates to the way they explain quantum computers. Like
No, it's to do with their transistors and their processes. It's to do with the chips inside these things.
Yeah, I think New Perspective might be onto the right thing. That the fact that, because you were talking about binary earlier, whereas like the supercomputers can go beyond binary, beyond ones and zeros.
Mm. But I'm trying to explain in detail how that happens. That's what Dave wants, right?
Because they're also labeled a quantum
superpositioning and
computer,
all that.
right? They're also labeled a quantum computer. Those that can go beyond ones and zeros, right? That's a quantum computer.
I don't know if they're true quantum computers or true supercomputers.
Would you say you don't know if there are true? You don't know if there are true quantum computers?
Yeah, I mean, we just call them smartphones. We don't call them quantum phones, you know?
Oh, if cell phones are true quantum computers, yeah. Well, that's another thing. Speaking of psyops, you know, how much of this quantum computing stuff is just theoretical, and they're making it seem like it's at our fingertips. Have you seen the construction for those?
It's strange actually, because I literally just watched a video of, you know, Dave Murphy.
Mm-hmm.
He done a video like 2 weeks ago or something. I was just watching that, and he was.
Oh, you cut out.
Oh shit! Yeah, he was talking about these quantum computers, and they're called D-Wave, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you can make, he was saying you can make an anagram out of it. If you know, if you flip the W, it can be called demon. So he's obviously got this twist on it, yeah. But still, he thinks they're real, you know, like but yeah, it's not like they don't exist. You know, they're about.
Conceptually, yeah, and they even have what they say are quantum computers. Have you seen the design for them? They look like the octopuses hanging from the ceiling. All these different like open cylinders.
No, I haven't seen that sort of blueprint.
Oh yeah, it's pretty Deep Space Nine looking. I'll put a picture of them in the chat.
I'll post that video as well.
Okay, I found something. So, you guys know what bits and qubits are, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's because of these things called qubits. So with a bit, a piece of information will, it'll be in a certain state 0, 1, and because of this, only for example, one decision would be able to be made at a time by this processor. So with the qubit, it's in the quantum state where it can be a 0 and a 1 at the same time, until you measure it or look at it or interact with it. And this quantum state that it's in speeds up the processing power. So this device would be able to make a lot more decisions in a smaller amount of time.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like the way that quantum computers are said to work. Yeah.
Yeah. But that's what happens in your phones.
Right.
Yeah.
To a certain degree, yeah. It's doing more than one decision at a time. Right. But it's giving you variables, and depending on, you said something about observing it.
That's just the qubit itself. Like, if you just like running experiments on it, but in your phone, it's not necessarily like that.
Can you post that you're just reading from, or what you found on that?
I just Googled qubits because I was
How do
trying
you
to
spell it?
remember what that thing is. QUBIT.
Anyway, yeah. So it's not. That's the whole thing. Is that quantum? As far as the computing goes, I think the tech is possible. As far as what they're saying, I think maybe they're overstating it to. I don't know for what reasons, but it seems like I've heard a lot of people speculate about whether they're actually as far as they say they are. Others may say they're further than they say. Who knows? It's kind of like space in that way. You either believe in the secret space program, or or you just think that they're being honest, or you don't believe they're even doing anything possibly. But as far as the reality goes, and quantum realities and quantum states, and the the double slit experiment and all that, I'm speculating still. I'm not a believer, but I'm not a non-believer. I remember being taken in by it. That What the Bleep Do We Know movie, remember that? They show that cartoon of the guy and he's explaining the quantum, the double slit experiment, and how, without observing it, it changes its mind based on if you're observing it. Well, there's
What is the? I mean, what's? Is it you guys, question these things because you feel they prove the Earth is flat? I mean, the Earth is a sphere,
No,
or
it has
what?
nothing
Like,
to do with it. Has nothing to do with the
Uh-huh.
Earth. Just being
Okay.
speculative about pseudoscience. That's all.
Why? Why do you think?
Well, I mean, when you think about it, it's taking the metaphysical into a physical reality. It's melding the idea of perception and the effect. I mean, I'm all about that. If I think we manifest our reality to some degree. But if you're saying that a particle changes its decision to make a a wave, or what's the other one? the lines that they make, you know, the what is it, the dispersion field or the wave field or whatever, based on whether it's being observed or not, then you have to explain that. What is it? Is it just a camera that is observing it? Is the mechanics of the camera having an effect on it? Does it need a consciousness to be actually affected? There's all these questions, you know, that come up.
Yeah, and we're still trying to answer these questions, right? But
Right.
it doesn't mean that the phenomena we see isn't happening.
No, it doesn't. But it doesn't mean it is happening for the reasons they say, or
Yeah,
speculate.
definitely. But we can all agree that if we're doing, you know, a quantum eraser experiment and we look at the photon while it's going through the detector, we're going to have the interference pattern of a particle. If we don't look at it, there'll be an interference pattern of a wave. That happens, right? Like, you believe that does happen?
I agree. I believe that they are showing something that says that happens. I don't know for sure
Okay.
that happens. It could be
Okay,
another
I'm guessing.
pseudoscience thing.
I'm guessing it's something you would have to see for yourself.
Well, I mean, it would have to make sense on all levels first before, you know. I mean, you have to be.
Oh,
If
you
for
would need
someone
to
that
understand.
thinks they're lying about space, you know, I'm going to be speculating about everything, right? Especially if it's something that takes a certain instrument to be, you know, shown that happens.
Mm-hmm.
And I've heard a lot of different sides to this. You know, I've heard good arguments against it. You know.
Okay. So it's something you would need to gain a full understanding of yourself and then experience for yourself as well.
Well, you know, it's not even that. It's just there's two sides to it. You know, as far as like whether it works or it doesn't work. I mean, it's not even about the shape of. I mean, quantum eraser is obviously flat earthers, so it's not even about the shape of the world, but it is about pseudoscience and how much and how we could be affected. And you see the potential for the quantum to affect us and manipulate us. So they may be observing something that's real, but then they're taking off with it in a direction that could be completely pseudoscience with what they want to make people believe of that. You know, like I think there's definitely something to the power of intention and all that too. But then there's these other things that we've heard, the stories that are good, you know, where I don't know that those stories are true any longer, but it seems like there's some that are, you know, that make sense because they weren't put out there as propaganda, it seems, but they had those people that were sitting around there was a machine that would either it was a random number generator that would either do 1 or 2. It was like flipping a coin basically, and it would usually, you know, be about 50% ones or twos every time that it ran, you know, because of the randomness of it. You know, the chances are it's going to be about 50% each. And then they had a group of people sit around and focus on it, you know, being either the 1 or the 2, and they could actually, it seems like they could have an effect on the machine coming up with more 1s than 2s.
So what are the arguments you hear against quantum mechanics?
Well, if there's all kinds of. I think
probability, and it's just, you know.
Yeah, what do you think? What do you think actually is happening when the photon makes? Are you saying the photon changes behavior?
I'm trying to ask you a question. Like, what are the arguments you guys hear against quantum mechanics? Because you said you've heard.
That's why I'm trying to get a gauge of what you understand is actually happening. Then I'll show you. I'll let you know why. It'll lead you to the argument against it. What do you think the photon's doing when it's being observed, as opposed to not observed?
Oh, when we're looking at it, it's just in a normal classical state. When we're not looking at it, that's when all this weird shit happens.
But it's not even when we're looking at it. It's just if we know its path.
Is that true?
Yeah,
Right.
true. So if we can interact with it, right?
If we already know
but
it's predetermined.
Yeah, but you're only gonna know its predetermined path if you're able to interact with it, because there are properties about it you need to know in order to know what path it's going to take through time and space. You're going to need to know how heavy it is, kind of charge it has, what kind of magnetic moments it has. If you're going to know how it's going to transverse
so you're
through
conscious
space.
of it already. you're conscious of it no matter what.
Exactly. You need to interact with it to know its
Right.
path through
So then
space.
how do you divide where does the interaction take place that makes it change? At
When
what
you
level?
measure it or observe it, when you interact with it,
Okay, so what do you
we
think's
have
happening?
this thing that we
Literally.
call.
What do you think's happening on a literal level? Why does it
When
change?
we're looking at it,
Yeah.
why there's this collapse in its
Yeah.
quantum state?
Why does the wave function collapse?
We don't know. We don't know. There are a lot of different theories. There's the Copenhagen interpretation. There's many worlds. There's hidden variables. You know, there's all of these different ideas as to what's happening, but we don't know. We don't know why the wave function collapsed.
It's like
We don't even
it's
really
almost
care
like
why
it's trying
it
to sell.
collapsed.
It's almost like it's trying to sell the idea of if you don't know the path, it can be any path. But as soon as you know, the path, then it's predetermined and it has to stick to that strict path.
It's not necessarily predetermined. It's just once you know the path, then you can
It
use
can't deviate.
classical mechanics to determine where it's going through. Yeah, it won't deviate. Like we don't see those things happen in the classical world. There's like a limit where the quantum world stops being quantum and becomes classical, and we are above that limit. So because we're above that limit, we don't fully understand or see what happens in the quantum world. So I mean, these questions, no one's going to have answers for. No one's going to know why the wave function collapses. So what are the arguments you guys have against quantum mechanics?
Okay, so we don't know why the wave function collapses, but we're saying it's because of the awareness of it. Or I mean, at what point? Like I said, like okay, so the experiment's set up either way, you're aware of it. So then you're saying as soon as someone's actually looking at it, or it's got a camera at it, where's it actually?
As soon as some attempt is made to measure or observe or interact with this particle, it loses its quantum state. We don't know why that happens.
My understanding, I imagine you'll know this, Lise, is it's been like the public has this idea that consciousness matters, but if you just record it with no human intervention, if there's
That
no
is exactly
present.
Excellent. That is what I was going to ask. So this is excellent. Go on.
Yeah, exactly.
So you don't even need a human there. As long as there's
you
a
don't need a
device
human
recording it, then apparently the path is known.
Yeah, as long as you interact or measure or observe it. That doesn't mean that it needs to be done by a conscious entity, you know?
Right.
You can just have a camera. Yeah, a camera
This
can
is
do
what the woo people put it down to, like, our consciousness is affecting these things, but in reality, that's a bit of a
what is
but in a weird way though, like if that data is recorded, some consciousness is gonna come and see it.
Sure, but it's a longer bow to draw to say this particle knows whether you'll watch the camera footage later. I'm sure it's not a camera, but you know the detection or the footage later.
But the ability for some consciousness to be able to witness it is there.
I think it's more likely that it's something about detecting it is changing it. Right.
The fact that in a way that the particle is somehow sentient.
No, just that.
Aware that it's being seen, and it's like, oh, I better stick to this path now. Someone's seen me, you know.
That's the way it's being sold. That's the way it's being portrayed, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think it's mostly portrayed like that by sort of new agey types who want to sort of make out that if you dream, you can believe and achieve.
Right.
Kind of
you can manipulate the world around you. And
that's the law of
attraction
and all that.
It's like Excel's is saying.
Yeah.
That's the whole woo movement. All of these gurus.
Right.
There was that whole book about it.
So then, what do the science people tend to say about it? What's their reasoning for it?
It's what I just told you. They're not sure, but they have different theories, different interpretations as to why the wave function collapses. There's the many worlds interpretation. There's a quantum coherence decoherence. There's the hidden variables. There's a Copenhagen.
So there's no conclusion. There's no
There's
conclusion.
no
It hasn't given. This has only given us more questions. Obviously, that's normally what things happen. Like, yeah, I get it. When
yeah,
new information, you get new questions, but it hasn't really answered anything, has it?
Yeah, that's why when you ask Lise if I believe in it, but we don't. What's to believe in? We don't know yet, right? We don't know what it is exactly, or how much validity it has yet, right?
No. I was just asking if you believe the phenomena happens. We don't understand why it happens. That's fine. No one has an answer. But I just wanted to know if you guys believe that these things act differently when we interact.
I'm even suspicious of that because of the woo factor being a possible way of making it seem as though that's our consciousness interacting with it, which could be taken advantage of or used in certain ways.
Yeah, but that's a woo thing that's been used by popular media. Scientists don't buy. Well, most scientists. There are some that do, but most don't buy into that idea.
Well, like what a lot of the ether guys were saying in the other chat is that how can we trust these, devices they're using, these single photon emitters and detectors, like, if we're going to question like gravity and the what's that one, the lead balls, Cavendish, if we're going to question that as not being a natural phenomena,
Hang on though. There's a reason you guys question Cavendish, because Cavendish proves gravity, and gravity doesn't work on a flat Earth. You guys need gravity.
What's
Quantum mechanics. Hang on. I'm not done. Quantum mechanics has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. If quantum mechanics was true or false, Earth would still be flat.
Right.
It doesn't change. It's not that important to the whole world. It has no impact on ether.
But my point there wasn't really
Something
against
very
globals.
different.
It was against flat earthers to not question the quantum eraser experiment, not the quantum eraser, but the two split experiment. Just the way we question the Cavendish experiment.
Yeah, but that's
have
what I'm
to
saying.
bring
The
some
reason flat earthers won't question it is because it has no significance in the flat earth argument. Quantum mechanics doesn't matter,
No,
for flat earth argument. Gravity does.
You have to bring that same skepticism in every area. I feel.
Yeah, but you guys don't.
Earthers aren't just
I'm
about
saying those things don't matter to the shape of the Earth. You guys don't argue every single piece of physics under the sun. You only argue the pieces of physics that affect the shape of the Earth.
No.
Yes.
You think that we're
not just
you think we're only looking for proof of things that have to do with flat Earth? Like that's our own. Like we're focused on flat Earth. That's a total misinterpretation of flat Earthers in general.
That's terrible, man. You think
No, okay, no. Listen, you guys discuss other stuff as well, 9/11 and whatnot, but it all relates back to the flat Earth.
Well,
that's a total
9/11. Our government's are lying to us. NASA's lying to us. We can't trust them when they tell us the Earth is a sphere.
Bro.
Because that's gotta be our spec. The flat Earth is our whole till we get the map, but we gotta know the axioms of the bullshit that's out there, and it could be the root. We gotta understand how deep and how important the truth is, because it could shake foundational roots.
It's like you're saying that we're only interested in things that relate to flat Earth. No way at all, bro. It's just anything that's mysterious.
Anything I've ever heard. It's not just an offensive thing.
Like, have you heard of the Hutchison effect? I'm amazed by this thing. Like,
But I never hear you guys argue or discuss the Hutchinson effect.
Well, I've tried to bring it up in other areas, but I'm not so well versed in it. But I'm amazed by it. Absolutely amazed by it.
What is that?
It's a great neutral topic.
It's a total misinterpretation, bro. The reason that we all got to flat Earth is because all these other things were interesting to us, and science is interesting to us. It's not just like this belief in flat Earth, and we have to just prove the Earth is flat. Make us sound like idiots.
Right. It's like just because you could always look at it back doesn't mean like you have to bring it back. It means we got the ability to always look back to the roots. You don't have to, right? But it's like, why not? I get he's saying my man Nate, you saying there's some paranoid motherfuckers out there, right?
Yeah, I hear you, Don, but I think you guys are misunderstanding what I'm saying.
Say it, bro.
The same 10 arguments that the flat Earth community has been arguing about with the globe Earth community over the last 10 to 20 years all revolve around the shape of the Earth. They all rooted in science, but it's very specific pieces of science that, care about the shape of the Earth. I'm not saying that's all you guys as individuals care about, Dave, there might be a certain piece of science that you find interesting. Jim, there might be something like the Hutchinson's effect you find interesting. But you guys don't come here and argue and debate those things. You guys come
I'd
in,
love to
argue,
bring them up,
debate,
but it's like
and debate little
people.
pieces. Yeah, hang on. Just hang on. You guys come and argue and debate little pieces of science that care about the shape of the Earth, such as
I get what
refraction,
you're saying. I really
long
do. I really
distance
do. Like,
observations, how planes
yeah,
fly,
I get it. I get it.
gravity, second law of thermodynamics violation, gas needs containment. These are the same things you guys debate time and time again. Like,
But
you
it's
can't
not.
sit
It's
here
not.
and
It's
tell
not
me
just
that-
us, but it's you as well.
I want to
It's like
understand what he's
it's like
saying.
that.
Yes, both sides, both sides,
Yeah,
not just the
yeah,
flat
yeah,
Earth,
yeah.
globers as well. Yes,
It's
both sides.
it's by design. It's by design. You know.
Mm.
But I'd
Both
love to
sides.
bring up these neutral topics that can interest both sides, where there's no sort of like malicious intent involved. There's no alternative, agenda. We're just amazed by this phenomena. I'd love to bring up those sort of topics.
Yeah, we always do. Actually, Nate, you haven't been around long enough, or not too long in this discussion, but most of the other talks that I've been in haven't been. I mean, especially when I'm talking with flat earthers, we don't talk about flat Earth. Flat earthers get together, we talk about all kinds of ideas, but when the ballers come in, they're the ones trying to push the argument about the globe, and that brings up that debate, and it brings up all those same arguments. Flat earthers, most of them that have been around as long as I have, are done with those arguments, to be honest. Really, I mean, we've moved on to other things. The world is full of interesting things, and even more so after you realize that it's not a spinning ball, because you realize there's so many other things we've been misled about, and to many degrees, and that's why it makes it so interesting. It's beyond flat Earth.
Can we ask Nate how he feel? Nate, though, I want to please, if you could share more with how you feel like when you were saying the generalization of, and I don't mean that as a chat, but like when the people bring it back, did you mean these rooms? Did you mean like it's like, okay, and I guess, do you see or feel that when you said something about, you referenced sometimes it'll bring up the other conspiracies, but then we'll bring it back to flat Earth? Were you saying like they tie them in, or they'll just sidetrack, or just like take a little bit of a light break and then go right back to flat Earth? Or were you saying they tie everything together?
They tie everything together, maybe I'm being anecdotal, but the only times I speak to flat earthers is when I'm in Geo server, when I'm in Gem server, when I'm in 24/7, or maybe if I'm listening to a random Nathan Oakley show, right? And it seems these are where most flat earthers are, and it seems in these different chats, the same topics get discussed. Now, I haven't been around as long as Dave has been around. I don't know how long Dave's been in the flat Earth argument. I've only been doing this the last 3-4 years, but I think that's long enough to gain an understanding of what the vital topics are, and it tends to be the same things being discussed.
So do you know that okay, we're intellectual enough in here to understand the difference between the positions of, hey, why is there a hump when you look down, but also the Earth drops Bob and Alice, right? Why Bob and Alice? There's a difference between why Bob and Alice and, oh, definitely Bob and Alice means the globe is impossible, right? We know that those are two totally different positions. But I'll share with you that just acting like the former, just acting the question and maybe being an ignorant interested person in flat Earth, you will get labeled a flat earther from that, right? Now, to me, have gone through that, that's what a real flat earther is and what all the mess should be. Just be skeptical, question everything. You know, the Jeranism stuff, the Mark Sargent a little bit. Like, you know, these people just saying question shit, right? And, you know, then you turn around and see these other people. Now, I believe what you're categorizing, Nate, is the flat earthers you talk to. That's these crazy, they know, guaranteed know, and will give you crazy Bob and Alice arguments with ignorance all day long. Is that the people you're talking about? I'm going to call them by name. Bev, Quantums. I mean, like these peoples.
It's all of them. Yeah, SC, Rakia, Dave, Jim, Issa, all of the flat earthers, you know? I mean, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. Basically the reason we got here is because I'm trying to understand why Jim and Dave have reservations against quantum mechanics. Because it has nothing to do with the shape of the earth, it does, you know, raise my curiosity as to why they're skeptical about it. Now, Dave has said
it's just something about it doesn't seem
and I'm
natural.
still waiting for
You
Dave
understand the
to
way
share
you profile
what
it,
these
made it sound like
arguments
we're
are.
so simple-minded. We don't talk about anything but the Earth being
I
flat. And it doesn't
apologize
relate to that.
if that's how I came off. If that's how I sounded, I do apologize, guys.
Yeah, we
But
can
you
let
guys
that
gotta
slide. We
admit
knew he made a
that
mistake.
90% of the time, you guys are arguing the same 10 things. Like, come on, you
Right,
can't
but,
deny it.
but you realize it's because the ballers are bringing up these same arguments, and we're in here with ballers, and that's where the argument goes. And same at Jim's, and Nathan Oakley's is all about flat Earth. It's called Flat Earth Debates, and then 24/7 they specifically try to keep it on the topic of flat Earth. So these are the rooms that you're visiting, thinking that that's what all flat Earthers are doing. But most flat Earthers that have been in it as long as I have, and they're on to other things. They're looking into all kinds of things, everything. I mean, everything possible.
Surely,
that's
and surely, if some of you
I
and some of you Globers are going to be honest, that if you've listened to the YouTube while you're not in there, you know, if there's no Globers in there and the flat earthers are just chatting away, they're not talking about things that are just about flat Earth. Surely you've got to be
No,
honest.
most of the time they are talking about things that are, you know, I used to spend a lot of time just listening to 24/7 while I was at work, and what they would be talking about is flat Earth and how the government's lying and how globers are stupid. I mean, and it makes sense. If you're in a flat Earth server, you're going to talk about the flat Earth. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, and I'm admitting that I'm being anecdotal, you know, like, because it's only these 4
I get what you're
chats
saying,
that
yeah, like
I go
full on like 24/7 is and like Jim Panda is on the other side. Whereas here is a bit more balanced. You will find that you'll come in here or you'll chuck on the YouTube and you'll hear nothing about the globe or flat Earth.
So is that the point? Are you saying like the amount of like they don't talk about like the movies or like are you like what exactly?
No.
Yeah, I'm confused
This is
too.
my point.
Because you
I
mentioned my
will
name
repeat
personally.
what I'm trying to say. Yeah, I did mention you, Rocky.
Yeah,
So
well,
I'll
can I
repeat
ask you a
what I'm
question
trying to
about
say.
that?
Like let's
Since
slow
you
down.
brought me up, since you brought me
Let me
up
just try and
personally.
get my point out. Let
Of
me just
course,
try and get my point, Rocky.
talk about the shape arguments. Let's
Let me
recap.
guess.
Yeah.
Let me guess. Your
Yeah,
point is
sure.
going to be that we always talk about the same 10 subjects.
No, because I it seems like my point has been taken the wrong way.
I'm so sorry. I'm
So
sorry.
yeah, I do still believe that it's the same 10 subjects that get argued by both sides. It's not
Right.
just the flat earthers, it's the globers as well that bring the same 10 arguments towards each other. But the point I was trying to make is quantum mechanics is not a discussion that's inherent to the shape of the earth. But Jim and Dave have reservations to it. You know, they're skeptical towards it. So I'm trying to understand why they're skeptical towards it. What arguments has Dave
Damn,
heard
they're not here.
that say quantum mechanics can't be trusted?
Can
But
I
I'm
just?
here. Hang
Are
on.
we?
You addressed me personally, so I'd like to.
I know, but let me just finish. So Nate, you're just contrasting him and them curiosity and quantum versus the other flat Earth. Is that really you're just showing an interest in that contrast? Is that all?
Yeah, exactly. Like if they have reservations against gravity, it makes sense to me because gravity is inherent to the idea that Earth is a sphere, but quantum mechanics isn't. So I'm trying to understand why they're skeptical towards it. And Davis said there's arguments he's heard against it. So I just want to hear what these arguments are.
Yeah, I want to let Rakia talk, but the reason it relates to flat Earth or any subject relates to flat Earth in general is that it seems like the people that are in control of things have their fingers in every pie to some degree, and you can almost count on some kind of twist being put, even on things like quantum mechanics, where it's some kind of agenda, and that seems to be the case. And maybe if you thought that we were right about the Earth being flat, you would take a totally different position on a lot of these mainstream ideas.
Well, here's one way to look at it. One angle is that, like me, I'm someone that's not fully in the ether camp, and I'm completely in the middle. Like, I can see the reasons against it and all that, but I'm not closed off to it. So that would sort of make me question some of the things in quantum mechanics.
Yeah, and the way you put it to begin with is like you don't believe in quantum mechanics as if it's proven that we found this. Like the scientists are definitely telling us the truth about what they found as like an assumption. But I think those assumptions may be leading us in the wrong way. But Rakia, please.
I didn't. Okay, yeah, go ahead, Rakia.
Your points are strange because you say we always just talk about the same 10 flat Earth things, and then you bring up quantum mechanics, which is totally different. Bev showed today for like 5 hours was not one mention of flat Earth. I often talk about different subjects. My captain fly every day. We
I think we can all admit that we know that he's just firing off the gun like that, off the hip like that, just trying to say that we all speak. Whereas really that we don't. That's not all we talk about.
Jim, I think he wasn't generalizing. He was just trying to say anecdotally, he was showing interest in your interest in the quantum thing and how it tied to fighter because he doesn't hear the average fighter.
Yeah. We know that. I think Rakia maybe came in a bit late and didn't get that. We were talking about that earlier.
I understood the point like 5 times. I'm like, what are the generalizations and blah blah blah, and then like, Nate, thank you, man. I'm half asleep, bro.
What else would you like us to talk about? I mean, we're especially at Bev's. I mean, it's more about Euclid, geometry, sophistry.
You can talk about whatever you want, but I mean, it's a known thing that long distance observations, especially over water, that's kind of your shtick. That's kind of your thing, isn't it? That's your main.
Man of concessions.
No,
like,
that's
your name?
Mirages.
I don't want to keep saying man of concessions. What's your name?
I'm not sure why other people are addressing him when he's asking me direct questions, saying my name.
I know, but I just wanted to clarify.
Yeah, I know.
Never mind.
Long distance observations is not my stick. It's just something I've done and can talk about. So I think you have a very limited view of who people are, and you're making huge assumptions about them. And I'm very easily debate. Y'all go ahead, man. Y'all seem to be all high or drunk and can't control yourself. Yeah, y'all have a good night.
Try and dig at
Hey, Jim.
It doesn't really mean that.
Hey, Jim. Jim, just let Rakia address him. You're interrupting, please.
Nah, I'm done. Y'all have a good one.
Yo, can you guys hear me? Sorry, something happened.
You're good, Nate.
Okay.
What happened? I apologize about that.
Why did Rakia leave?
I didn't mean for Rakia to leave, man. Sorry about that.
Jen kept interrupting. He's being a rumpus.
Oh, damn.
Sorry.
He's
he said his piece. I think he said what he wanted to say.
So, Dave, I mean, I'm still waiting for these arguments you have against quantum mechanics. That's the whole gist of this. We kind of got sidetracked and lost in the weeds, but that's
I thought
what this is all
gave you
about.
a good enough idea of why there's a lot of flat earthers that might be against quantum mechanics because they might be in the camp of ether.
But what does ether have to do with quantum mechanics?
Because they don't believe in the certain particles that is believed to be used in these sort of experiments.
Like what? Like nuclear decay. Okay,
Photon.
what about all right, photon, cool, that's fine. It has to deal with light, and I see the connection there. But what about things that don't deal with light? What about the strong and weak nuclear forces, nuclear decay, beta and alpha decay? Do you agree those things happen? That particles can decay or elements can decay and transmutate from one element to another? Do you believe in the periodic table of elements?
There's some interesting things that I found. I'll send you some links about the periodic tables. There's, like I was saying, that there's like a retake on all of these subjects that
you guys don't
aren't just
believe in the
matter.
periodic table.
Well, hold on, Ed. I don't know why you're saying do we believe, because that's the last thing flat earthers tend to do, is just believe in science, right? They're trying to figure out why it is they're saying this, what it is that they're saying, what the actual proof is about it. Just like we would attack flat earth or any of these other topics, we're not just going to believe it, especially if it's just some scientist proclaiming it to begin with. So it's not about believing scientists any longer. It's about what are they actually saying? How can we break it down? What are the actual alternative ideas about this? And should we give them credence as well, when most of them are written off by the people who are just going by the mainstream narrative, you know?
Okay, cool, fine. Maybe belief isn't the right word to use. It seems to rub people the wrong way. That's fine. I'll stop using that word. But just going against what Jim is saying, there are other aspects within the quantum world that don't deal with light. They don't deal with photons or electrons, particles that don't interact with the electromagnetic force. So they have nothing to do with the ether. So the ether can't be used as an argument against these things. So
Well,
what
I
other
don't
arguments
think
do you
it
have
was against.
against?
I said I have speculation about it. I never
No,
said I
no,
have
that's
arguments against it.
I said Jim. I said Jim. I said his
Oh,
name, Dave. Yeah. Jim is the one that brought up the ether. You still haven't told me what arguments they are. I'm still waiting for you to give me your arguments against quantum
well,
mechanics.
like I said to begin with, that because you mentioned that again, I'll say it. That I never said I have arguments against it. I have
No,
speculation
you
about
heard.
it, and I've heard that
Yeah.
other interpretations. But like I was going to mention earlier before I forget, that the idea of like many worlds sounds just as woo as consciousness affecting the photon. When you think about it.
Yeah, but what?
Right.
Yeah,
I
but I mean,
think
Dave,
Biden did
I'm still
pick up
waiting
on
to
that.
hear what these other arguments are that you've heard. Like that's all I want to hear. But you won't give it to me, and we keep getting
No,
sidetracked into these other weird
I
arguments.
was just saying there's lots of speculation, and you were saying we
Now
don't know
give me the
exactly what it is.
speculation. That's all I want, Dave. That's
Well,
all I
the
want. That's
begin
all I
well,
wanted the last 20 minutes.
the speculation is whether it even is actually doing what they say it's doing, whether it's something that they're just
Yeah, I think it's just a healthy
that's it.
skepticism. It's not
Yeah.
even
But what
arguments
is it
against
based
it.
on, guys?
And you're saying there's no conclusive evidence anyway, so there's speculation right there on your side, on every side, right? We
No,
don't
that
even
isn't
know
speculation.
why
I
it's
don't want you
doing
telling
what
what
it's
it's
doing.
based on. Y'all need me
Hang
to.
on,
You
hang
need
on,
me
hang on,
to
hang on,
skip
hang on, hang on.
I
What
mean,
I
but I
said
can help
is,
them out. They can't give you anything, though. Obviously, now I mean, I can give you some of the speculation. About the scale, right? It only works in one size area, right? You know that thing about quantum, right? It doesn't scale, right?
Huh?
I mean, you're aware of that, right? Let's start there.
the scale of what, Don?
The wave collapse of the wave function
Mhm.
does not scale.
Oh, like something above the atomic scale doesn't exhibit wave function. Like we don't.
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
your body isn't in a superposition, and then it doesn't have a wave function collapse when I look at you. Type. Yeah. It
Oh,
doesn't
is that
scale.
what qualifies as quantum then?
Yes.
Yeah, like I said, it's the scale at which these things happen.
Right.
Yeah.
So these things are happening at the quantum
Why
scale.
be skeptical of
What's
it?
the
And
threshold?
that's a reason to be skeptical of it.
What's the
That
threshold? Where does it stop being quantum?
That's what we are trying to figure out. That would answer a lot of questions. If we find out where this threshold was, it would answer a lot of questions.
Yeah, well, we can still ask a lot. There's a lot. We can at least talk about the questions on the table, right? If we look at these experiments and the claims and we go line by line, there's plenty that the average intellectual, more or less some of the top guns around, should be able to be like, okay, wait, reproduce this, wait, control these variables, wait, look for this, wait. Is that just, what I'm saying? Wait, you're just concluding, pulling out of your butthole conclusions. Wait, you know what I mean? Like, there's plenty of stuff, bro. Like, without the literature in front of me, it's hard to do. But just go, like, we need to go to like the PBS space time, YouTube channel and fucking rip that shit a new asshole, man. We need to like schedule we need, like, every Sunday, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, we need to be like, let's meet up. We're gonna put PBS Space Time and rip it a fucking asshole.
Yeah, PBS Space.
But I mean, without the bullets in front of us, like, come on, we're stabbing guys. He, you know, like, we got to be able to give him some of this stuff. Like, look into this stuff. It's really interesting. And just think like, okay, do I have to swallow? If I was not to swallow what they're selling me, why? What reasons can I come up with? And then
Yeah,
you know,
thank you, Don. That's exactly it. Yeah, I'm thank you. You just said it perfectly. I'm trying to understand why they don't want to swallow this idea, and I was careful to split the effects we see with the causes we come up with. You know, what I first wanted to understand is, do they believe these effects are real? That when we're not looking at it, we get the interference pattern of a wave. When we are looking at it, we get the interference pattern of a particle. Do they at least believe that is true? Not why that happens, but do they believe at least? Well, maybe not believe, but do they hold that to be true? That's what I was.
But I think Riding on Edgeguard's done well to differentiate between it being having to be an actual consciousness viewing it, whether
Yeah.
you could just have a camera.
Yeah, but do you hold that to be true, Jim? That the quantum eraser double split or the delay choice is a real experiment with real
I
results?
really don't know. I really don't know. I'd have to do it myself. I really would. I really would.
Okay.
I mean, if I'd done it myself, then I would, I think, be in awe and be like, well, how can I sort of deny it in a sense, you know? Like, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's all I really wanted to know. It's just Dave took it somewhere it didn't need to go.
But there's still so many other questions. Like,
wait,
I
what?
don't know.
What did I
don't
do?
I'm just saying, man.
All right. I'm sending you videos. Yeah, I know you're not familiar with Ken Wheeler because you said who's Ken Wheeler when we're talking about.
Isn't Ken Wheeler the fat Uncle Fester looking guy with the glasses?
Yeah. Yeah, you just heard about him when we were talking about him the other day, though. You said you didn't know who he was or whatever. So
No, I
he's
knew
talking about
him.
the double.
Yeah,
He's
I
what
knew
I
him
would
by
recommend.
his YouTube name.
Yeah,
Not,
but I'm
I didn't know
talking
his
about
name.
his argument against the double slit. He's actually got one I didn't see before now called a true double slit experiment, explained logically. So, but he was always saying that the double slit experiment is pseudoscience, and there's you know other things about it that and it does kind of go along with that whole ether versus atomism side of the
Chuck it in
argument.
the live stream. Make it available for everyone, man.
Yeah. Put it in the live stream. But I mean, if he believes that it's ether and not atoms, are we then made of ether and not atoms as well? Is that what he?
They're field guys. They like the fields, right? Remember?
But are we made of this field as well, or do we just interact with it? Like, are we ether as well then? If there's no such thing as an atom, what are we made of?
I don't use him as like a go-to for what I would think about everything, but he's got some good ideas. I don't think he says we're made of ether. That's for sure.
Okay, but then if he's saying
that's
all
an interesting question.
Atoms aren't real, like what other conclusion could you come to?
Yeah, he takes a while. You'll probably have to like watch it twice to get everything that he's saying. That's usually how his videos are. But
dual slit experiment, fundamentals, details, and facts. Yeah. That's I knew him by that name, Theoria Apoph, whatever the fuck. I didn't know his name was Ken Wheeler.
Or Theora Pacifist, he goes by.
That's what I know him as. I mean, that's his YouTube name. No, but I'll definitely check this out. I just
do you know who he like? You ever check out any of those guys that he puts on a pedestal, like Heaviside or any of those guys? I mean, as a man is interested in science, there's all kinds of people that he refers to that you'd be probably fascinated with, regardless of they're in agreement with you or in agreement with mainstream.
Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with the people he champions, you know, but at the end of the day, all those people thought the Earth was this. I mean, it's just the way he champions them. Like, I feel he doesn't necessarily
He's not a
bring
flat earther.
forth. Yeah, but what I'm trying to say is he'll champion someone and then misconstrue the ideas. But that's just my opinion of it. You know, he won't really
Oh, okay.
bring
I didn't know
forth,
you were
in all
flat earther.
honesty, what it is they meant to say. And then he has a lot of sayings and ideas that I don't understand, you know? And I feel most people don't understand what he's saying most of the time.
That's probably true.
Yeah. Because it's like he has a lot of terms he just made up, you know?
But in a sense, is that not the elephant in the room?
What do you mean?
Like the fact that we don't understand the things that he's talking about.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but listen,
Why is that
if
the
I
elephant in the
say
room?
something, right, you can always Google what I said to gain a better understanding of. Like if I say gluons have color charge, you have no idea what I'm. Hang on. If I say something like gluons have color charge, you have no idea what I just said. But you can
I've heard
Google it
about
to gain a
gluons, about
better understanding. But he will,
subatomic level
you know,
bullshit.
say
Yeah,
these
yeah.
terms that when you Google them, there's not even an answer for it. It's just a term he made up. You can't Google half the things he says, you know? And then when you try and ask someone else what did he say, no one knows what he's saying. Doesn't mean he's wrong though. He might be right about the things he says. It's impossible to verify something if you don't understand it, you know? So it's
I like that there though. That was just like a bit of damage control in case a flat earther said, "Oh yeah, but some globe priests say people
say
don't
what?
understand."
No, but the point is, if a globe priest says something, you can always Google it to gain a better understanding of it, right?
But
Even if you
but
still don't,
I get what you're saying. Yeah, it's readily
yeah,
available.
even if you
It's
don't
readily
believe it,
available.
yeah, it's readily available. The things he says you cannot find anywhere except from his mouth,
Right,
you know?
but that's the thing. Like, it's almost like it's why is it not readily available?
No. But why doesn't he go into detail to explain what he's saying? Because he scatterguns words out, you know, and it's like,
He's got
it's
all kinds of stuff. He's
I
got
can see
literature you
that
can
as well.
read. I
I can
mean,
see that as
all
well.
kinds of. He's got PDFs. He's got all kinds of stuff. He wrote a book. I mean, you can like dig deep on his research and
yeah, but
get
do
what he's
you
saying.
understand?
I don't think it's
Do you
impossible.
understand this? Yeah,
Yeah,
but when
some
you
of it.
read his book, do
I'm
you
not as big
understand
a fan as Dicelo or somebody, but I definitely understand what he's saying to some degree for
Yeah,
sure.
but Nate, you're the one who wants to understand, right? So, I mean, this guy has, stuff going back years
Yeah,
about.
I've looked into him, Jerry. I've watched his
Okay.
videos. I've read a few of his writings, and I'll read it and not understand it, and then I'll try Google it, and I don't find anything. I try to speak to someone else about it, hoping they can explain it to me. They don't have the answers. I bring it to you guys. You guys don't understand what he's saying. What do I do then, Jerry?
I don't know. It seems we're in a quandary.
I've tried,
I
man.
think Jerry.
I've tried to
Of all
understand
the
this guy,
people in
and
here,
it's really
I bet
difficult.
Jerry understands. Sounds like Jerry understands a lot of what he's talking about. I bet you could ask him some of the things you're confused.
Okay, can I, Jerry?
Well, I pretty much explained it earlier.
What do you mean?
It's like they attempt to quantize energy in order to figure out where energy comes from, but you can't do it, which is why these models come and go, which is why Bohr said atoms are abstractions. That's why Heisenberg said they're Platonic forms and ideas, because these things are not and will not ever be available to us. No one knows where energy comes from. You can't do it. You can only model it. You know what I'm saying?
Is that what Dave Wheeler says as well?
Yeah,
Ken
well,
Wheeler.
Ken Wheeler,
he
sorry.
goes,
Is that what Ken Wheeler says as well?
yeah.
Uh-huh.
I mean, not
That,
word for word, but that's the basic idea.
mhm.
It's just
That we'll never know what these atoms and things are, but he knows for sure that it's all ether. And he can
no,
explain it. Am I
no.
misunderstanding?
I think it's just different ways of trying to solve the same problem. Like, whereas, quantum and atomism is about sort of like, like there's these energy, particles, whereas ether is like, it's all just a field of, potential. And you can't, quantize these things. It's like a wave.
The universal field that involves metaphysical and the physical.
Right. It's just out of our reach. Like, we'll never know, I don't think. Right? So
Okay.
it's not like we're saying it's wrong. It's just a different way of looking at it.
Isn't that the great thing though about
I feel like I'm
people?
getting it. It's just better
We
to
all
say.
have different perspectives that we can learn off of each other, eh? Isn't that great?
Mm. Okay. Since you guys understand this guy so well, do you know what a field modality is? Because according to him, all fields, like the ether field, is a field modality, and gravity is not a field modality. That's why gravity isn't a field or a force. That's like his big argument against gravity. So could you
I
guys
mean,
explain?
if you
No.
want to get like technical about it, we could get what's his name in here, Dyslow, and he'll go off
Who's
for
that?
he'll go off for hours about it.
Oh yeah, sure. Get him in here, man. Not much else to talk about.
Yeah, I heard him earlier on. Well, I say earlier on, yesterday. He's probably asleep.
Hey, Nate, I just sent you a video by Cathexis. It's called "What is the Left Brain Prison?" and it kind of addresses why it is that you might not understand or might not be in tune with some of the other things that Ken Wheeler's saying, or just in general why it is that there's some things that we can't explain and some things that we can, and it's almost like the left brain prison is if it's not in this 1 + 1 = 2 way of
Can't bang
thinking,
on it. If you
then it
can't
just
bang on
won't
it, can't
register.
touch it.
Yeah, right.
Right.
But it's almost like that's where they've got. I mean, if it's you can look at it as a conspiracy, but it is kind of the heart of what the argument is with flat Earth and globe Earth. Issa's here actually. Issa, I heard him say something really interesting the other day about the compass and the square and how maybe if he's here he could reiterate it, but that was an interesting thing about the compass being representative of man's soul and the square being man, and that the earth is flat and stationary because of the square represents that, and that's man, and then the compass is how you navigate with the stars or how you would do the stars, and that would represent man's soul, and then that the combining of those two things with the compass and the square was like their attempt at making the the sky and the earth one thing in this heliocentric model. You there, Issa? What's up? Maybe he's just listening right now. But yeah, that was really
Square in
cool.
the circle, right?
The square and the compass, the Freemason.
Yeah, but the phrase is square in the circle, isn't it?
No, he's talking
no, that
about
wasn't.
masonry. Talking about
I was
masonry.
talking about the square and the compass. But yeah, squaring
Yeah,
the
yeah,
circle
yeah,
is the term that it's not what I'm talking about right now. Yeah, and we used to have all kinds of talks with Issa and Cathexis. I used to listen mostly to them. And yeah, there was many shows where flat Earth was never even brought up. And these people are the most intelligent people I've ever heard, you know, talk that are involved in this conversation. I've learned a lot from a lot of these people. It's not just about the Earth being flat, that's for sure.
Someone spoke blasphemy.
Oh yeah, what's that?
I just noticed it went quiet after he said it's not about the flat Earth.
Oh no, I think that was just a bit of a dig about earlier that apparently only these flat Earth groups, they only talk about anything. They won't only talk about things related to flat Earth, which is which we all know is just a cheap shot at flat Earth. We know he doesn't really mean it because he knows that he's heard other conversations happen in these chats. So we don't really need to take that as a serious statement. So we don't really need to debate that.
I was just kidding.
But I get what you're saying though. It was almost like a bit of like, here, no, we don't only just talk about flat Earth.
It's the gateway. Flat Earth is a gateway to start exploring so many other things.
It's like open your mind.
Yeah, if I've ever talked to somebody about it, or you know, thought that it would be cool if they figured out that it's not a spinning ball, it wasn't so that, you know, that they could be on the flat Earth side, like go flat Earth, some kind of team thing. It's more like opening them up to all kinds of things, more so than flat Earth, and more importantly, more so than flat Earth. What's up, SE? SE Montreal's here. What's up, brother? He's unmuted. What's up, brother? You were cracking me up this morning earlier listening to you go after Gummy.
Yo,
what's up, man?
How are you?
All right.
What's new?
sounds like his man's just woken up.
Yeah, it's kind of late for me.
Right on.
So you like Gummy Double Talk? You like that?
Who's that?
You like the way Gummy was double talking?
Yeah, that was funny. You're like, I'm not going to talk to you for the rest of the day. Sorry. I'm done. I'm done with you. Laughing my ass off. And then I forget what it was up. I even forget what it was about now.
Alice and Bob? No?
No, it wasn't Alice. Oh, that you could what was it about? You remember what it was he was saying?
Not really. He said so much stuff.
That you could know. It was like basically, if you want to believe that, you go ahead and believe that. Just don't try to convince me that you know that. It was in reference to someone else too. That it was something Blue Marble Science had done with his experiment that he was trying to prove something about. What was it? What was the blue marble science reference? You said you did a lot of work on your project. What was it? What was that project? I don't follow that dude or talk to him.
Oh, Blue was going on about what was he going on about? I think I can't really remember. They said so many things so many times. It's like it's like one big conversation. Like
who cares where the false claims are anymore? We just know they're all false.
Yeah, it was an interesting tie. I wish I could remember exactly what it was, but it was something about him.
Was he talking about time? I think.
Oh yeah, it was time. That's what it was. Yeah, then the whole time thing got people went on that for a long time, a long while.
Oh, I think I remember. I think we went from time, and then they ended up in cesium clocks, atomic clocks, and they had no clue. And
that's
I think it was that today. Yeah.
Yeah, it was about time and how you can know if time's time's just a concept. Yeah, that's where it should end right there. If you don't get that time's a concept, I don't want to talk to you for the rest of the day. You're trying to say it's a real thing, and that's right. You were saying if I'm 10 inches from your face, I can slap you. That's a measurement.
yeah. Now I'm starting to remember a bit of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was laughing my ass off. But time you can measure time, for sure. But we don't want to start that up again. You can measure it, but it doesn't mean that it's a real thing.
Yeah, Gummy is definitely one of a kind.
Yeah, you have a way of triggering him.
Him and Bacon.
Any word you speak, it just baits him.
Yeah, they get triggered like the high hell. Yeah.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, go ahead.
Go ahead. I was gonna say people think you're trolling about the Alice and Bob thing. What do you say to that?
Well, first of all, it's
I
not
was the only
Alice
one
and Bob,
backing
it's
you
the
on that
twin
thing.
boat.
I was too. Huh?
Sorry, say again.
I just said I was the only one backing you on that thing, man.
I was backing you too.
Thanks for that, and so was I think Chad was on board. Oh no, yeah. Well, that was the
I was saying
twin
you guys
boat.
were talking past each other. Yeah, they think that it's a troll. Some people think it's a troll, like that it couldn't possibly be a misunderstanding because it obviously works with the geometry. And I was saying that on the ball geometry, on paper, it works, but it doesn't work in reality. And I think that's what you were trying to get at, but it wasn't being.
Yeah, I thought you were just trying to highlight the fact that there's a contradiction in the fact that they're trying to say that the water declines from your feet, yet it makes an obstruction for your view.
Exactly. The contradiction in that is unbelievable.
Water.
And yet, we even have some flat earthers agreeing with that.
I know they were almost like.
I'm not mentioning any names.
Weren't they?
Yeah, I think that the guys were talking past each other. I think that it doesn't work on a ball the way they say, and I think that's what was being missed.
Well,
because
it's not even that. It's the fact
geometry.
that in their claim itself, there's a contradiction. I think that is all C. Montreal was trying to say that even in their claim, there's a contradiction. They're trying to say that it's reclining from your feet, yet it causes an obstruction at your eye level.
Yes,
now,
I'm glad you got that, bro.
I get that if the 8 inches per mile squared is so minute that it could act as if it was level and it would ramp up. Yeah, there is grey area there. There is grey area there. But I get what your initial point was. But a lot of people were jumping on you like, oh, you're trolling.
Well, because they were thinking about it as the geometry of the ball on paper. and that's the reason that it doesn't work. You know, it doesn't work in reality. I think you guys would all agree on that. It wasn't about disagreeing about that.
Well, yeah, we knew
Definitely.
the flat earthers weren't disagreeing on that basis. Yeah.
Yeah, we were talking from their perspective, from the ball perspective.
Yeah.
I was trying to show even within their fantasy model, it still doesn't work.
It's a tricky one though, because it's hard for people to get why someone might even make that argument. Like QE, like I was listening to his thing just because the topic got brought up, and I went back and listened to his talk on it, where he was, you know, some of the flat earthers were saying that they disagreed with him, you know, and a lot of flat earthers were trying to like say, look, no, you just don't understand, because it's all about the perspective, and the ball, it would work because it's a matter of where you're looking from. Yeah, it's down and up, but it's a ball, so that's the way a ball works, you know, depending on where you're looking from and your horizon line and all that. And then he was going over it with people and making sure everybody in the group got it. And you know, I don't know that they all did, to be honest. It didn't sound like it.
I don't know. I don't understand why people don't get that. Like, it kind of puzzles me in a way.
Well, it works on paper, you know, for what the reason it's not like they're just delusional about, they're just so, you know, hypnotized by the idea that it's a ball earth that they think that it works on paper. It's like geometrically it does work if it was a ball, but it doesn't work in reality because that's not what we observe.
So the observations don't match the math.
Yeah.
No, but even in their fantasy sphere, right? Water doesn't behave that way. Think about it. Even in their fantasy ball model, right?
Right.
The water cannot behave that way.
True. Yeah, it was
That's
all about the
only
water.
point.
If you see it as just the ball without the water being a factor, you could see how it might work. You know, just for the geometry.
Wait, and if you're going to really open-minded, that if you think there's a worldwide magnetic field that could cause curvature in the water.
What? Where's an example of a magnetic field? Well, we have seen water bend with magnets. I see what you're saying.
Or a compass, you know.
That's not their claim though. They're claiming it's gravity.
No, I'm just saying though. Just it doesn't matter about what the globe claims. That's irrelevant. You know, I'm just talking about what could be real.
Well,
forget about
water
about
doesn't.
being flat
Water's
against
not
the globe.
curving around a ball. That's not.
But
real.
like, what is possible? You know.
I don't think it's possible for the world to have bendy water all around it. No, I don't think that's possible. Do you think it is?
I don't know if there was a big enough magnet.
Field now?
If there was a big enough magnet, I mean, you can see that it does have an effect on water. I mean, it's possible. That's all I'm saying is like be skeptical of all things. You know, have an open mind of what is actually possible, and if it is actually possible, it's possible.
Be careful. Don't give them any ideas. The next thing they're going to say, oh, now we figured it out. It's still a ball and it's a magnetic field.
Right.
And we're gonna praise Jim for coming up with this idea.
Don't give them arguments. All right.
Right? Don't even start down that out, please. But that is actually something that seems to be, you know, a worry as far as them coming up with some kind of other thing, like that whole debate between Anthony Riley and Bob about the electrostatic or the downward acceleration being possibly what Ken Wheeler again would put as would term the dielectric what is it the dielectric
non-coherent
Yeah, the non-coherent dielectric downward force or
Plane.
whatever. Yeah, and then that whole thing, and it seemed like Anthony Riley was even implying that there was some kind of shillery going on with what the reason is for trying to go in that direction. Like they were going to try to keep the ball model with this new electrostatic reasoning for the downward bias.
Well, that's the thing. That's the poison I see in this, is that it's like trying to point score on each other side, yet we're all the fucking victims, and we've all got to try and work together and work it out together.
Yeah, when there's that kind of line drawn in the sand between flat earthers, it's interesting because what is the people were even thinking
if your goal is
got some
to
kind
actually
of troll motivation with this argument. Like I don't know why he would have a motivation to make that argument and make it a troll, but at the same time they just couldn't understand what he was trying to get at.
Yeah, if your goal is to actually understand how the world is working and the reality of the world, it doesn't matter about flat versus globe. It really doesn't. If your actual goal is that, you don't really. It's not about a side then.
Right, and you don't just agree with a flat earther because he's a flat earther. Even though Nate would like to think that's what we do. You hear Nate's comment, SC?
Nah, what do you say?
Yeah, but we can all kind of like.
I'm just going to give him shit about it again. Hold on, because he said that he was surprised that we'd be interested. This is the way I took it. That he's surprised we'd be interested in something like quantum mechanics when it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
What? We always talk about stuff like that.
All kinds of stuff, right? But he said all the rooms that he goes to, it's always the same 12 arguments that we're talking about and stuff. But I think he just doesn't listen enough or something.
I think there was another point that I didn't bring up, that is that I think quite a lot of the time is in these groups as well, they're quite aware of the audience and they feel like they have to sort of go back to the rhetoric for the audience.
Well, it's the ballers that bring up the argument. I mean, if ballers and flat earthers in the same room, they're going to talk about flat earth. Plus, those other stations are 24/7 flat earth or Nathan Oakley, and it's a flat earth in the title. So, and Jim Pandas, he's built his whole career on, trolling flat earth. So, what do you expect?
We were talking about time. We talk about time dilations, cesium clocks. Right. We talk about a whole bunch of stuff. People most people have no clue about.
I saw you jumped into Nathan's chat yesterday as well. Montreal.
You're on Nathan's?
Not me.
Where it was like I think it was Shere Khan. Nathan was fighting the ether guys. He was literally attacking some of the flat earthers, that hold to the ether side of things.
Oh yeah, there's a whole other split there with QE and Ken Wheeler, and they always attack Ken Wheeler.
Right. I don't know how much of that you heard, see Montreal?
I didn't hear any of that, actually.
Because I did see that you were in the chat.
Oh, he was in the chat.
I did see that it was in the chat. I don't know how much of it you heard.
I can't remember if I was in there. It didn't strike me of something to remember. So
he was really probably attacking Sin Cleanser at the time.
It doesn't ring a bell.
Nathan
really.
and Sin Cleanser were going at it with each other.
Nathan and Sin Cleanser?
Yep.
It doesn't ring a bell.
You must have been like proper tired when you joined that chat, man. Because there was a lot of stuff going on, man.
I've been in so many of these things. Unless something significant happened, I really can't remember that. Sorry, man.
But yeah, for like a good 2 hours, it was literally Nathan versus Sinclair's. It was quite funny.
I'm sure I would have remembered that. Are you sure it was me that you saw in the chat?
Yeah, you were in the chat, man. You were in the chat, but
Are you talking
you
about
didn't say
today?
nothing. You didn't speak, or you didn't type, or nothing. So you must have. It must have been like you probably joined the wrong chat. Like, what am I doing in here? Like, and then just and then just checked your phone and like, oh, I'm in the wrong chat.
I don't know. Maybe I fell asleep or honestly, I don't remember that.
Yeah, you weren't in for long though. It was only about 45 minutes you were in the chat for.
You're talking about Nathan Oakley now, right?
Yeah.
That was today's show?
Right.
I gotta go
Oh,
back and hear that. I want to hear Sting Cleanser and Nathan go at it.
yeah, it was fucking hilarious. It was quite funny actually. and Don Dicelo jumped in for a bit as well. Like,
okay, cool.
It was funny. It was funny.
Yeah, I think Dicelo, I'm not sure, but there was somebody who used to always go on there and jump all over QE for the quantum eraser experiment stuff. I think it might have been Dicelo or somebody else.
I think probably Dicelo, yeah.
Yeah. He got banned for a while too, remember? Yeah.
Yeah, because he always likes because QE hates to talk about light, and I always remember Dicelo like, yeah, let's talk about light, QE.
Yeah, but the whole quantum eraser experiment is based on light.
Right.
So why does he hate to talk about it? What's your take on the double slit experiment, SE?
Oh, that's a mind meld. If it's true, it's truly remarkable. But I've seen it done with a needle, head of a needle. So put it this way, I gotta see it. I gotta see it with my own eyes because it's some weird stuff going on. If it's observed, it behaves in this way. If it's not observed, it behaves in another way. I got to see that to believe it. And it's not necessarily the observation, I think. It's just the fact that even a recorder, even if there's just a camera there, they claim. So
yeah, and if it's a camera as opposed to someone actually witnessing it, then you would have more reason to think that maybe there's some kind of mechanical frequency that's affecting it from the camera itself or the equipment or something, rather than the witnessing of it, because they're treating that camera like a witness, like a consciousness.
Right. Yeah, they're making it out as if like the particles themselves are sentient or aware that they're being witnessed.
Those are the implications, at least, yeah. And then
that's not even the weird part. The weirder part is the one where it, if you place it before, then it changes. I forget, it's kind of late. I can't really explain it, but it's like it goes back and changes time, kind of a thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
like it retroactively changes.
Yeah, like if it's observed, what is it? Is it if it's placed in a certain area? It's kind of late now, so I'm probably gonna screw it up. But if it's placed in such a way that it can detect the particle, I don't want to screw it up, but it detects it in such a way that if detected or not detected, then the particle can, instead of going in two slits, then it changes and goes back into one slit. It's like crazy shit, man. Like
not one, but like the pattern that like 7 layers, isn't it?
No, it kind of like changes. Like if it's witnessed in a certain way before a certain
the duality. It's like either it will line up in one area, or if you don't witness it, it will line up in all areas.
Right, exactly. That's the collapse. But I'm talking about another phenomenon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is another one. If it like it happens, right? But if it's witnessed in a certain way, like I'll check it tomorrow and I'll be more clear on this. But it goes back in time. Like originally, let's say it goes through the left or the right slot. If observed in a certain way, which I can't remember now, then it goes back and realigns itself. Like it's really freaky, man. I'm not doing it justice now.
But that's the thing. Does it not leave like so many other areas open for doing this sort of experiment? Like having someone set up the experiment so they know the path, but they're not told that the experiment is going to take place. So, in a sense, they're not sure. They don't know that experiment is going to take place, yet there's going to be two observers that have no idea of the path.
The which path? Yeah.
Yet the guy that set up the experiment knows, but isn't told that experiment is taking place.
Right, I follow. Yeah. What about it? It affects the experiment, you're saying?
Well, that's what I mean. Like it
Oh no, I think it has to be
would there
witnessed.
be a known path? Like the guy that set up the experiment knows the path, but he's being told that your setup isn't being used, right? So he doesn't. Do you know what I mean? It's like, how many ways can you test this?
Yeah, like I said, it's a mind meld. Yeah, like I said, I don't believe it until I see it. It's for me, it's magic.
And so
And
if
then,
it is, like, let's just take this. Go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say there's even another weirder. If that's not weird enough, if going back in time and changing something isn't weird enough, the spooky action at a distance, as it's called. You can have two, like a particle.
Entanglement.
Yeah, the entanglement, exactly. And one can be on one side of the universe and one could be here. And when you witness one, then you know what state the other one's in. But this is the killer of it all. They're both in what's called a superposition. In other words, they're both, let's take this for example, they're either going clockwise or counterclockwise, right? But it's not that they're going clockwise and counterclockwise at the same time. And then when you observe one, then you know what state the other one is way across the universe.
Right, they're married. Right.
Yeah. So there's all kinds of crazy implications.
And how much of it, like, that's the thing. So if it's a pseudoscience, let's just say, I mean, QE will say there's more proof of the quantum science than there is for any other science or whatever.
But I said it's one of the most proved experiments. Yeah. I have no reason to doubt it, but I want to see it for myself.
Yeah, exactly. Where's that been tested?
It is pseudoscience. What's the angle? The question is, if it is pseudoscience, what's the angle? What's the reason? What's the long-term goal there for creating this magic?
Right. What are they trying to conjure? What are they trying to sell to people?
Right. What's the long-term goal? Could we speculate about that at all?
No, I wouldn't want to.
Well, I mean, I was just saying, like, the quantum world in general, it seems like, they're going that direction with a lot of things. Everything's quantum, That quantum computing might have some, practical use cases that you can see, but this whole idea of, quantum worlds leads straight to this, multiverse, virtual reality concept, as well as, just our detachment from reality. It enforces that idea, with the Mandela effect,
transhumanism,
multiple timelines,
Oh yeah, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Plus, they're not even sure. There's multiple interpretations, right? There's the Copenhagen, There's the multiple worlds, I think, and then there's a couple other ones. I forget the names of them.
Right. This is what I said earlier. There's no conclusion. There's multiple interpretations.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody thinks there's just one. Like, no, the one everybody thinks they know is it the Copenhagen one? If I'm not mistaken, I think it is.
And if it is a psyop, it's a beautiful way to present it. It's like, we know this is happening. We just don't know why. And there's all these different theories about why it's happening. So it has to be happening at least. But if it's not even happening, then you're just building a multiverse about the multiverse from your imagination, possibly. But that may be a stretch, but that could be, we've seen it done before.
Well, they say if you think you understand quantum mechanics, then you don't understand it, right?
Right, exactly.
So what kind of a freaking theory is that then?
Right, yeah, totally.
If you can't explain it simply to to a layman, I mean, you have nothing really.
Right. But it's the perfect setup for what they want to say. Eventually, it does. If it is a pseudoscience, wizardry that we're dealing with on that.
But the implications of if this is real, this is like, wow stuff,
Right. Right. Exactly.
The implication of just observing something makes it happen or not is astounding. Like it's,
Well, not even observing, but knowing which path.
Yeah,
That's the whole premise, isn't it? Is the known path.
knowledge of the which path. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So you don't even need to observe it, but you just need to almost see it where it leads, because then you know where its path is. In a sense.
I think it's called the delayed quantum. Starting to wake up
Delayed
a little bit more
choice.
now.
Delayed choice.
The delayed choice quantum. Yeah, that's the one.
But like I said, there's so many other ways you could test this. Like I said about someone setting up the experiment so they know the choice, but they're not told whether that is actually going to be utilized the way they've set up their experiment. So is there still a known path, or is there not? Because someone actually knows the path, but they're being told that it's not being used, so they might not believe it. Is that what? Do you know what I mean? Is there some
interesting? Yeah, is that enough? Yeah, he knows the path. He goes home. Somebody runs the experiment. Is it like that, or is it actually you have to be there, detecting it either a presence or a camera?
Right. There's so many ways you can vary this experiment.
Yeah, exactly.
And actually, just for Nate's sake, the quantum does relate to flat Earth because, according to quantum mechanics, gravity is impossible. The way that the current mainstream explains it, there's a contradiction there.
Right. Stop making him right that all we talk about is related to flat Earth.
I know. I was just pleasing him because there does relate directly to flat Earth. I forgot. It does, because they admit that they both can't be true. There's a major contradiction with gravity and quantum field theory. So there you go, Nate.
Yeah, definitely the gravity doesn't work in quantum. That's what they've been trying to search for forever, to marry everything together.
Right.
But they can't do it because Newtonian or Einsteinian doesn't work.
Right. So that it's the new paradigm right there. If there's something to hang your hat on, then that's where we're going. That's where science is headed with the quantum. But there's too many variables to think that it could ever be solidified. And yeah, even they don't have I mean, they can just only come up with interpretations, right? That's the nature of
Yeah,
quantum.
that's a good point. Like you said there, that there's so many variables that it can't be definitive.
Yeah, that's the nature of the beast.
Open to speculation.
It could mean absolutely nothing. It could mean just the detector being there causes that. Because the detector does have power, right? It's got. It could be just the influence of the.
Here's a funny
power
thing
running
as well. Like you
yeah.
were saying, like you were just saying about these things need power, right? And it was weird because I was half listening to this chat earlier on when Whitsitt was in here, but then I was half listening to the chat in Nathan's, and obviously it was the Ether guys, and they were talking about, oh fucking hell, I've lost my point now. What did you just say? See Montreal? That will trigger it.
What did I say?
We were saying that there's too many variables for it to be pinned down or described, to be defined. And you were saying that's it.
Oh, no, we were talking about if. I just remembered if it's just. Is it just the measurement? Because it needs power. The system needs power. So
Right. Oh yeah, this is what I heard in the other chat, that when you've got your wires all connected up, yeah, the field isn't isn't it's not just there inside the wire, it's also outside the wire. Now, these things that need power in this quantum experiment, right? Now, if they need power and the field is on the outside as well, how do we know that that's not? How do we know that that's not affecting the experiment?
yeah, that's my point exactly. Yeah, could be just that.
Because they were making a point that the field isn't just inside the wire, but it also is outside. So if these components, these apparatus, these devices that are used in these quantum experiments, how do we rectify is not the right word, but how do we
I think what you're trying to say is how do we eliminate all the other variables?
Right. If this is a known factor, if this is a known phenomena that there is a field, if there is a field outside the wire, whatever devices you're using to count the photons or whatever, if there's if it's plugged into the mains and it's got a field around it, how do we take that out of the experiment? How do we know that that's not affecting the experiment?
Isolate. You're looking for the word isolate, I think.
Not just isolate, but yeah, but in a sense, right? Yeah, like how do you take away the fact that the field could permeate? How do you take away the fact that the field could permeate around the cable that's supposed to be detecting the photons or whatever?
Yeah, it could be the detector itself as well. Could be the wire. Could be the detector. Yeah.
You could shield the wire.
It's not even that. It's just like it could affect whatever result you're getting in the experiment, right?
We know it does. The question is what and how. We know by that thing what we just said. Now the wire and the detector, we know that is the reason why, when turned on, the field collapses, right? Or the other way around when it isn't turned on. I forget which now. So,
Well,
but we
the
know it
official
is that.
story is
We don't
when
know
you know
what
the
though.
path.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the official story.
Yeah, the knowing of the witch path. Yeah. So when
Yeah,
it's turned on, yeah. So yeah, it's a fascinating thing. It's just that it's who knows. If you're not there to eyeball it, you're just gonna have to go by the word of other people. And such fantastic stories. I'm sorry, if my own brother told me, I would tell him, "Look, bro, I gotta see this, man." Sorry.
That's the thing. How far are you going to look? How deep are you going to look?
Well, you don't have to go very far. You just go to one of these places where they're running the experiment and you eyeball it and you see one way, and you don't eyeball it and you see another thing, and you're going to say, shit, man, something's up here.
But I don't hear anyone else talking about the fact that if the field is prevalent on the outside of the wire, and these detectors need a power source or whatever, how do they alleviate that, or whatever the word is? How do they, you know?
Yeah, maybe they've taken it into account, but I haven't heard this spoken until now. Me and you talking about it, I haven't heard this spoken before.
That's the thing. That's why I bring it up, because I don't hear it spoken about. You know, do they take these things into account? You know,
What things?
the fact that the field is prevalent on the outside of the wire. So if these detectors need a power source and they're being powered by a wire, how do they know that the field on the outside isn't affecting the experiment?
Why
Well,
would the
it
field
could
on
be
the outside
shielded, right? I'm sure they must have thought of it, but I used to think that way. But now the way I see how scientists are, I'm not going to stick up for them. So I'd like to know, did they think of that? Yeah.
I understand the why. Why do you guys think electric wiring would affect a photon detector, for example?
Why do you think it wouldn't?
Because it's insulated, right?
That's what we're debating here. Is it? Do you know for a fact?
Yeah, it's in wiring, is it not? It's not like the electricity is just flowing freely through the air.
So your position is that it's all happening inside the wire, not outside. There's nothing external happening.
Yeah, my position is the electric charge that powers up the photon detector, that current is running through that wire.
And there's
So I don't know why.
there's no field that permeates through the wire.
What kind of field would permeate through the wire?
Electric, magnetic. I don't know. Like,
Why would
I
these
would have
fields
thought
permeate?
that the scientists would have taken these things into account. You know, if they understood the nature of the world, they would know that it would. They would know that it wouldn't be confined just in the wire, and it would permeate through the
What they
wire.
could do is they could put a magnet next to that wire, and they could see if the magnet sticks to it, right?
Wait,
Couldn't they
what?
do that?
How does that help?
I don't know. That shows that there's no magnetic field permeating, because then the magnet would stick to it, right? The magnetic fields, your magnetic moments would line up, and you would have some sort of polarity, and they would stick to each other if there was some magnetic field permeating through the wire. Wouldn't you think? I don't know. I'm trying to help you, man.
I don't know what you mean about sticking. I'm just saying, like, have they taken these things into account? I'm not trying to.
They have.
I'm not trying to make it wrong. I'm just trying to say, have they? All I'm trying to say is, have they looked at every variable? You know, if the field of the if the electric field permeates the wire, and
Why do you say that? Why do you
they've
believe
done
that?
tests to make sure that field doesn't affect, and they've made sure that that field doesn't affect the experiment, then that's fine. But I'd like to see that.
Why though? I mean, you don't ask these things when it comes to the whys in your television set, you know? Why
Yeah,
would it matter?
But what am I questioning? I'm not questioning anything about my TV set. I just want to watch something on TV, right? But we're talking about an experiment.
Aren't you worried that magnets
We're talking
near
about,
TV
but we're
wiring might
not
affect
talking
it?
about TV and what we want to watch on TV. We're talking about an experiment that claims something, right?
Oh. And you worried that the wiring of the photon detector might affect...
Well, I just want to
It's a
make
legitimate question, man. Why are you against it?
I'm just trying to
I'm
make
not
sure
against it.
they
I'm
take their due
trying to help him
diligence
figure out
and
how
say,
we would
oh, hold
verify
on,
this.
these electronic fields, you know, permeate the wire and might affect the electrons that are being passed through the detectors, or they don't have any effect. But I'd like to hear either one of those, you know, them saying it has no effect or it does have an effect and we can alleviate this. Oh, my button keeps getting stuck. What did you hear?
Why not just get off push to talk? Because, yeah, you keep cutting out.
But yeah, so
Sorry,
what
Yeah,
I'm
no,
saying
but
is
I get the gist of it. You want to
they
make sure they've taken into
if they
account the
understood
electric currents
what I'm
from the
saying
photon
is
detector.
what I'm saying is if they understood that this is a phenomenon that actually is real and happens, that the field permeates the wire itself, and surely they would want to account for the fact that this has no effect on the experiment, right?
So I can I jump in? I just actually came in a minute ago, and I don't know the full context, but I think I might have some knowledge to add here. If you could just repeat just the beginning part, because I came in. So what type of detectors are you talking about? What do they detect?
We're
Photons
talking
or
about
what?
the we're talking about the quantum, the double split experiment.
Like a photon detector that you would use in the quantum eraser experiment to detect whether or not the photon went through one slit or both slits. So according to Jim,
No,
he just
I'm
wants to
just
make
asking
sure.
the question.
Hang on.
I'm not
Let
according
me
to
just
him.
explain it.
It's not
Let me just
according
explain
to
it to
him.
Chronic.
Hold on.
Yeah, listen.
No, I
Listen to
just
what
want
I
to
have to say.
hold on. I just want to correct what
Listen
you're
to
saying.
what I
It's
have
not.
to say, though,
Hold on.
Jim, because this is according to Jim. According to Jim.
Hold the fuck on, bro.
Let me speak, Jim. Come on, man.
Hold the fuck on, bro.
Please let me speak.
No, hold on.
Why? Why
I'm
can't I speak?
not trying to claim anything.
I'm not saying you're claiming anything.
Excellent. I'm
I
trying to
didn't
ask.
say Jim is claiming. I didn't say Jim is claiming anything.
Right, I'm just.
So please let me speak.
Jim, qualify your position and then
Please let me say what I want to say, because you're not even sure what it is I'm gonna say.
All I'm asking is that they've understood these effects that could be apparent, and they've taken them into account. That's it.
Sure, I might have something to add.
That's not what you said, though. So according to Jim, he
Go
just
ahead,
wants to
EPR.
make sure
Yeah, go ahead.
that,
Not
for
according to
example,
Jim.
when electric fields permeate through the... Oh
query.
my
I have
God,
in my
Jim, you gotta let me speak, bro. Like, you being ridiculous right now.
Yeah, but you keep
Please
saying it
let
as if
me
like my
speak.
claim. I'm
Please,
not.
it's not your claim. I never said it's your claim. God damn.
Nate, the reason he's got a problem is because you said according to Jim as if you're speaking for him.
Yeah, I'm
You're
quoting
saying
Jim.
according to
Should I
Jim.
not quote him?
I'm asking.
According to Jim. I'm not saying this is Jim's claim. I'm going to quote you. Just let me say what I want to
Yeah,
say,
but he
then
wants
correct
he
me when
wanted to
I'm done.
reiterate what
What's
he was
actual
saying so
fuck,
that you're
man?
not misquoting him.
Then let me say what I'm saying so that you know whether or not I'm misquoting him.
Well, it's
So
just the way
according to
that you're
Jim,
saying according to Jim, it's like you're trying to say
let
I'm
me speak.
claiming.
Why can I speak?
Okay, one at a time. Let Nate
Yeah,
say what he's
it's
gonna
my
say. You
turn
can
to
correct
talk.
him.
So let me talk. You're right. Please let me talk. It's my turn. It's only fair. So according to Jim, he just wants to make sure that, for example, if the electric fields permeate through the wire, the scientists have taken that into account when performing these experiments. He just wants to make sure that they've taken all of these different factors into account.
Excellent. Fair enough.
That is what you said verbatim. Yeah,
Perfect.
according to Jim. Thank
So
you.
so
Jeez,
all right.
fuck.
So Jim, if I
Was that
Guys are
so
ridiculous.
painful,
I
Jim?
swear to God.
Was that so
You
painful
guys
to
are
listen to?
fucking-
so Jim, before I expand here, um, if I can describe or show you that the answer to that is yes, what would that do for you? Sorry, I have to go AFK just for a second. Sorry, one second.
I mean,
We know
that
the answer is yes. Why? We want to know why.
this is a phenomena, and this could affect the experiment, and they've taken it into account. That's great. That's all I wanted to know, is that this could be a phenomena. This could affect the experiment, and we have to take it into account. That is all I wanted to know.
And if I say yes, they've taken it into account. Will that satisfy you?
What are you saying yes to? You're saying yes to they took it into account, or yes it affects the experiment? What are you saying yes to?
I want to hear
Yes,
how.
they've taken into account electric fields permeating the wire.
And you know this how?
Because electric fields don't permeate wires; they follow a given current.
So you're assuming. How about you, Chronic? Do you have any info in this?
No, but that's how all wiring works. It's not an assumption, Essie.
Yeah, you don't know how wiring works at the level of a photon, bro. Do you really?
So
No.
it only
Okay,
happens.
maybe I'm misunderstanding Jim then. But I thought Jim was worried about the wiring in the photon detector.
Is this now
Right?
the field only exists inside the wire? Is this the claim?
Okay, hang on though, Jim. We need clarity because it seems Effie's saying something
Oh no,
different.
hold on. I
Sorry,
heard that
Effie.
you're saying that it only exists in the wire. And now I've asked you
Yeah,
whether
but
it
hang
exists
on,
only
Jim.
in the
Hang on. I
wire.
just want to make
You're like,
sure I'm
hold on,
answering the right question. I just want to make sure I'm answering the right question. Because SC's saying something else, man. I heard your question, Jim. I did hear it, and I will answer it. I just need a bit of clarity now. You are wondering, Jim, whether or not the wiring of the photon detector, which has an electric current running through it, might have an electric field that permeates through the wire and affects the photon detector. Right, Jim?
Right.
All right, Essie, yeah. So you see, he's worried that the wiring in the photon detector could affect the photon detector when it's trying to detect a photon.
Yeah, I understood that from the get-go.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm saying no, it wouldn't affect the photon detector because we don't see
Yeah, we're
wiring
asking you, how do you know
in
this?
other devices.
But yeah, I'm asking why. How has it been taken into account? How have they negated?
Because okay, well, I don't think that they would have done something specific and intentionally during the preparations and setting up of this experiment to ensure the wiring.
Basically, you're
properly
going to
insulated.
assume that they own.
You gotta let me talk. Come on, come on, please, Jim. This is ridiculous.
Jim,
Otherwise,
you
there's
can't
no point.
talk through people, though. You have to let people finish. Come on.
Yeah, man.
Apologies.
So, yeah, I'm just trying to use common sense here, So I would assume that because most wiring, example, the wiring you use in your PC, doesn't allow electric fields to permeate through the wiring, it would be the same for a photon detector. Don't you think? Or what? You think a photon detector is different? Jim?
No, I don't. It's just like I said. I heard in the Ether guys talking about it in the Nathan Oakley channel, and them saying that the field actually permeates through the wire. So, okay, you might not get electric shock from it,
Sorry,
but
I'm back, by the way.
it might have an effect on the experiment. That's all I'm.
What kind of effect?
Whether it could have an effect or it doesn't, or whether it's negligible or whatever, whether it permeates through the wire or not, and and it could have an effect. This is all I'm worried about. That's all.
Okay.
Sorry,
Well,
Ron, you
sorry,
might have
sorry to
some
leave you on
knowledge
that.
on this.
Yeah, sorry to leave you on that cliffhanger. The what were you talking about? Oh yeah. If this effect has been characterized or understood, if the answer was yeah, I think SE Montreal said that you already have knowledge of this, that it is captured, or
No, I don't think
No.
making.
okay,
No.
yeah. So there's something called there's a something called dark current, and I'll let you. I guess I could find a link, but essentially it's exactly what you are describing, Jim. And so it's this residual sort of signal or effect that is seen on detectors, like you're talking about, like that are detecting these photons in the double slit experiment. Generally any detectors. And it's let me get a link. Here we go. Yeah, it's called dark current, and we know how to we understand it. We can characterize it very well. Scientists can characterize it very well, and the reason that engineers and these people who fabricate these type of detectors know that this effect is largely from these current electric fields and currents and things on the detector system or very nearby the detectors, because a signal is registered on these detectors even if they're not in use, meaning like you completely close the detector off, like put a cap on it, or don't let any photons or any particles or anything hit the detectors, and what you see is it still registers a very, very faint signal that's called dark current.
What does it
And
look like? What does it look like?
it's just a signal on the pixels or on the detector that's higher than if it was completely isolated from any system, not turned on, not completely off, and no electricity, no current or amperage or anything running through the system. And so another way to take it a step further, what you can do is set up a power supply, an AC power supply, and you can very gradually change the amount of, you can turn up or down the amount of current running through that system. And what you can see when you increase or decrease the amount of current running through the system that the detector is connected to is the reading for the dark current values increases or decreases. So
Dark current. First time I hear that one.
Well, it's you're welcome, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Hey, look, you learn something new every day.
Yep, there you go.
Let me ask you, in your opinion,
in the chat,
now, when the collapse happens, when the detector is on, what do you think is the mechanism that affects that? Do you think it's just a mere observation, a mere knowledge of the witch path? What do you think is going on there in your opinion?
I don't fully are you talking about the specifics of the detector now, or what? What are you referring to?
No, what happens when the witch path is observed, right? When it's not observed, it goes in a certain way, right? You see dots, random.
Yeah, he wants to know why you think the wave collapses from.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, isn't that I mean, isn't that the point? Isn't that the entire not paradox, but that's the whole point of the quantum
Mystery,
erasure.
yeah.
That's the whole
Yeah, that's
the whole point is
yeah.
that it's
We don't know what happened.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we're discussing here. It's not
Oh
like
no!
we know what's going on here.
My bad. What I thought Jim was talking about is isolating the detector and making sure that there's no electric fields or currents nearby that are affecting the detector.
Well,
I was
that's
just,
one of
I
the
was
things.
trying to make sure that every variable was accounted for.
Oh, okay, Jim. Well, are you satisfied, Jim, with that, or do you want to? I
I'm
gave
not
you a
sure.
link, so
I'm
you
still
could.
not sure. I'm still not sure.
You could read more about it if you want to.
I'm being told from one side that it permeates through the wire, and one side that it doesn't. So I don't know.
What did the side that
Someone's
says
lying, someone's not.
through the wire
I
provide?
don't know.
Yeah, but Jim, when that other side said it permeates through the wire, how did they say this happens? Did they provide a video, a link, and a detailed explanation like what Chronic's providing? Or did they just say it permeates through the wire? Have you seen this happen before, where electricity permeates through the wire that's, controlling its current? Have you seen this happen in real life? Like, why do you give validity to that side of the argument? What was presented to you?
I'm not sure actually. That's a good point.
Okay, well, it's just, because I've also never heard that before, and that's why I'm wondering, what did Jim see that makes him question whether or not they took this into account?
But what makes you certain that it stays inside the wire?
But Jim, I think the
No. Hold on. I think my question is quite valid. What makes you certain that it stays inside the wire?
Are you asking me? I'm not sure even entirely what you're asking. What makes me so sure it stays in the wire? What do you mean?
If you use like a ampage meter or something, like a device that detects electrical current,
EMF,
if I put it right against the circuit, I'm gonna get a current reading. But if I put it in the air around the circuit, I'm not gonna get a reading, Jim. So that makes me feel reasonably confident that there's no current permeating through the wire. Right?
Are you sure? How about them wall detector things that go beep 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 beep? How about them things?
When you walk, but yeah, I think those are based on magnetics, and I think it's because the clothing has like a magnetic clip strip thing on it. So if you don't take that off when you walk through the detectors, it's gonna catch it and go off. But that's all magnetism.
Now, he's talking about if you want to find an electrical wire inside of a wall, you can buy a detector from Home Depot or somewhere, and you put it up against the wall in your house, and it'll beep when there's an electrical
Yeah, that's what
wire.
I just said. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I thought you meant like the mall detectors.
Yeah,
Oh, you said
you were
wall,
talking
not
about
mall.
cosmetic shop.
My bad. He said wall, not mall. My bad.
Yeah, so a stud finder in a wall, that whatever you call it, that finds electrical cable inside your house in the wall. How does that work?
If nothing permeates this wire that you're saying, right? Clearly, it wouldn't be detectable. So there goes that idea.
I haven't thought of that. That is interesting. What is that instrument called?
Oh, and there you go. You thought I was the dumbest guy in the room.
No, I mean it's just something I haven't taken into consideration. No one called you dumb or wrong, Jim.
Oh, I'm joking.
We're trying to help answer your question.
I'm only joking.
Yeah. But
I'm
what
quite
is that instrument called, SC?
I'm quite happy to put my places.
What do they call it? A stud finder, an electronic wire finder? You can buy it
Yeah, I
for
got a feeling-
$12 or something, $15. Yeah.
I think it's called a stud finder, and it'll find cable. It'll find, like wooden studs.
Wood, the edges of wood. Yeah.
Yeah,
Beams
all
and
of that.
shit.
So I think if you Google stud finder, that'll get stuff.
Okay. Yeah, I googled it and it explained how they work. It isn't that it finds the electric current in the wires. So apparently there's two types. There's a magnetic stud finder and an electric. The magnetic stud finder is used to detect metal nails in wall studs. So I think it looks for the metal nails within the wall or something. And then the electronic stud finder produces a tiny electric field that changes when the finder reaches a denser region of the wall. So within that denser region, you would expect to find wiring. That's why it's dense. And when there's no wiring, it would be hollow. And the electric field released by the stud finder would react to this. But it's not detecting the electric field from the wire.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, you were going to say that it wouldn't detect.
No, it's simple. Google explained that to me. I mean, that's what Google is saying, not me.
So now you're an
I
expert
didn't know
now.
about-
Before you didn't know what they were called. Now you're an expert on them.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but that's what they're saying how it works. So it still
All right,
ties
hang on
in
one
with
sec,
what I'm
one
saying.
sec. I got a feeling with stud finders, they've got a dial on them, and you got to tell the stud finder what you're looking for. So if it's just looking for an increase in density, then a wooden stud would be an increase in density as well, you would think. So why has they got a separate one for electric wire and a separate one for timber, or yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't. I'm not saying this proves anything. I'm just curious because there could be something else in the wall that's dense. Doesn't mean it's an electric cable.
Yeah,
How
listen.
about those
As
live
I'm saying,
detectors? You haven't
I'm just
seen
going
those.
off what I'm reading about this thing because I was today years old when I found out about stud finders, guys. I'm no expert about it, but when I read about it, what it's saying is it doesn't detect the electrical current from the wiring. It just says it uses density. Or here it says by bouncing a signal off a target pipe or wire, it helps determine the target and direction it's going
Yeah,
in. So
the
it's
other guy just said
bouncing
that.
an
The other
electrical
guy just
signal
said
off
that.
of the wiring.
Yeah, the other guy just said that.
Yeah, it's bouncing an electrical signal off of the wiring. So
Right,
it'll
it,
send a
it finds
signal
where it's
to the
most dense,
wiring.
where the cable,
But
where
Yeah,
the cable is. Right.
it could be
yeah,
bouncing an electrical signal off of a copper pipe as well. But if you're looking specifically for electrical cable,
yeah.
it tells you when you found electrical cable specifically.
Yeah, I can't answer that. Man.
How
I mean,
can it
maybe you can
receive
tell
that?
me how
How
it
can
does
it
that.
receive
How
that
does it do that?
outside the wire? How can it
Yeah,
receive that?
how does it do that? Because it doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, how would it permeate through the wire when you've just told me that it can't permeate through the wire?
How would what permeate through the wire?
How can we have tools that tell us not to drill in this part of the wall because there's a wire behind it? Why?
Yeah,
Why is
well, from what I'm reading, it doesn't say that it doesn't specify whether it's a wire or a pipe or a nail or something. It just says it uses this electrical signal to determine the different densities
density?
within the wall. And when it bounces off a more dense region, it indicates that there's something there.
But
A
wait, hold on.
wire,
What's more dense,
a pipe.
wire, rubber wire, or brick?
What's more dense? I would say a rubber wire, man. Bricks have holes
What
in them.
more
Bricks are very
dense
porous.
than brick? Okay.
Yeah, I would. Well, I don't know if it's more dense, but there's definitely a difference in density, right? But I
Yeah,
would
but
like to think
okay,
rubber
let's
wires
get it in.
are more
What about
dense than
copper
brick.
pipe? What about a hot water pipe? Copper pipe and electrical cable. How would it know the difference?
It's not saying whether or not it would know the difference. That's a claim you're making. And you would need to explain that to me. I don't know how these devices tell the difference between things.
No,
You're saying that there's
I
a
think in all
specific
honesty,
type?
you've shot yourself in the foot by saying more dense,
Hmm.
whereas we know that plastic is not more dense than brick, and you've shot yourself in the foot there, right?
But
Because
a
that's not
plastic
what
wire
you're gonna detect. The more
within
dense
a brick.
route is going to be brick.
Yeah, but a plastic wire within a brick compared to a brick that doesn't have a wire running through it, isn't there a
Wait,
difference in density?
so a less dense element is going to show up higher density. I don't get that. Explain that to me.
Hmm?
Plastic is less dense than brick, right? You said that it's going to highlight where it's higher density.
I think it's.
Yeah.
I think it said
Plastic
chain.
is less dense than brick, right?
But a plastic wire running through a brick compared to a brick that doesn't have a plastic wire running through it, there's going to be a
It's going
difference
to
in
be
density.
less dense, right?
Which one is going to be less dense according to
Well,
you?
the one with the hole in it that has less brick in it, right? Because what makes up a brick is way more dense than plastic, right?
I don't know about that. Bricks are very porous. You know, they have holes in them. They have a lot of spaces through them. Plastic doesn't have any holes in it. I mean, are you talking about volume or what?
Oh, I thought you were talking about density.
I am talking about density.
I
So something that has holes.
I mean,
that's
I might be
porous.
naive in thinking that brick is more dense than plastic, but I don't know. I don't know. Prove me wrong.
I don't understand why you think that. Is it because the brick has more mass? Then maybe you're speaking about volume. I mean, bricks are very porous things, you know.
Isn't it about how much?
They have elements of hollowness inside them.
Isn't it about what it displaces?
Oh yeah, a brick would be more dense than the medium around it compared to plastic. Yeah.
So
A brick would
so
sink
a brick would be
faster
more
than a
dense,
piece
right?
of plastic.
So a brick would be more dense.
Then
Would
a
displace
plastic bag,
it
yeah,
would
but like
displace more
a
air, more
wired,
water
like a plastic tubing,
than
plastic tubing. I think it would sink in water. Maybe not a plastic bag, but plastic tubing, yeah. But yeah, I mean, let's just say that it detects differences in density. But I'm curious as to what the other guy's saying though, because he's saying that there are specific types that can detect what
That's true.
type of material is within the
Yeah,
brick.
exactly.
Like,
We've got to find out what
yeah,
this detector is actually
yeah.
detecting.
How does that work?
Yeah, exactly. Whether it's detecting less dense material or more dense,
No,
or
no. But he's saying something totally
what
different. I'm not
highlights.
sure who it
Highlight.
was, but
No,
it was an
because you've
Australian
seen.
guy.
Surely you've seen these tools though, where builders they've got to be sure that they're not breaking into a water pipe or something like that. So
Yeah.
so
Yeah,
they
but
have
he's saying that these tools know whether it's a water pipe or it's a copper pipe or a plastic pipe, and I just want to understand how the tools do that. I've never worked with these things, so I am pretty
yeah, it's a
curious.
good question. It's a good question.
It uses some sort of magnetics, I think, to detect the live wires.
Okay, yeah, that would make sense. Yeah, you could definitely use magnetism. Magnetism permeates through wires, definitely. Electric currents,
If I remember
nah.
correctly, it's been a while. I have one of those, and I've used it to detect wires, but I
But that
can't
makes
remember
perfect sense.
exactly how it works. I think it's
Okay.
magnetism.
But my
That makes
overall
Okay, here
claim
we
is
go.
it's not just
that makes
electric field. It's whether
Is
any
everyone
field.
listening?
Hold on. It's whether any field
I've got-
can permeate through that wire. It's not just electrical. It's magnetic,
Yeah,
whatever. And that could
let me
have
magnetic
an
fields,
effect.
Electromagnetic, yeah,
definitely.
Hold on.
Yeah,
it's yeah.
That could have an
magnetic fields,
effect
definitely.
on the test. That's it.
And I would agree with
on
Essie if he said they work using magnetism. I wouldn't argue against that.
now, if I'm driving, but I've managed to find out the answer. Okay,
Okay.
it can be used for finding studs in drywall, for example. Yada yada yada. Oh God, here we go. They use a combination of small-scale radar, metal detecting hardware, density sensors, and magnets. A combination of these scanning methods allows the more advanced models give an accurate image of what's actually behind and embedded within the wall. There we go.
So Essie was right. They use magnetism. Yeah. It's not electric currents that they detect. It's magnetism and density. Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, a
Makes
current
sense.
flowing through a wire emits a magnetic field, doesn't it? So
Yes.
it would, therefore, it could be, I don't know what the hell it is in the detector, a Gauss meter, I don't know, but it obviously detects that magnetic field, I would say.
Yep. Yeah. No, Essie was spot on.
Good work, Essie.
Sometimes I get things right.
You're the man, Montreal. You're the man.
No, but this quantum stuff is truly fascinating. I wish I had one of them things in my basement.
It also leaves you truly skeptical.
Yeah, I'm definitely skeptical. Like I said, if my own brother told me what this thing does, I would tell him, bro, you're full of shit. Show me. I want to see when you detect it, it does this. And when you don't detect it, it does that. Show me. I want to see it. Show me this field collapsing. I want to see it. But that's just me, right?
Well, it's not just you. We got to know, man. Some people just got to know.
Because the implications are truly mind-boggling if it's true. That means if you look at something, something could happen, and if you're not, that means you can affect something by just observing it.
How about that?
Yeah. How about that?
How about if 1,000 people observe something and all of their will was instilled into this phenomena? How does all of their will get distributed evenly in this phenomena? It just makes you question so many things, man. It's fucked up. That's fucked up. Stop
It's
melting
good to
my
question these
brain.
things, man. It's good to question these things.
But think about that. You know that everyone's will has some sort of effect on the physical realm. Yet, if 1,000 people witness this same thing, all of their different wills are having a different effect on this phenomena.
But I think that kind of shows that our wills don't have effects on things. You know, this whole idea that it's consciousness that creates reality. That's a lot of
Right.
woo-woo.
Right.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
not really what's happening, Jim. You know?
Fair enough.
It's an interpretation, but there's no proof for it. You know, yeah. Okay, it's hard for me to say that's not what's happening. What I should just say is there's no proof for it because we don't really know what's happening.
But I mean, there is aspects where that does come into account, like with placebo effect. So this does happen in reality.
Yeah, but I think the placebo effect has nothing to do with quantum mechanics. That's just kind of, you know, your mind.
How not?
That's just kind of your
How
mind
not,
deceiving your
brother?
body into
How,
thinking.
it's belief. But it's
Yeah.
I
There's
get what
nothing
you're
to do
saying.
with
I
quantum
get what you're saying. It
mechanics.
doesn't really tie into quantum mechanics, but
Yeah.
it ties into the fact of something metaphysical affecting the physical.
Maybe.
Well, it's either
Maybe.
that or the detector. I wonder, has the experiment ever been run with just an observer without the detector on? I'm just
Yeah, they've done
doing that.
variations of it.
They have?
So, for
Yeah.
example, one type of experiment they've done is they would have Jim in a room, and then you would be outside that room, Essie. And Jim would try and make a prediction. Maybe Jim has two particles which are quantumly entangled. He looks at one particle. So because he looks at one, it has spin down. So he automatically knows that the other one is spin up, right? But you haven't looked at these particles yet. So from your perspective, Jim is still in a super state. And you only get information as to what happened about these particles 5 minutes after Jim has found out.
Right.
But
So we
does
have
that mean that
to have two different perspectives for?
exactly?
Well,
Yeah,
that's a different
because
thing
now
now
I mean,
you
who's
mentioned, right? You're talking about spooky action at a distance, right? Quantum entanglement.
I was just using that as part of the example, but the crux of it is whose interpretation of the actual facts of the events that have transpired is correct. Is it yours or Jim's? Was Jim still in a quantum state, in an entangled state, until you got the information as to what he saw? Or did Jim's entanglement break down when he looked at the particles while he was inside the room? Remember, you were outside of the room.
Here's the thing: by saying that, you're saying that either me or C Montreal is experiencing hallucinations. That's what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is both of you are experiencing reality subjectively, and there's no way to know whose reality is true and whose isn't. That's why you can't say it's consciousness that
But
creates this
here's the thing.
quantum
Here's
break
the thing. If
collapse.
me and C Montreal are able to explicitly say what we experienced, can we not match up what actually happened instead of it being our own personal experience? We can meet in the middle.
Yes, you guys will agree later. Once you come out of the room and you are comparing your results with Essie's results, you guys will both agree that the particle in your right hand was spin up, the particle in your left hand was spin down. But you guys are going to disagree as to when this collapse happened. You are going to say the collapse happened when you looked at it. Essie's going to say the collapse happened 5 minutes after when he got the information on what you looked at.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
Does anyone
Yeah.
agree where this collapse happens?
We don't know. We don't know when it happens, why it happens. That is the big question.
It's an
That's what Etsy wants to know, and that no one's going to be able to answer that question for him. We don't know why. When we look at it, it behaves like a particle. When we're not looking at it, it behaves like a wave. We don't know why it collapses, why it loses its superposition.
Well, that's an honest answer, and yeah, I can accept we don't know.
Yeah, we have no idea, Jim. There's all of these hypotheticals, many worlds, different branches of reality, alternate universes, hidden variables, but no one knows, man.
That again, though, goes back to what I said. Is like, what does quantum mechanics actually give us? What answer to what question does it give us?
It depends on what the question is.
Well, what inspired quantum mechanics?
What inspired it? Thomas Young's double slit experiment. He was just trying to. So when there was a period where everyone thought science was settled. We understood gravity, we understood electromagnetism, and we thought those were the only two forces out there. But we noticed that these forces don't explain what happens within atoms, right? They don't explain, for example, why protons and neutrons couple together. Nuclear forces, exactly. So in trying to understand what's happening at the subatomic world, Thomas Young came across this observation, where if he's not looking at the particle as it passes through the slit, it doesn't need to be a photon. It can be an electron, a proton, a gluon, all of these particles. It acts differently compared to when we are looking at it. And that's what started quantum mechanics.
Like try and shred the globe versus flat mentality. We're all just people here. We're all just people here.
Yeah.
What does it mean to you that observing the path changes it? Like, what does that mean to you?
It means that there are things about fundamental things about our reality we clearly don't understand. There are things going on that govern. There are things happening at the subatomic scale that govern life at the macro scale that we have no clue about.
So nothing about the fact that it could be humans' intervention that is changing the outcome. Just the fact of a human observing it. That isn't what wows you, or
yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I thought that's how I understood it, that it's consciousness and all this woo. But as I studied it and gained a better understanding, I realized that it's not the mind that causes this collapse.
Yeah.
And that just threw me further into the dark, because now, what the fuck is going on? It seems reality doesn't need us to exist to be there. It can exist without us. Yeah. I thought that consciousness is what creates reality, but it seems like reality doesn't need an observer.
Well,
but in order to have
one
consciousness,
thing I've really
you need
disagreed
something
with.
that's able to observe reality. It seems consciousness needs reality more than reality needs consciousness.
This is one thing I really disagreed with QE on, was with this whole a tree falls in a forest, right? Everyone's heard this. Okay. Now, how arrogant can you be to say that the squirrels and the other life forms in the forest don't hear this tree falling? Whether a human doesn't hear it falling doesn't mean that there's no sound made.
Is that what QE says? That if no one hears it,
If
then it
no
never fell or
man,
something?
if no human hears it falling, it didn't happen. That's basically what I heard from QE.
Did
If
he
there's no
give
human
a
there to experience it, then it didn't exist. That's what I got from QE.
I'm glad you think that was silly, Jim.
Yeah. That is very silly. But maybe QE was able to explain why he thinks that. Did he go into
Yeah, but
detail?
he couldn't give me a good reason why the squirrel didn't hear
Uh-huh.
the tree fall, or why any other animal in that forest didn't hear the tree fall. But it's only humans. Like, it only exists if humans hear it, or see it, or experience it. I find it some sort of like, what's the word? What is that word? I don't know. Ego? Is it ego? Is it arrogance that it's only fact as if humans experience it? I don't know. I don't know. Explain it to me. Someone tell me. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong for questioning QE. Some flat earther, tell me.
You're wrong, bro.
Because for me, that seems so arrogant that it could only exist if a human experiences it. That just tells me that's too arrogant for me.
Well, I was waiting for this conversation to go back to flat Earth because that's all I like to talk about. I don't like to talk about anything else besides flat Earth.
Well, you're proving someone wrong. You're proving someone right. That earlier on
kidding.
said that we only speak about
I'm just
flat.
giving Nate shit.
No, I'm joking.
No, the interpretation you have of that whole question is, I don't know what QE said, but it's not about whether there's animals to hear it or if it's humans. It's not meant
But
to
that's
be
just
answered.
the way I
It's a
see it.
paradox.
Like
It's a
QE
paradox.
says that QE
There's
says
no
that
re-
it didn't happen. It didn't happen unless a human experienced it. Yet for me,
No,
I'm not that
well,
arrogant.
I doubt that
There's
was his
other life
interpretation, but if
forms
it was.
in that forest that experienced that. That for me.
But you know, it's not about that. I don't know what QE said. I don't really care, but it's not. You know, it's not the question's not meant to be answered literally, right? It's a paradox. It's a philosophical query. The idea is that no one, including animals, including any consciousness, right? That's what the question is pertaining to. If there's no consciousness or awareness of the tree falling, would it still make a sound? That includes animals.
This still bugs me though, because whether there's no one there to experience or witness whether it makes a sound, if a tree falls in the forest, it's not going to be fucking silent. Whether there's no one there to witness it doesn't mean it's gonna fall in a silent way. I don't
Well,
get
yeah, but that's of course not. But that's the point. Is the sound just the receiving of it, or is the sound exist beyond the receiving of it? Of course, the sound's there,
but that's why I can't
sound,
stand with the arrogance.
Sound pertains to us hearing it, right? Or
But
something.
that's what I can't. But that's what I can't. I don't like that because it's like an arrogance.
Well,
It
it's
doesn't
not
exist.
about. No, you're
It doesn't
misinterpreting.
exist unless a human.
Jim, it's not
It doesn't
an arrogance.
exist whether a human witnesses it or not. It's like
Jim, it's not.
like to say it's not real unless a human says, "Yeah, it's real."
Listen, Jim, you're misinterpreting it completely. It's not a question that's supposed to have a literal answer. Because of course it makes a sound, because there's going to be a huge, but sound is only interpreted by someone hearing it, right? That's the paradox. That's the reason it's but
the thing is, for a tree to fall and not make any sound, whether there's no one there to witness it,
it's a paradox.
Let me explain something. The only reason, hang on, guys. The only reason it makes a sound. Let's just say for humans.
Here's the thing, though.
Any creature.
Bro.
Sure, man. Doesn't matter what the animal or human is, right? The only reason a sound is detected is because of the inner workings of the eardrum, which detect the movement of the air and interpret it in our brain that we call it a sound.
again, arrogance to me. Again, to say
I
that
can challenge
just
that.
because
I'm
you're
with you.
not
I can
there to
challenge
witness
that.
it, hold on. Just because you're not there to witness it doesn't mean it doesn't make a sound.
Jim, it doesn't. No,
unless
no one's
unless
saying it
there
doesn't
is
make
an
sense.
auditory receiver, unless there is, let's call it an ear, unless all you've got is moving air particles or moving air, it only becomes a sound when it's received by
No.
something.
You're saying it's only
Okay, whatever.
received. No, you're saying it's only received if there's a human there to receive it. That's what you're saying. It's arrogant. It's arrogance.
No, listen, Jim, you're misinterpreting it.
You listen.
It has nothing to do with animals. Animals aren't there either. That's the point. It doesn't have anything to
Who
do with human
cares?
error.
Who cares? It makes a sound. Whether there's an animal there to witness it or hear it, it makes a fucking sound.
Right, but it doesn't have the interpretation. Of course, the waves are there, but if there's no consciousness, including animals, if there's no consciousness there to receive the signal, you can't technically call it a sound. That's the whole point.
But you can't also say that a tree falls in silence.
It's just moving air. That's all it is, Jim. It's moving air. That's what sound is, moving air.
But it sounds like if there's not a person there to hear it, then it doesn't exist.
Jim,
moving air.
it's not about whether it exists or not. The question's not meant to be taken literally. Please stop. It's not about animals hearing it. It's not about humans having arrogance. It's just that of course, the same exact thing happens. The tree falls, the same exact sound waves are put through the air. It's exactly the same. You just can't call it a sound because there's no one, including animals, to receive it as a sound.
Yeah, but being witness to a tree being fallen, we know that it creates a sound. So we can't.
It would if someone heard it, it would be called a sound. But since there's no one there to hear it, including animals, it doesn't really technically have the same effect. That's the point.
You're saying if there's no humans present,
No, it's not about
make
humans.
any sound.
Get off the humans versus animals thing. Don't include that any longer.
No, it's not humans versus animals. It's whether a phenomenon takes effect and whether it needs a human to be present to verify whether it actually is true. That's the whole issue here. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it's not about having an answer to it. It's supposed to be taken as a philosophical.
It's not that. It's the ego of humans.
It's not about the ego. Get off of that. No, you're misinterpreting it.
There's no sound. There's no sound.
It's not about ego, bro.
Hold on. There's no sound if there's no human there. That's the sort of mentality that's been embedded into people. That unless there's a person there to hear it, there is no sound. And I don't like that arrogance. I don't like that.
You're misinterpreting it as arrogance. It's supposed to be.
No, I'm not. Because what you're saying is there is no sound if there's no person to hear it, to witness it. So, in other words, it doesn't exist unless there's a person there to witness it.
It's not even trying to claim that it doesn't exist. It's a question. It's not a
During question.
I just see it as an arrogance, as that it doesn't exist unless there's a human there to experience it and witness it, and until that, it doesn't exist and it's fairy tale.
Yeah, George Berkeley had an answer to this problem. He said that God would hear it or see it, so that's it. That's the solution.
So it's not an anomaly. It's not an illusion. It happens. Whether there's a human there to witness it or not, God witnesses it.
There you go.
I don't see how God could witness it. But would you say that it's not sound before it reaches your ear? That just when it reaches your ear, it becomes sound? Or is it sound all the time?
Here is mailman. is if there's no people to hear it, it doesn't exist. That's the arrogance that I hate. Because of course the sound happens. Just
Yes, there's
just
no
because
one
there's no
claiming,
people there to
no
hear
one's
it
claiming that
doesn't
the
mean it
sound
doesn't
doesn't happen.
exist.
Hey, Jim,
How do
please
you?
stop. Please. No one's claiming the sound doesn't exist. That's not the claim. That's not the point of the question.
No, but it is in the sense that it's like it's not confirmed as reality until a human confirms it.
Yeah,
And
I
that's
mean,
the arrogance I hate.
what the other trees would hear it, right? The other trees, you might as well say that the other
The
trees would hear it
squirrels,
in their own way.
the other life,
The other
the
trees,
other
all
life
the
forms
life
that are
forms,
in the
yeah,
forest.
because they don't call it a sound. You know, they don't have that word for it or that interpretation of it through eardrums. That's the point. If there's no eardrums to receive the sound, you can't technically call it a sound. It's just a vibration.
No,
Jim, how
but,
would you define sound?
but to say in your presence it would make a sound, but without your presence it wouldn't make a sound. That's the ego.
How do you define?
That is the arrogance that I hate.
What would you say that sound is, Jim?
So you're saying that just because you're there it makes a sound, but when you're not there it doesn't make a sound.
How do you define sound?
Just because you're human and you have an eardrum, is that what the claim is at the moment?
Jim, no, it's no claim. Please stop. You're going way too far with this. It's not about arrogance. Just please stop. Please.
But it is though.
I'm doing you a favor. I'm doing you a
It's
favor.
only
by-
real. It's only real
What
if a
is
human
sound?
detects it.
What is sound, Jim? Define sound. What is it?
Yeah. What do you mean with sound? Because that can help us. Maybe.
What do you mean by sound?
Here's the thing though.
Hello?
You're trying to bottleneck me into this human concept of sound.
You're sounding
What's
like
the
you're
difference?
struggling.
Exactly.
Jim.
Again,
What is
you're
sound?
trying to say sound is only sound when a human hears it.
No.
What is
No.
sound?
What
I'm
do you call
asking you,
sound? What is sound?
What causes sound? What's the mechanism that causes sound?
How do you know what sound is sound
Oh God.
to a squirrel?
Okay,
How do you
I
know
give
what
up.
that is?
I mean, it's like
You know,
milking a
are
mouse.
you a squirrel on the weekends? Like, do
No.
you
How
know
do you?
what?
What is
Do you
sound
know?
to you? Can you hear me?
Do you know how other life forms experience sound?
I guess I'm
Or
not
is it
very.
only us? Yeah, is it that ego, that arrogance? Only we experience sound, right?
Can anyone
Right?
else hear me?
Is that it? Is that it?
This is a
Is that it?
strange
Only
point
we
because
experience sound,
if
right?
you've got sound and you play a very loud sound at things that are very light, like dust or hair, it will
Right.
move.
Are you a squirrel though? And do you know how it sounds to a squirrel in the
You
forest?
brought in squirrels, no one else.
Yeah,
Just
but
calm
because
down.
I'm trying to talk about a tree being fallen in the forest where there's no human to witness it, only the other wildlife like squirrels and other such, right? But your ego
Sure.
is to say that sound only exists when a human hears it, right?
I think no one
it's
said
not
that.
You
No
can
one
only
said it.
quantify it. You can
You're
only
strawmanning. You're
quantify it.
strawmanning their
You can only
position now.
quantify it. You
Jim,
can only
stop.
quantify
Hey,
it.
listen,
You can only
Jim,
quantify it when a
you're
human.
going
Relax,
off.
Jim.
God.
Relax.
Jim.
Right?
Yeah.
Am
Hey,
I
Jim.
right? Am I wrong?
No,
Am
you're
I
not
right?
right. You're not right because it's
Okay.
not a statement. It's just a question. The question, it's not like someone saying it doesn't make a sound because humans aren't there to hear it. That's not, I mean, if QE made that statement, then just get off of what he said, okay? It's not
Bro,
about that.
I'm
It's a
not held up
question
on
that's
that
not
shit.
supposed
But
to be answered. It's a
just
philosophical
this
quandary.
whole fucking.
Here, I'll give you another one. Jim, let me ask you this. What does your nose smell like? You see, it's a paradoxical question. There is no answer to it. It's just supposed to make you go, huh? That's all it is.
Human flesh.
Not about arrogance.
No, but in a
Let's try
sense,
this too.
it is though, because experiences can't be clarified unless it's done by a human. This is the arrogance that I'm talking about. It's like if a human isn't there to experience it, then it doesn't exist. This is the arrogance that I'm talking about.
I don't think anyone said it that way. I think they meant that if no
No,
one's there
but
to
this
hear
is
it.
the whole. This is what the whole phrase is revered around. Yeah.
Well, if you misunderstand the phrase, I guess it's not anyone's problem.
If there's no one there in the
Like,
woods to hear it, then it doesn't make a sound, right?
yeah,
Because only
no one.
only
It doesn't
people
say
can hear
human.
sound, right?
No, but no one means no one, not
Only
just
people.
not humans,
Only
but
people
not
can hear
anything.
sound. Only people.
No,
Only
no
people
one.
can hear sound.
No one says that. No one
But
says.
that's the
Just
arrogance
relax.
that humans have, right?
No one says it. No one. Not a single
But
human
it's a
being says that.
phrase. It's a well-known phrase. For what reason?
Because the phrase
Because
doesn't say
humans
human.
are arrogant, right? Yeah, I know.
Yeah, it doesn't specify humans. So what are you on about? It says no one. So any animal would be no one too.
Yeah, again, that arrogance that nothing outside of a human has any sort of
That's not
experience
anyone's
or
claim.
relevance of its environment, right?
No one makes that claim.
No one makes a claim if there's no person in the forest to hear the tree fall that there's no sound made.
Yes, no one has ever made that claim.
No, right, okay.
Yeah, because the claim is if there's no one there to hear the sound, does it exist? So if there is no bear,
of course, because
then
people are
would also be the same thing.
Because people are the arbiter of truth, right?
No, because no one includes humans
because
and
those
animals.
squirrels and those other animals didn't hear that sound. It was
Yeah, they
it
are
only matters
also
if
in the
humans
no one.
hear that sound.
No, you mean this? You misunderstanding. Like you misunderstand this. No one says that it's just humans. It's any animal. I bet if you ask someone who says that sentence, if you ask them, do bears have ears and do they hear sound? They would say, yeah, obviously, because you can scream at bears and they act on it. So obviously no one is saying that it's specifying only humans. That would be stupid.
No, but it is because they say if no one was in the forest to hear it, as in
fucking
people,
no one,
as in people, yeah,
no,
no
not
one,
just
as in
people.
people,
No,
one as in people, not bears
No.
and squirrels and all the
No.
other life forms.
Jesus
They're
Christ,
talking
no,
about
of
people.
course not. No, they don't.
Prove me wrong.
Ask
So
anyone in the room.
they're talking about all life forms, right?
Yep. Ask anyone in the room, and they will say that it doesn't specify just humans. And ask anyone
It's a
you know and
question
anyone you
for
meet.
humans because it's only for humans. This is the thing. What bear is going to answer that question?
Fuck, why would the bear answer a question about a
Exactly. That's
saying?
the point
Oh
I'm
no, hold
fucking
on,
making.
hold on,
That's the
hold on,
fucking
Jim.
point I'm
Hold
making.
on, hold on,
Right.
hold on. I'm answering you. Hold on, I'm answering you. So you want to ask a bear what a saying means?
No.
Why?
That's not what I want. No. Oh my god. It's the whole
But that
premise
is,
of the
I
fucking
said,
question. It's the
no,
whole premise of the
no,
phrase, yeah? If
impossible
there's
to
no
have this
one
just
there to hear
Jim,
it,
hey,
if there's
Jim,
no
Jim,
one,
can you hear
no one, meaning no other person, not
Hey.
any other life form, not any other bear.
Hey, Jim, can you hear me?
I
Can you
can.
hear me? Can you? Can you hear me? Can you please calm down about this, please? You're misunderstanding it. You're gonna hear this back later, and you're gonna laugh your ass off because you're
I don't
totally
give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck.
I know you don't. I know you don't right now because you're a little bit drunk, but that's okay. You know, we can tell. And it's just you're over focusing on this, and you're misinterpreting it. And so I'll let you know. I think you're my bro. I have to let you know. You need to stop. It's not about arrogance. It's really not. It's a philosophical quandary.
That's the way I see it, though.
I know
it's an arrogance.
you're misinterpreting it,
It's an
and
arrogance of humans. That's
you're
the way
not
I see
hearing
it.
it's.
I
But
can't
you're
see it
sounding
any other way.
you're sounding
I can't-
arrogant because you are holding on to your own interpretation and not listening to anything anyone else is saying,
and displaying arrogance, ironically, about the arrogance of the philosophical quandary that has nothing to do with arrogance, okay?
Fair enough.
Please, just listen.
Point me out into the areas where I'm wrong.
I'm telling you. The reason that you're wrong is it's not a statement. It's not a declaration.
It's not a
makes
claim.
no
Yeah,
sound.
I get that.
It's just a question, and it's not meant to be answered. It's just supposed to make you think about
It's an
whether
analysis.
sound is
It's
the
an
receiving of it. No, it's a paradox because we know it has the same vibrations because the same act happened, right? The tree fell, right? Nothing different about the way the vibrations are, but is the question is sound just what we hear, or is it something on a metaphysical level that happens regardless? Well, we know that. I think I've never liked the question, to be honest.
So you
I think
can't
it's
see the
terrible.
arrogance in that. That it's
It's
only
not
something
arrogance, top of the arrogance. Please don't say arrogance.
only
It's
something
not
that
about that.
humans can detect. Right?
I understand why you're saying that because
It's only
I thought
something
that
that
a long
humans
time
can
ago.
detect.
I interpreted it just like you're saying. I thought about what about the animals when I was a kid when I heard this, okay? And I'm not trying to say you're a kid, but this was one of the things that I thought at one point. So I understand where you're coming from. I was like, what about the animals? The animals hear it. Of course it makes a sound. But it's not supposed to include animals. It's not about arrogance of humans. It's just what do we define sound as? It's about what is sound.
But
Is it
what's the
just the
point in
hearing
having
of it?
this? What's the point in having this question if you're not going to be
Because
specific? Do
it's
you
not
see what
because
I'm
it's a
saying?
philosophical quandary. It's like what's the sound of one hand clapping? It's not. It doesn't have an answer. It's just to make you think. It's not supposed to be serious about this is the solution.
But that's how
That's not what it's
but
meant
that's
for.
how you see the problems in the query in the theory.
Well,
is
which
by
came
looking
first,
at
the
it,
chicken or the egg?
not by
Which
going,
came
oh
first,
yeah,
Jim?
no.
Jim, which came first, the chicken or the egg?
Who cares? Like, who the fuck? I don't know.
There you go. That's a better answer than saying that the chicken's arrogant or whatever. You know, come on.
Yeah, who
It's not.
cares
It's
about
not really
sound?
though. It's
It's just
not the
saying.
same thing though. It's not because
It is
that's an
because
actual
you can't
paradox.
know. You
No,
can't know the answer.
no. That's an actual paradox. Whereas the other one is people were saying it doesn't make a sound when there's
It's a
something
paradox because sound is only defined by what we hear, and if there's no one there to hear it, is it still sound?
Again, it brings up my argument of arrogance. that it's only because people see it and hear
Well,
it and
then
feel
just
it
go with the
that
God
they
answer.
exist,
That's
right?
good enough.
It's that
Just say
arrogance of
God.
people.
It's
The
not
only
arrogance of people. It's not arrogance of people.
humans'
Stop with that.
experience matters on this world, right? That's what
It's
it
not
comes.
about that. You could make it that. Hey, what about this? Okay, if a quantum photon, if the wave collapses, if the wave function collapses, and there's no one there to observe the quantum photon, what the fuck is up with that? That's what I want to know. Is led from, right?
Wait. I
It's
have
not about the observation.
I have had a few drinks, so you might have to repeat that.
Yeah. Okay. So, well, it was all of this. I think we got here because you guys were talking about the quantum photon. You did a great job of that discussion, by the way, before you had your fifth drink or whatever it was. You were on top of your game. You really were.
That's an interesting question, though. But
yeah, if the wave function collapsed without the observation, then what, right?
Exactly. This is why I brought up this.
What if no one is observing? What if no one is observing light? Does it have a wave function or no? Because no one. I mean,
right.
You can never.
Would it ruin the whole idea?
This is why I brought up the scenario of like the guy organizing the experiment, but then being told that no, it's not actually going to be taken through. We're not going to use this as an experiment. So he doesn't actually know. He knows the path, but he's being told that his experiment layout isn't being used. So he doesn't think it's being used. So almost the path is known, but the knower doesn't think that it's being used.